One morning, an attendant fetching water vanishes from the Ilston estate without a trace. All that remains of the young attendant's clothes, abandoned near the grounds. The next day, another servant disappears too, leaving only clothes behind. His mansion is already cutting outfits like trophies. The Grand Duke's coachman is next, and his horse is left panicking in the rain. Again, there is no body, no clue, just empty clothing where a person should be. Inside the Grand Hall, the white-haired Duke receives yet another terrible report. His face tightens with exhausted disbelief. People are vanishing from his home one after another. No matter how thoroughly the incidents are investigated, no cause can be found. The Duke sits alone behind his desk, weighed down by a mystery he cannot solve. Then one day, something new appears in the estate garden. A strange withered tree has grown high above the garden wall. The bare tree looks wrong against the clean grounds, like it arrived with bad intentions. The Duke asks butler Lennon what kind of plant it is, but Lennon has no answer. Lennon can only apologize, while the Duke studies the tree with growing suspicion. Since nobody knows its name, the Duke decides it must be removed at sunrise. Lennon agrees, but the order comes one morning too late. A terrified servant bursts in. Butler Lennon and the gardener have disappeared. The servant freezes at the doorway, frantic and breathless as the estate's nightmare gets worse. The Duke demands to know what was said, and the servant confirms more people have vanished. His eyes darken as the truth sinks in. The disappearances are no longer random. Those who stood by the Duke cannot hide their grief as he stares out the window. The Duke mourns the people he trusted, all taken without warning. Outside, the garden turns blood red behind the window, and the cursed tree seems to be waiting. The Duke faces the crimson garden in silence, finally connecting every disappearance to that tree. He looks up at the branches and wonders if they were always this terrible shade of red. The tree creaks in the darkness, as if it heard him noticing. The branches groan louder while night settles over the estate. Under the moonlit garden, something moves beyond the trees. The Duke and the servant race outside, and he raises a lantern with alarm. The Duke spots the movement and orders them to chase it. He shouts into the garden, demanding to know who is there. Then his confidence cracks. Whatever is hiding in the dark is not human. A pale hand reaches through the branches, and the Duke can barely process what he is seeing. The horrifying answer hits him at once. The tree is devouring people. A human hand protrudes from the trunk while the crimson tree swallows its victim whole. From above, the Duke is dragged toward the tree's spreading shadow. The main gate of the Ilston estate is sealed, but the curse does not stop. People keep disappearing, and even sealing the estate cannot destroy the cursed tree. The nightmare becomes a legend that began nearly 300 years ago. In the present, someone approaches the sealed estate with purpose. A young woman has found the crimson tree blocking the main gate, and she calls it remarkable. The black-haired woman with vivid red eyes smiles at the cursed estate like she has been invited. She casually asks if she should go inside. Normal people would choose literally any other route. She considers smashing the tree for a dramatic entrance, then decides this will do for now. Purple magic gathers around her as she prepares to test the seal. Her power flares brighter, and her confident expression never wavers. She gives the command, "Open the way," and the curse answers with a burst of violet light. The sealed gate opens before her, and she strides into the forbidden estate. The story begins with a woman who can walk through a curse that has trapped everyone else for centuries. She marvels at being the first person to break through the sealed gate in 300 years. She asks herself if she is truly the first, looking pleased with the answer. She admires her own power for a second. Fair enough, the gate had a 3-century winning streak. A maid notices her and rushes forward, shocked that anyone has entered. The maid stares in disbelief at this young woman standing safely inside the grounds. The maid urgently orders the staff to inform the master at once. A servant relays the impossible news. A young girl entered through the main gate alone. Inside the vast Gothic mansion, the report travels quickly toward the Duke. Tea is served as the household prepares for an unexpected visitor. The red-eyed stranger sits across from the Duke while his mustached attendant watches closely. The attendant questions whether the Duke should hear out the words of a child whose name they do not even know. Raytons or Alliston calmly drinks his tea, his blue eyes fixed on the strange guest. The Grand Duke narrows his eyes, intrigued despite himself. You know she passed the first curse? The crimson tree, without a scratch. That feat makes him wonder what a child like her could possibly do next. The visitor sits poised and calm, completely unshaken by the Duke's intimidating home. When asked her name, she introduces herself as Simone. Simone admits she has no family name, then says she came to the Seal Gate for a reason. Raytons asks why she came to his estate, watching her with guarded interest. Simone says she came to propose a fair deal to the Grand Duke. The Duke's attendant jolts in outrage at a commoner trying to bargain with his master. The attendant thinks the idea is absurd, but Simone remains perfectly relaxed. She says he does not have to believe her, but promises to tell him one thing. Simone's red eyes sharpen as she delivers the real reason she came. She reveals that the Grand Duke is cursed. She describes the curse vividly. A stripped body hangs from his shoulder, grinning with a mouth spit wide. Raytons is visibly shaken as Simone says the thing has been clinging to him for a long time. The curse has no intention of letting go, and the Duke finally loses his composure. The room falls into disbelief as the attendant struggles to understand what Simone is claiming. Raytons rises to leave, but Simone stops him before he can dismiss her. He pauses at the door and Simone calmly says he should hear the rest. With a small smile, Simone says her deal is very simple. She promises to break the curse of the estate, but she wants something in return. Her request is not gold or status. She wants a place to stay. Simone makes her condition clear. Raise her here in this estate. Surrounded by crimson flowers and flowers, Simone's impossible bargain hangs in the air. Before all this, Simone makes one impossible request. She wants to be raised inside this mansion. In exchange, she promises to lift the mansion's curse once she reaches adulthood. That is her only condition, and the mysterious Necromancer is clearly not asking politely. The girl is Simone, only 17 years old, with black hair and unsettling red eyes. Then she drops the act, because she is not some cool ancient witch. She is a 25-year-old office worker. Her name is So Hyun-young, and this body came with a life that is already a complete disaster. One day, she transmigrated into a cookie-cutter fantasy webtoon and woke up holding Simone's power. Unfortunately, she landed in the role of a girl who can see ghosts. That is never a peaceful hobby. Simone's new identity is simple and dangerous. She can see ghosts. At the orphanage, other children stare at her blood-red eyes and instantly turn cruel. They shove her around, tell her to get lost, and hit every cruel orphanage insult they can find. Simone curls up and shields herself, terrified and completely alone. Then the orphanage director steps in. He looks calm, which is exactly what makes this worse. He apologizes sweetly and tells Simone someone wants to meet her. That night, a carriage waits outside while the orphanage sits quiet under the moon. Simone is led into the courtyard, looking tiny beside the adults arranging her future. The director presents her as the child he mentioned, like she is a parcel with red eyes. A hooded occult figure admires her. Simone is apparently one of a kind in the entire empire. Black hair and red eyes are believed to mark someone who made a pact with the god of death. Dark stains spread across Simone's skin as the adults inspect the proof of her supposed curse. The director asks what they think of her, then casually suggests she would be valuable for research. Simone's eyes fly open when the hooded figure agrees. Their occult society decides to take the young Necromancer with them. The hooded captor closes in, and Simone's life takes a brutal turn. Far away, a Gothic estate rises in the night. This is the secret research facility of the occult. Inside its dungeon, armed occult members walk through chains and cages like this place has no inspection policy. A prisoner lies crumpled on the floor, while the cult moves deeper into the cells. Simone is bound in a ritual circle, forced to endure whatever they have planned. One of the men suddenly spots her. There is a survivor here. It is Simone, battered, chained overhead, and glaring through her hair with raw fear. Her red eye narrows as she realizes the nightmare is not ending anytime soon. Just before death, Simone was rescued and joined the original story's protagonist on their journey. That rescue was the beginning of her awakening, and her power eventually became terrifying. The original Simone was born with the potential to become the world's strongest necromancer. But her fate was miserable. Society feared necromancers long before she got any chance to prove herself. The original Simone survived endless discrimination and pain, barely rescued by the protagonist. In the end, she sacrificed herself so her comrades could reach the final boss. That is a spectacularly unfair ending, and present-day Simone has absolutely no interest in repeating it. She wakes in bed, clutching her head, horrified that she became Simone before the plot even begins. She tries to calm down, but the panic only gets louder. A monstrous shadow looms over her thoughts, and Simone tells herself to stop spiraling. She grips the sheets and forces herself to think. She needs an escape before the occult society takes her. Hiding the fact that she is a necromancer sounds wise, but running without a plan sounds even worse. Simone remembers she must leave the orphanage before it's too late. She flops back onto the bed, asking herself where she could possibly run. Then a ridiculous thought hits her. This world is a cheap webtoon, so maybe she can exploit the setting. She wants to transmigrate into the body of a noble lady. For once, the genre logic may be useful. Simone jolts upright. Wait, there actually was a noble lady option. She remembers Duke Elstone, and the plan starts to form. Simone smiles. She has found the one route that might keep her alive. That smile is pure survival instinct. Simone is done waiting around to become a tragic side character. The key event is Duke Elstone's kidnapping of Simone. To break his family's curses, he secretly abducted her from the Abbey. Duke Elstone needs a necromancer, because only one might be able to break the countless curses on his family. The white-haired Duke demands to know who else could lift those curses if not a necromancer. The frightened girl can only apologize. At that point, Simone had not yet awakened her abilities. Not even the Empire's sole necromancer could break the Duke's curse, leaving him in utter despair. Duke Elstone's blue eyes show the moment hope slips away, and that is exactly why Simone thinks he might actually help her. In the original story, Duke Elstone was a villain, but he was deeply devoted to his family and retainers. Back in the mansion, Simone proposes a deal. She will lift the curses slowly, once she reaches adulthood. She is not asking for nothing. She wants a spacious room and meals equal to the Duke's own. The Duke asks if she can leave halfway if she dislikes it. Simone accepts, but only if both sides end things cleanly. She insists on a mutual agreement, and the Duke listens, instead of treating her like property. Inside, Simone is practically begging him to say yes. Her future is hanging on one answer. She makes one final promise, putting her own life on the line for this deal. Simone declares that she will stake her life on it. Damn! She has nowhere else to go, so this gamble is her only way out. After a long silence, Duke Elstone calls for Cal to bring something over. Cal places a heavy, ornate book into the Duke's hand. It is a guidebook passed down through the Elstone family for generations. The Duke explains that necromancers have different levels of skill, so he must test whether Simone can truly break the curses. He will not hire her on faith alone. First, she has to prove she can handle the mansion's first curse. The Duke strides forward, and the first test is officially on. Simone opened the guidebook and asks about the first curse. The first entry says that passing through the mansion's front gate is forbidden. The warning gets worse. No one may approach the gate, and anyone who does will not come back. Duke Elstone rises behind her as the cursed rule lands between them. Simone reads the deadly rule aloud, and the Duke watches her reaction closely. The Duke's face stays cold, but the test is clear. Fail the test is clear. Fail this curse, and she dies. Simone gives him a nervous smile and says they should begin. Night settles over Elstone Mansion, and the place already feels like it is holding its breath. Inside the dark hall, Lady Simone gets orders while the Duke listens from above. Simone demands that the tree at the entrance be removed. She lays out the first rule. The curse can be lifted in 1 week. Simone stays calm, casually gripping her cane as if this is just another household meeting. Her second rule is brutal. Starting tonight, everyone in the mansion must go to bed early. For the last condition, Simone says they need someone connected to the Elstone family and skilled with a sword. The long, white-haired Duke Elstone looks genuinely confused. Why would a swordsman help solve a curse? Simone explains that cutting down the tree requires skill, but one person cannot resolve this curse alone. The Duke thinks he can handle it himself, until Simone stops him cold. The curse was placed on Elstone Mansion, so no member of the family may be involved. Simone adds one more warning. Even the Duke must go to bed early tonight. Her red eyes narrow as she checks whether her prediction is correct. The red tree moves in secret once everyone under the curse falls asleep, then devours anyone still awake. Friendly landscaping, obviously. The Duke can barely believe it. A tree that hunts humans sounds absurd. Simone points out the real mystery. The tree was discovered by the family 300 years ago. So why is it still alive? No one has approached the tree since then, but Simone is clearly not done digging into its history. Simone studies the danger with an unsettlingly focused stare. Beneath the twisted branches, Simone asks the question nobody else wants to face. Why is the tree still alive? The Duke brings Simone to her quarters and tells her they have arrived. Simone stares wide-eyed when she hears this enormous suite will be hers. The room gleams with flowers, chandeliers, and enough gold trim to make a palace jealous. The suite stretches on in every direction, and Simone takes in the absurd scale. Standing alone in the grand room, Simone looks tiny against all that luxury. Simone realizes the single room is about 3 times the size of her old studio apartment. She is delighted by the treatment, even if she clearly did not expect this much. The grey-haired server politely warns Simone not to go upstairs to the 3rd floor. The servant looks annoyed, while Simone quietly notices that the staff do not exactly love this arrangement. Simone decides it does not matter. She scrubbed her old room herself, and now this palace-sized suite is hers. She declares that starting tomorrow, it is time for some serious noble lady living. Simone throws herself onto the floor in pure happiness. The mansion curse can wait 5 minutes. She announces that she is taking a nap and dismisses the servant like she has lived here for years. The servant clenches his hand, fighting a very obvious wave of annoyance. He keeps his manners and says a personal attendant will serve Lady Simone tomorrow. The servant wishes her a good rest, then leaves her alone in the mansion. Night wraps around the enormous Ilston estate. By morning, sunlight and flowers give the mansion a much softer face. Fresh, white blossoms frame the start of Simone's first full day here. A young orange-haired maid bows so nervously she can barely introduce herself. Her name is Anna. Simone welcomes Anna and asks her to show her around the mansion. Anna leads Simone through the corridors, still stiff with nerves. The two head outside together, with Anna cautiously taking the lead. The tour opens onto a lavish garden and terrace bathed in warm afternoon light. Around the estate, the servants work together in a surprisingly cheerful atmosphere. Workers carry supplies through the courtyard, making the estate seem more welcoming than its curse suggests. Anna insists the mansion has a warm and friendly atmosphere, though she sounds like she is trying to convince herself. Anna admits people think Ilsa Mansion is gloomy, but she says the strict rules are only part of the truth. When times are tough, the people here band together and become close-knit. Simone listens closely, her expression turning thoughtful. Simone quietly repeats close-knit, looking doubtful about whether that is really a good thing. Anna realizes she may have said too much and hurriedly apologizes. Anna suggests Simone take a relaxed look around before it gets dark. As evening approaches, Anna says they will prepare Simone's meal in her room. Simone lights up at the word meal. The full table arrives, covered in bright dishes and polished silver. The main course looks rich and perfectly prepared, a massive upgrade from Simone's usual food. Simone cheers at the feast while Anna explains the prepared food fit for the mansion's master. Simone remembers the watery gruel, moldy bread, and sprouted potatoes she used to eat. This meal is a whole new tax bracket. Simone tells Anna she has worked hard today. Simone asks Anna to leave her alone so she can eat slowly. Anna hesitates. She is supposed to stay until the meal is cleared, but Simone sees through the excuse. Simone reminds Anna of the promise that everyone in the mansion must go to bed early. Smiling among vivid red flowers, Simone asks if Anna has forgotten that rule already. Anna freezes, suddenly understanding that Simone means business. Anna offers a rushed apology and backs away from the room. She wishes Simone a peaceful night and flees with the speed of someone who does not want to meet the murder tree. Alone at last, Simone smiles and prepares to enjoy her first proper feast. Outside, night returns to the mansion grounds. The halls are silent, lined with flickering candles. Something dark creeps to the corridor, its roots creeping closer. The casa tree's twisted branches crawl through the darkness, searching the mansion. The roads creak and writhe through the night, making it very clear why nobody should be awake. Meanwhile, Simone calmly eats in her room, completely focused on the food. She calls a steak insanely juicy and looks ready to cry from happiness. Then the grand doors creak open. Simone pauses at the table, a relaxed expression disappearing. Her red eye sharpens as she calls out, telling whoever's there to open up. A latch clicks in the darkness. Heavy shadows fill the doorway as something approaches from the hall. The ominous figure pushes closer to the darkness. A pale silhouette emerges and the room suddenly feels much colder. The door is fully open now, leaving Simone face to face with her unexpected visitor. It is Duke Ilstone, appearing in the doorway after everyone was supposed to be asleep. The door stands dark and open behind him, ending the night on a very bad sign. Late at night, a tiny warning tells Simone to avoid the door. Naturally, the mansion immediately asks her to open it. Simone stands alone in the grand hallway, stiff and wary as a voice outside calls for the Grand Duke. Her nervous stare says she knows this is bad news. She asks what could possibly bring the Grand Duke here at this hour. The knocking continues and Simone has something she desperately wants to say. The thing outside keeps demanding the door, turning one polite request into a full horror movie tantrum. Simone reaches for the door, but her whole body is tense. She's trying very hard not to panic. At the last second, Simone pulls back and apologizes. She cannot open it. A pale hand claws at the door while the unseen visitor asks why not. The answer comes with a furious scream. Whatever is outside has stopped pretending to be human. Her red, twisted creature presses against the entrance, and its eyes lock onto Simone. The monster pounds harder, screaming for her to open it. The door shakes under the assaults. Simone is one bad hinge away from a very unfair night. A black mass curls around Simone from the doorway, and she freezes in raw terror. Her red eyes go wide, and she realizes this cannot be real. Simone tries to steady herself. She knew she would become prey eventually, but not tonight. She clenches her fists and forces herself to keep control. The creature looms in the dark, but Simone tells herself she cannot be afraid. Then Simone notices the truth. The thing at the door is not the Grand Duke at all. She backs away from the entrance, still trembling, and buys herself a little time. Sleepy and terrified, Simone tells the monster she is too tired to open the door for it. She even offers to come back in a week. Somehow, customer service is her survival strategy. The creature actually sounds interested, and the door cracks open just enough to show a watching eye. Simone peers through the narrow gap as black mist gathers around the doorway. The entrance finally falls quiet, leaving Simone to wonder if the nightmare is gone. She presses an ear to the door, listening carefully for even the smallest movement. The door suddenly cracks and throws Simone back. The answer is a very loud no. Shaken and breathless, Simone admits that scared her badly. By the time silence returns, the mansion hallway bears a dark stain from the encounter. For now it is finally over. Morning arrives, with crows circling the bare branches outside the mansion. Anna wakes Lady Simone with a bright smile, completely unaware of last night's nightmare. Anna gently checks on Simone as she wakes in the enormous bed. Simone mumbles that she slept well, though her sudden jolt says the memory is still haunting her. A flash of last night makes Simone gasp. She is trying to act normal, but her nerves are not buying it. Sea-muddled marvels at sleeping like a rock in a fantasy mansion. The bed clearly has better magic than most nights. Anna notices the broken doorknob and asks whether anything happened overnight. Simone brushes it off and says, "The tree by the main gate paid the door a visit." Anna stares in disbelief when Simone casually promises to handle a 300-year blockage in a week. Anna cannot believe Simone thinks she can deal with a cursed tree so easily. Anna suddenly sees Simone differently. This quiet guest might be far more dangerous than she looks. Anna privately wonders if Simone is a scary necromancer who controls corpses and death itself. Simone calmly reminds Anna that she can do as she wishes in the mansion until the Grand Duke summons her. Simone turns with a soft smile, while Anna arrives to their meal and tries not to shake. Simone notices Anna trembling again, and the poor maid looks like she is bracing for a curse inspection. Anna decides to investigate the soft sleeping schedules while Simone eats. That is a bold side quest. Simone quietly calls Anna's name, catching the maid off guard. Simone thanks Anna sincerely, and the warmth in her face instantly eases the tension. White lilies fill the frame, turning Simone's gratitude into a gentle little moment. Anna happily declares it is her job to care for Lady Simone, then melts with relief that she is a good person. The mansion settles into a quiet routine as the days pass. 3 days later, the household reports that Simone still has not left her room. In the Grand Duke's office, a servant confirms that Simone still eats every meal without fail. But aside from meals, Simone has neither called for help nor stepped outside her room. The white-haired Grand Duke listens in silence, unreadable, from his high-backed chair. His servant cautiously voices a concern, clearly worried about the unusual child upstairs. They wonder whether Simone truly has the power to break the mansion's curse. Behind closed doors, Simone sits wrapped in eerie purple energy, looking far less harmless than usual. The Duke decides they will soon find out whether Simone speaks the truth. He tells his servant to set those worries aside for now, but his caution remains obvious. The Duke says he will wait a little longer, no matter the outcome. He leaves the office, still carrying the weight of the mansion's curse. Outside, the dead tree remains under watch. The household is strengthening its surveillance just in case. 6 days later, a brown-haired visitor arrives at the mansion door with calm confidence. The visitor is dressed elegantly and framed by bright flowers, bringing a welcome burst of color to the gloomy estate. She thanks the Duke for his hospitality as she enters the grand hall. The Duke notices her hair and eye color look different than before, and his suspicion sharpens immediately. She says she is a magical dye. Apparently, keeping a necromancer reputation quiet requires a strong beauty routine. She helps herself to some food while calmly telling them to do as they wish. The visitor says she needs to hear what Simone has been doing in her room for the past week. She promises the curse will be broken right on schedule, which does little to calm the Duke. The Duke takes a measured sip of tea, then asks whether the requested preparations are ready. His expression stays cool and controlled as he waits for the answer. The Duke calls for Kel, and the servant steps forward. Kel confirms everything is ready. The Duke gives a simple command: bring him in. Heavy boots cross the threshold, announcing a new arrival before anyone sees his face. A battered blonde adventurer enters with a weapon at his side, looking like he walked here through several bad decisions. The visitor turns toward him and offers a greeting, clearly curious about this unexpected guest. Her eyes widen as she recognizes that this stranger is no ordinary visitor. The blond man lifts his hood and calmly says he will introduce himself. Even the Duke's household looks surprised by the adventurer's sudden appearance. The stranger stands tall in travel-worn gear, carrying himself like he belongs in the center of this mystery. He introduces himself as Ren of the Adventurers Guild, and the mansion's next complication has officially arrived. The chapter closes on Ren's polished entrance, with danger and intrigue blooming around him. Ren heads to the Adventurers Guild, looking serious as he steps into the grand mansion. The blonde adventurer keeps his guard up. This place is elegant, but his expression says he already expects trouble. A brown-haired attendant notices him and freezes for a second. She clearly recognizes something important in him. She wonders why nobody else recognizes this person, while the story hints that this mansion is tied to a dangerous original tale. The narration reveals the setting, a cursed mansion ruled by Duke Yellowstone, where danger is apparently part of the furniture. One main cast member hid her power after opening her eyes in this strange world. Another key figure is Abel, the original story's protagonist, while the Crown Prince is introduced as Loivi Dean Dayan. The Crown Prince appears in the tale like a dramatic warning label. This story is not playing small. The ominous story setup gives way to the present, where Ren is about to meet the people running this cursed house. Ren arrives with an older attendant, who says his request has been arranged for the day. Simone introduces herself politely and says she will be working with Ren. A composed white-haired noble tells Ren to wait and hear Simone out first. The meeting shifts deeper into the mansion, with Ren quietly agreeing to follow. The older attendant leads Ren down the hall and offers to guide him to his room. The doors close behind him. That is never a comforting sound in a cursed mansion. Duke Yellowstone says Simone has collected deep records on everyone in the mansion, and he tells Ren to read them. Simone calmly explains that the people who stay awake until the end were the Duke and Kel. She says the records suggest the tree must be dealt with early, then asks whether Ren can really finish it by tomorrow. Simone looks startled for a moment, while someone off-screen says the preparations are already complete. A shadowy woman wrapped in purple magic confirms it. Somebody has been preparing this nightmare very carefully. Simone lays down the deadline. By tomorrow morning, the tree must be gone if Ren does his swordsman job properly. Ren asks what happens if he fails, and the room suddenly gets much colder. Simone starts to answer with a calm smile. That calm is doing a lot of work right now. The answer comes as a horrifying vision. The cursed tree devours people alive. The curse says the swordsman and the victim will become the tree's nutrients together. A woman screams as the red roots swallow her. So yes, failure has consequences. Duke Yellowstone looks genuinely rattled by the vision. He snaps at Simone, talks about dying far too lightly, and she immediately backs off. The Duke dismisses the matter, but his face shows that he is not actually unconcerned. He tells Simone to leave, ending the tense exchange before anyone says too much. Later, the mansion glows under a peaceful sunset. The building looks lovely, which is how cursed places get you. Simone arrives at Ren's room, still composed and professional. She asks if Ren has arrived, and he answers with an easy confidence. Ren says he expected her to be late, so he came first. Simone is not impressed. She tells him she actually does mind, then laughs it off as Ren takes a seat. Ren sits across from her and says he will stand if the employer feels uncomfortable. Simone realizes this is Lowy's real personality, not the spotless image everyone expects. Before explaining the plan, Simone asks Ren to sit back down. Her expression sharpens as she addresses him directly. The assignment is about to get ugly. Simone asks if Ren understands how dangerous this task is. Ren says he came to the cursed mansion without preparation, and Simone dryly agrees it sounds exactly like him. She admits he is even more unpleasant than in the original story, but his skill is supposedly the real deal. Simone explains that their meeting is happening at a different point than it should have in the original story. She says the altered story bothers her, and she believes there should be 2 ways to break the curse. Ren listens while Simone prepares to explain the method she has chosen. Simone says she will tell him exactly what he needs to do from now on. First, Ren must let the tree swallow him tonight. Then, from inside the tree, he must cut it down with all his strength. Simone smiles with unsettling confidence as red flowers and roots fill the frame. The cursed tree is shown in full nightmare mode, dripping red through the darkness. Simone asks if it sounds simple. Her cheerful smile makes the plan somehow worse. Ren finally processes it and asks if she really wants him to deliberately get swallowed. He repeats the question in disbelief, and Simone answers yes without blinking. Ren asks if he is supposed to cut the tree down after it eats him. He accuses Simone of casually throwing away his life, and she says she is not throwing it away at all. Simone insists she means every word. She reminds Ren that he is known as the strongest adventurer, so cutting down a tree should be easy for him. Ren says there was one tricky part. He may not know what makes this particular tree so dangerous. He explains that swinging at a tree that huge could be lethal, and the dead branches make the threat feel very real. The twisted tree looms outside the mansion, looking less like landscaping and more like a crime scene. Simone asks if there is even the slightest chance Ren could get hurt. Ren turns serious. He is no longer treating this like a simple contract. Ren refuses flatly. He will not do it. Simone realizes that if she cannot get through to him, her plan is over. She reminds him that the crown prince is supposed to be virtuous and protect the party, not just the duke and high society. Ren falls silent, visibly caught by the mention of Duke Ilsa. The duke's name changes Ren's expression completely. Simone says she will not let some weak-looking boy break this curse alone. Behind the scenes, Duke Ilstone is said to be planning dark magic, with the rumors surrounding him. A hooded duke appears surrounded by dark magic, making the rumors look far too believable. Simone warns that if Ren refuses this path, the outcome will be disappointing. Ren gives in. He says he will accompany Simone because he cannot leave her alone, though he will stop if things get dangerous. Simone looks delighted that he was persuaded, then cheerfully says they should do it. Ren says he believes she is calm because she prepared thoroughly, and Simone answers that of course she did. With the decision made, Ren rises to leave. His small smile says he has accepted the danger, even if he is not happy about the route there. Ren promises to return at sunset, and the cursed tree waits outside for him. The chapter ends on the tree's tangled roots, leaving Ren's suicidal-sounding plan hanging over the mansion. A crow watches the mansion in the dead of night, like it knows trouble is already on the guest list. The crow takes flight as Lady Simone arrives at the estate. Inside, word reaches the household that Lady Simone has arrived. Lady Simone calmly dismisses Anna, saying she will walk the door herself. Ren steps in and quietly locks the door from the inside. He looks like he is preparing for a very bad answer. The lock kicks into place and Ren confirms this is exactly the door Lady Simone mentioned. Ren keeps one hand on the handle, tense and unsure what he is supposed to do next. He asks what he should do, and Lady Simone tells him to wait because the thing will come soon. Ren waits beside her, trying to understand what exactly they're expecting. Lady Simone keeps reading while Ren asks what is coming. Her calm is doing some heavy lifting here. Ren paces anxiously as Lady Simone explains that it is the tree. Ren stares at her in disbelief. A tree is coming inside? He clearly thinks she has lost the plot. Lady Simone tells him to sit down if he does not understand. If he does not understand, then says all he needs to do is inspect the door properly. She lowers her voice and adds one more warning. Later the room is quiet again, but the door has become the center of everyone's attention. Ren wonders how long he's supposed to sit here like this. Lady Simone stands by the table while Ren waits, restless and visibly fed up. Ren asks her age, still trying to make sense of her bizarre confidence. Lady Simone answers that she is 17, maybe even the same age as him. Ren starts to respond, but a sudden knock cuts him off. Someone knocks twice at the door, and both of them freeze. Lady Simone realizes it is here. Her eyes sharpen as she repeats it. It is here. I can't. Ren leaps up, asking if the tree really moved all the way into this room. Ren calls the idea nonsense, right up until his face says he's no longer joking. Ren's eyes widen as something monstrous shifts beyond the door. A huge red-black mass pushes into view. The tree has changed shape. The twisted growth keeps forcing its way through the room, swallowing the light. Ren realizes the tree is not just moving. It is transforming. The knocking continues from the darkened door, making the room feel trapped. Lady Simone urges Ren to get behind her. Ren draws his sword and steps in front of Lady Simone, fully alert now. Lady Simone reminds him that she already told him the plan, and she does not need an escort. Ren grabs her hand anyway and pulls her into motion. Lady Simone is stunned by his nerve, while Ren is clearly done debating. He leads her away from the door as she insists no one would joke about a situation like this. Ren takes hold of her hand, focus on getting her clear. Lady Simone finally gives directions. When the knocking starts, Ren must head for the red tree at the front gate. She tells him that if the creature catches her, he must run to the terrace and wait there. The door rattles violently as Lady Simone explains that this is the tree they must destroy. Her plan is brutal but simple. Once the monster returns to tree form, they cut down the entire thing. The red-black tree creature finally squeezes into the room, crawling on jagged limbs. Lady Simone confirms that the thing is turning back into a living tree. The creature looms in silence, filling the room with an impossible, rotten presence. Lady Simone coolly says she's been discovered, understatement of the century. She faces the door and asks, who could possibly be outside? A voice from the monster claims to be the Grand Duke and demands the door be opened. The creature rattles and exposes a hideous mouth-like opening. The thing thrashes harder, its body twisting through the room. A single eye opens in the mass, and the horror suddenly feels very awake. The creature keeps rattling and expanding, searching for an opening. Ren and Lady Simone stand their ground as the monstrous tree bears down on them. Ren is shocked, but Lady Simone warns him that the door will be opening soon. The monster warns them to stay still if they do not want to die. Its trunk-like body stretches upward, turning the room into a nightmare forest. The creature rises higher, its limbs scraping through the mansion. The single-eyed monster reaches down with long, grasping arms. Lady Simone stands beneath its shadow without dodging. She looks up calmly, while Ren braces for the worst. Lady Simone smiles with red eyes, and suddenly she looks far less helpless than Ren expected. A close look at her ribbon and brooch hints that something important has changed. Ren shields his face as the monster crashes through the room. Ren cannot believe Lady Simone is not dodging. The creature coils around Lady Simone and snatches her up. Ren turns toward her, furious and ready to act. The monster squeezes Lady Simone in its roots, and Ren catches the foul smell immediately. Ren shouts to ask if everyone is all right, but the monster blocks his path. Lady Simone insists she can endure it and reminds Ren that she already told him what to do. She tells Ren to cut the tree down at the front gate once the monster returns there. Lady Simone says that if they stick to the plan, the creature should be jumping down soon. The creature prepares to leap away with her trapped in its grasp. Ren curses under his breath as the situation spins out of control. He watches helplessly, sweat pouring down as the monster escapes. Outside, Ren can only curse as the monster carries Lady Simone away. Ren realizes the rumors about the Yellowstone family were true after all. And Ren makes his move, launching himself after the fleeing creature. Sword drawn, Ren charges through the darkness toward the outside of the mansion. The mansion windows flash past as Ren races toward the front grounds. Ren bursts through the building in a desperate leap. Outside, the darkness around the estate hides the monster's path. Inside, the red-black mass crashes through the mansion walls and begins shrinking back down. The monster's body breaks apart into roots and dark clumps, pulling itself to a tree form. Its branches twist and collapse as it struggles to transform. The creature gasps that it has to go back. It keeps repeating that it has to return, dragging itself toward the front gate. The monster wheezes and crawls onward, desperate to return to its body. Its enormous tree form rises outside, still struggling to complete the return. The curse mutters that he must return to the body, leaving Ren's neck strike hanging in the air. Ren drops into the mansion grounds, Coke flying behind him as he heads straight for the cursed disturbance. He lands hard, catches his breath, and scans the dark garden with a worried look. The mansion looms over him as Ren realizes the rumors about the Yellowstone family were true. Something has already happened here, and Ren is clearly not thrilled to find out what. A woman lies caught by a grotesque moss of roots. Ren cannot even tell who she is yet. The victim is wrapped up in the monster's growth, and the whole courtyard suddenly feels like a bad idea. Ren hears the cursed thing stir, and that noise is enough to make anyone grip their weapon tighter. He spots the culprit at last. It is not just a tree, it is a full-blown tree monster. Ren circles carefully and realizes the thing is actually moving. The cursed trunk shifts in the shadows while Ren keeps his distance and watches for an opening. The monster looks like it is trying to return to its main body, which is somehow even worse news. A huge red eye opens in the bark. The tree has eyes now, because apparently roots were not dramatic enough. The creature strains toward the trapped woman, desperate to pull itself back into her body. Inside the monster, the woman repeats that she needs her body back. The red mass swells and twists as the creature forces itself into motion. Ren sees the woman embedded in the tree-like curse and finally understands what he is fighting. The monster lashes out and Ren can only grunt as its tendrils close in. A dark tendril reaches toward Ren's face. He flinches, but he does not run. From far away it looks like a monster tree, but up close the trunk is filled with something unmistakably human. Ren peers through the cursed growth and asks himself the obvious question, is that woman still alive in there? The red curse churns around his captive, refusing to give her up. Ren realizes she is not dead yet, and that tiny detail changes everything. He steadies himself beside the monster, face tight with concentration as the curse keeps pulsing. Ren senses something strange inside the corruption and pauses instead of swinging blindly. A dark light starts shining from inside the tree, and Ren has no clue what kind of cursed trick this is. The light goes brighter to the bloody bark, turning the courtyard into a nightmare lantern. Purple energy coils through the monster, and Ren freezes when he recognizes the ominous aura. Ren identifies it as cursed energy, but this aura feels far more dangerous than anything ordinary. He takes a breath, stops panicking, and reaches for his weapon. That is the closest thing to a plan he has. Ren tells himself there is no need to panic yet, while his hand says otherwise. He draws a sword and commits. If the tree wants a fight, it has picked the wrong investigator. Then a voice comes from the tree and calmly tells Ren it will explain what he needs to do. The monster towers over him, but Ren holds his ground and listens. Ren focuses on the simple instruction, even though nothing about this cursed tree is simple. Blue light flashes around Ren as he braces low and prepares a full-power strike. His sword hums with energy while Ren grips it hard enough to show he is betting everything on this one swing. Ren waits for the opening, breathing slowly as the voice reminds him the woman is swallowed by the tree. The voice gives him the whole strategy. Strike it with everything he has got. Then it adds that the timing is tonight. Ren steps forward and the attack is finally on. The mysterious voice calls the plan simple. Ren gets the honor of proving that statement extremely optimistic. Ren launches forward through the darkness, sword first. A blazing blue slash tears into the cursed tree as Ren finally unleashes his attack. The strike cuts clean across the monster, sending a huge wave of blue force through the courtyard. Ren looks up in shock. The tree should have split, but it barely reacts. The curse ripples away from the strike instead of breaking apart. Ren stares at the result and wonders what kind of tree slice is easier than paper. This one clearly skipped that memo. His eyes widen as the red monster starts bulging in response. The wounded mass erupts into clusters of swollen red growths. More and more cursed bulbs spin across the ground, multiplying where Ren expected a clean finish. The sweating curse rolls toward Ren, turning his rescue attempt into a spreading disaster. Ren dashes away in a streak of blue light, escaping the buzz by inches. As it lands, Ren finally gets it. This is not cursed energy at all. He recognizes the powerful it is, an unmistakably evil kind of dark mana. Purple energy gathers into a bright core, and Ren now knows he is standing in front of an unstable death mana source. The tree keeps leaking dark energy, but the trapped woman still is not coming out. Ren admits things are getting far more dangerous. He has to pull her free before it is too late. The cursed growths pulse faster as the dark mana keeps building. The purple energy compresses into a violent burst, ready to blow. A blast of purple light tears through the courtyard, while Ren is forced to watch from below. The core detonates in a blinding flash. The shockwave hurls debris and dark energy into the air. Ren stares at the blast zone, completely stunned by what just happened. As the haze clears, something remains on the ground where the monster stood. Ren asks if it exploded, because that is definitely what it looked like from his side of the courtyard. He runs toward the aftermath, calling for Lady Simone. A dark purple sphere appears in the wreckage, and Ren knows the danger is not over. The light swells again, then suddenly changes shape. Lady Simone floats inside a protective purple sphere, calm despite the chaos around her. The dark energy peels away in shining ribbons as the barrier dissolves. Simone opens her eyes, looking surprisingly composed for someone who was just inside a living tree monster. A crimson eye glows through the fading mana, revealing that she is not an ordinary victim. Simone lands safely, steady on her feet after the explosive escape. She gives Ren a cheerful thumbs up and tells him he did a good job. Casual review after cursed tree surgery. Simone stands free at last, her black hair and dark dress still stained from the curse. Ren can only stare at her thumbs up, still trying to process the entire situation. Simone asks if Ren is the one who burst the monster. He looks like he is not ready to accept the credit. She says he either saved her or stopped her from suffocating in that stench. Ren has clearly earned no glamorous hero moment today. Ren answers cautiously, still studying the strange woman in front of him. A close look makes her uneasy, as something about Simone has changed. Ren notices her hair color is different, with dark residue still caught in it. Simone's black hair and eerie presence make the truth harder to ignore. Her eyes have changed too, now a vivid crimson that matches the dark mana she released. Ren says it is over and suggests they head back inside. Simone calls his accomplishment incredible and immediately ruins the praise by saying he looks completely unaffected. Ren tells her to rest, while Simone clearly has her own priorities. Simone heads off to wash up, and Ren agrees the smell is an emergency, all by itself. She cheerfully says she will see Ren tomorrow, leaving him alone with far too many questions. Ren watches Simone walk away, still silent as the unsettling details sink in. The quiet mansion grounds give Ren a moment to connect the clues. Black hair and crimson eyes. Ren recognizes the description immediately. The clue points to necromancers, people believed had been executed and erased 300 years ago. Old records show the forbidden magic and the figures connected to it. Ren realizes one necromancer may have survived after all. Ren's hand tightens as the implication hits him. If Simone really has a necromancer's power, Ren thinks it could be enough to break Father's curse. He came to the mansion hoping for one clue about the curse, but found something far bigger. The mansion stands quiet again as Ren's dangerous new hope starts to take shape. Ren smiles and decides fortune is finally on his side. With a new lead and a possible answer to Father's curse, Ren leaves the garden with hope. The staff can barely process it. The dead tree is really gone, and the mansion grounds look almost peaceful again. Even the grand entrance has changed. Simone's overnight gamble seems to have worked far better than anyone expected. But the servants are still rattled. They wonder what happened last night and whether Simone could really have fought that thing herself. One attendant quietly realizes that Simone kept her promise. His shocked posture says this mansion has not seen good news in a while. The silver-haired master stays composed, but he is clearly watching the aftermath closely. From above, the estate looks bright and restored. Simone's victory has changed the mood of the whole place. The master turns toward the gate, calm and elegant as ever, like a man who has already decided what comes next. The master tells Kel to open the main gate. A guest is leaving, and the estate is suddenly very formal about it. The ornate gate swings open onto a clear sky. For once, the cursed mansion does not look like it wants to eat its visitors. The next morning, Simone jolts awake in a lavish bedroom. Her red eyes are wide with confusion after the chaos of last night. Still half buried in the sheets, Simone looks exhausted and completely lost. Waking up alive is apparently the easy part. Simone sits up, staring at the unfamiliar room. She has no idea why this place suddenly feels like it belongs to her. A squad of maids cheerfully offers breakfast and tea. Simone looks like she has accidentally unlocked the deluxe mansion package. The maids crowd around with perfect service while Simone wonders why strangers are treating her like royalty. Simone sits frozen on the bed, trying to understand why every maid in the room is suddenly devoted to her. The attendants politely insist they are only serving Simone with their usual sincerity. Their smiles are so coordinated that it is almost suspicious. Inside, Simone decides she needs to explain that she never asked for a personal maid army. She rushes out of the room, determined to find the master before this service parade gets any stranger. The master calls Simone over at exactly the right moment. He says her room is overflowing with attendants, and he sounds completely unbothered. Over tea, the master tells Simone he has decided to place his trust in her. The silver-haired master calmly drinks his tea, treating his master declaration like ordinary breakfast conversation. He promises Simone will be treated as an honored guest and will lack for nothing at the Yellowstone estate. The master invites her to sit. Simone cannot even adjust to this place yet, but he is already making her position official. His open hand makes the offer simple and direct. He expects Simone to accept this new arrangement. The master adds one condition. From now on, Simone must do her utmost to lift the curse from the estate. Simone agrees, because that was their bargain from the beginning. She sits stiffly at the table, overwhelmed by the sudden trust. The servants, and the fact that everyone expects answers now. A servant pours tea while Simon realizes she has to explain last night. There is no graceful exit from this conversation. The master asks to hear exactly what happened. Simon braces herself before describing the tree and the death mana. Simon begins carefully, explaining that she struck the tree after sensing the curse's nature. She admits she detonated the tree with death mana. The master immediately notices that this is not quite the explanation he expected. The master asks what the curse actually was, and why nobody had managed to dispel it before. Simone explains that the tree was a monster, weak on the surface, but frighteningly clever. It was still alive because it wanted to survive. That simple instinct made the curse far more dangerous than it looked. When the creature hunted for nourishment, it feared the search would reveal its weakness. So it only moved at night, while everyone slept, hiding its true nature from the estate. If it found someone awake in the dead of night, the creature attacked and devoured them immediately. The master asks why they could not strike down a supposedly weak creature. Simone is about to explain the nasty part. The monster used all its strength for one purpose, protecting itself. Its roots were basically a survival bunker with branches. That defense made it incredibly resilient, so ordinary people could never break through. But Simone found the opening. The moment it absorbed nourishment, the creature had to divert some of its power elsewhere. That was the moment Simone waited for. The monster's defense weakened just enough to give her one clean shot. She struck the tree at that exact moment, turning its own feeding habit into the reason it fell. The master understands. Simone managed to consume or disable the creature's defense first, at least in a manner of speaking. He notes that Simone must have more than one life to spare. That question lands a little too close to the truth. The master studies her with one hand at his temple. He is clearly putting together a theory Simone does not want to discuss. He asks how she uncovered the tree's true nature when even his own family had never known it. Simone hesitates, then prepares the safest possible answer. It is not exactly a story she can explain over tea. With a sweet smile, Simone claims it came from a tradition passed down through generations of necromancers. Inside her head, Simone admits she cannot say she read it in the original webtoon. A little fourth-wall insurance never hurt anybody. The master points out the necromancers were believed dead 300 years ago, yet Simone is sitting right in front of him. He falls silent, watching Simone carefully. He knows there is more to a story, but he does not force the issue. Instead, the master says he will ask about that part another time. Simone is relieved he lets it slide. Simone leaves the meeting and walks through the quiet mansion, already planning what she can do next. The halls feel grand but uneasy. Simone moves forward with a calmer face even while her thoughts keep racing. Simone realizes the master did not ask about her next move. That means he is trusting the curse-breaking entirely to her. A maid calls for Lady Simone, hurrying toward her across the hall. The nervous maid asks whether the master said anything. Simone turns back, confused by the sudden concern. The maid relaxes when Simone confirms she may remain at the estate. Simone passed the trial without incident. Simone smiles at the maid's relief, then remembers she should probably read the mansion manual. Famous last words. Her smile fades as footsteps echo nearby. Simone immediately senses that this is not an ordinary visitor. Simone and the maid both look down the hallway, tense and alert as the footsteps approach. Simone watches the approaching figure through the polished reflection, her posture turning cautious. Pale-haired woman in a dark embroidered gown walks through the mansion with chilling authority. Her heels click across the floor as dark flowers frame the scene. The mood shifts from elegant to deeply ominous. The woman's cool, half-witted stare tells you she is not here for a friendly tour. A foul smell of blood and corpses fills the corridor. Simone's face tightens as the maid recoils behind her. Simone covers her mouth, trying to endure the stench while the maid looks terrified. The maid hurriedly explains that this woman is Flor, the Grand Duchess of House Elstone, and lowers her gaze. Simone recognizes the name from the manual. Her uneasy expression says the manual did not make this sound reassuring. The manual reveals rule number 100. Nobody may enter Grand Duchess Flor's chamber. Flora stands alone in a dark lilac room, surrounded by an atmosphere that screams forbidden wing. The warning gets even stricter. Do not knock on Flora's door, and do not even pass by it. The rules continue as Flora's pale profile appears in the darkness. Whatever is behind that door, the household treats it like a disaster waiting to happen. The dark floral embroidery on Flora's gown matches the room's unsettling atmosphere. Even standing still, she feels like a warning. Another rule demands 2 portions for the Grand Duchess at every meal. The mansion is preparing for someone who may not be alone. The grand doors slowly close on the forbidden chamber, leaving Simone with one more mansion mystery to solve. 1 year earlier, Lai arrives at the massive Elstone mansion, already looking like this job comes with a survival manual. The new maid is led inside, but the old mansion looks bright enough to hide every bad decision in its walls. The butler shows Lai the master's study and wants her to pass quietly. Lai hears the place was cursed and abandoned, so Henetha's stare says she's already reconsidering her career path. Instead, the mansion feels strangely bright and alive, which somehow makes it even creepier. Lai follows the butler through the halls, trying to look calm while taking every rule seriously. She tells herself that if she locks her door at night and follows the manual, she should be fine. Then the butler stops her beside the stairs and points out the Grand Duchess's room. Lai freezes when he casually explains the most important rule: never enter that room. The butler checks whether she has memorized the whole manual, and Lee gives him a very careful yes. Lai remembers rule number 1, and her face says the forbidden room has become impossible to forget. She wonders why a room that must stay forbidden would be so dirty, but the butler immediately shuts that thought down. Her cleaning area ends exactly where she stands. 1 step farther is off limits. The butler makes it crystal clear Lee must never take an interest in the Grand Duchess's room or go near it. His stern expression leaves no room for negotiation. Lai is assigned only her own work, and she rushes to agree before he can add a second lecture. With that warning ringing in her head, Lai starts her new life in the mansion. Days pass, and Lai adapts by following the mansion's rules with almost military precision. She even gets along with the other servants, who are stuck surviving the same bizarre workplace. While cleaning the central staircase, Lai looks happier and more confident than she did on her first day. But no amount of routine can erase the question that keeps pulling her toward the forbidden door. Lai pauses in front of the Grand Duchess's room, curiosity finally getting the better of her. She wonders if someone really lives inside. That is exactly the kind of question this mansion does not forgive. Lai reaches toward the door, then jerks back, trying to talk herself into returning to work. Her hand hovers inches from the door, but she forces herself to stop. Lai tells herself she will not be curious. Then a voice from behind the door answers with one chilling word: alive. Her eyes fly open. Well, I know she heard it, and now the hallway feels very different. The voice keeps hammering one command into her head: do not forget. The whisper swarms around Lee until she clutches herself in terror, unable to escape it. She stares at the door, shaking, as the unseen voice keeps demanding that she remember. The night is bird sleeping beneath the door. Her fear turns into pure alarm. She stumbles backward, staring at the spreading blood. I can't understand whose blood it is. No one should even be able to enter this room. Her breathing catches as the impossible possibility hits her. Could the Grand Duchess be hurt? A bloody footprint appears, and Lee's panic spikes. She calls out to the Duchess, terrified that someone inside needs help. A pale purple-haired woman emerges from the darkness, her wide eyes and ruined expression looking anything but safe. The stranger stands silently in front of Lee, dressed like a noble woman but moving like a nightmare. Lai tries to think through the terror, but the woman's stare gives her nowhere to hide. Lai nervously asks if Her Highness is alright because apparently politeness is her final defense mechanism. The woman leans closer and asks whether Lee feels unwell somewhere. Lai offers to help, but the woman only stares deeper into the darkness behind her. Inside the room, Lai sees a bloodied figure bound in ropes. The horrific captive asks why Lee cannot remember her, and the room suddenly feels like a buried crime scene. The purple-haired woman grips a weapon, her anger exploding without warning. She lunges, and Lee's hurled backward into the stairwell. Lai falls hard, helpless as the stairs vanish beneath her. The woman screams after her, demanding to know if it was fear and impatience that made Lei forget. Lai tumbles through the air, face twisted in raw terror. Her body crashes down the stairs, and every panel makes the impact look worse. The moment her foot lands wrong, Lee loses control completely. Blood mounts the steps as she keeps rolling downward. The fall leaves a brutal trail across the staircase. Mai finally hits the bottom, crumpled and badly hurt. She can barely breathe, let alone call for help. At the top of the stairs, the purple-haired woman watches in silence. She answers coldly that Lai is the one who is wrong. The woman turns away, leaving Lee broken beneath the cursed staircase. Elsewhere, Lady Simone studies the cursed manual, its final page revealing the most recent curse. A maid asks what is wrong, but Simone is clearly focused on a much bigger problem. Simone realizes the curse appears to target Grand Duchess Foria, but its real source is someone long forgotten. She remembers that the Simon from the original story once solved this curse. At first glance, it looks like a curse placed on Floria. In truth, it was cast on her forgotten son, Jace. The memory points back to an older tragedy buried in the Elstone family. Simone understands why the original heroine could solve it. Strong healing power was the key. But Simone's power is purely destructive, and healers or saints no longer exist in the Luan Empire. She decides she has to find another answer. Giving up is not on the table. Then Simone suddenly knows what she needs. Magic hair dye. Our maid is baffled as Simone heads out to discuss something with the Grand Duke. The cheerful maid offers to help, and Simone asks if they can buy the dye together. The maid lights up at the idea of shopping, while Simone only cares that the color lasts. For once, the cursed mansion gives them a tiny, almost normal moment. The maid happily agrees to prepare for the outing. As Simone leaves, she quietly wonders when she last went shopping. A faint blush touches Simone's face, like even this small plan has caught her off guard. She tells the maid she will see her later, and the girl rushes off with excited energy. Simone takes the cursed manual and heads down the mansion corridor alone. The bright hallway stretches ahead, but the danger buried in this house is nowhere near finished. Simone steps onward, carrying the answer she hopes can break the curse. Simone arrives looking far healthier, smiling as she asks the Grand Duke to help her find a jewel. In the bright estate hall, the Grand Duke calmly asks if she has chosen the next curse to break. Simone thanks him, then admits this time she needs a magic stone, not an ordinary trinket. The white-haired Duke leans in with a faint, curious smile as Simone names the item she wants. She calls it the magic stone Saintess's desire, the item needed for her next attempt. Simone notices the Duke has adjusted remarkably well to her curse-breaking routine. He is already taking this chaos like a professional. She explains that Saintess's desire as a magic stone, and it may be exactly what she needs to heal Jace. The Duke repeats the name, clearly unsure whether this legendary stone even exists. Simone starts telling its story, while the Duke watches with a serious, guarded expression. The Grand Duke recognizes the name Saintess's desire, but he is clearly not convinced by the legend. He asks if such a magic stone really exists, and Simone prepares to lay out the ancient rumor. Simone calmly pours tea as the story shifts 300 years into the past. Saintess's desire was said to be a red jewel sent by an unknown person. The blood-red jewel gleams in the darkness, marking the beginning of a very old legend. The jewel drove a devoted Saintess into desire, and that is how it gained its ominous name. In the Luan Empire, it was rumored to be the only jewel infused with a Saintess's power. Simone thinks that if she combines its power with her own, she might be able to heal Jace. The strange glowing tea mirrors the jewel's color as Simone keeps thinking through the possibility. But there is one problem. The original story never revealed where Saintess's desire was hidden. Without the jewel's location, Simone's promising plan is still just a dangerous rumor. The Duke asks what jewel she means, and Simone explains that an old seaside woman gave a clue. The tale says an old woman from a seaside village knew something about the missing stone. The Duke thought it was only a legend, and he warns that finding it without a location will be difficult. The Duke turns thoughtful, but Simone already has another source for the answer. He says the search will be hard. Simone agrees, then reveals the god of death told her where it is. Simone delivers the answer with a cool little smile. Saintess's desire lies deep in the sea. As Simone drinks her tea, red sea-like imagery floats behind her. The clue is dramatic because apparently every useful relic needs a cursed ocean address. The Grand Duke freezes at the mention of the god of death, while Simone seems pleased with herself. The Duke can only stare. Simone casually admits she was quoting a webtoon setting, which gets her a very deserved skeptical look. The Grand Duke processes that confession in complete silence. Simone has somehow made divine information sound like spoilerly. Simone shrugs it off and says she has a rough idea of the stone's location. She asks which curse needs a legendary magic stone, and the answer comes from the very last curse in the manual. The final curse is tied to breaking Jace Carl Elstone's curse, the Grand Duchess's eldest son. Kel stands rigidly nearby as the conversation turns from strange relics to the curse air. The Grand Duke realizes the stone is meant for Jace, and the mood in the room turns sharp. The Duke grips his teacup, troubled by the memory of Jace's curse. The story flashes to Jace trapped in a bloody nightmare, showing just how brutal this curse has been. Grand Duke stands alone in that dark memory, his face controlled but his eyes full of pain. The flashback fades, leaving the Duke quietly stunned by Simone's request. The Duke admits he does not understand why someone came here to break a family's curses. From above, the distance between them feels heavy as Simone prepares a blunt answer. Simone says they should not keep secrets from each other, and the Duke's expression hardens. The Grand Duke warns her that she should not keep things from him while the room darkens around them. Kel finally interrupts, visibly agitated. He cannot stay quiet while Simone's motives remain unclear. Kel addresses Simone directly and says he cannot remain silent any longer. The mustache bubbler gathers his nerve and challenges her in front of his lord. Kel says the Grand Duke has no children, and Simone's connection to the family makes him suspicious. He insists that no matter Simone's status, the family must treat her accordingly. Kel says she is their ally, but he cannot overlook what he sees as her insolence. The Grand Duke rubs his forehead, clearly exhausted by Kel's outburst. He quietly tells Kel to step outside for a while. 4. The Duke waits in tense silence while Kel realizes he has been dismissed. Kel bows and obeys, leaving Simone and the Grand Duke alone. The door shuts behind Kel, and the Duke asks Simone how she knows about Jace. He says her name softly, inviting an answer instead of another excuse. The Grand Duke asks directly how Simone knows Jace, his wary gaze fixed on her. Simone answers that Jace was cursed with being forgotten by the world. She stands small in the vast hall, but her resolve is unmistakable. The room goes quiet as Simone makes her true purpose clear. Simone says she came to break the Yellowstone family's curses. The Duke demands to know whether she truly means she can break those curses. He leans forward, suddenly unable to hide his hope. Simone cannot promise certainty, but she says she has to try. The Grand Duke admits he cannot be sure either, yet he listens carefully. He bows his head, carrying the weight of a desperate family decision. He agrees to leave it to Simone, saying it may be possible if they can obtain Santos' desire. Simone immediately says she will pay his request with the Adventurers Guild. She warns that the magic stone is dangerous, so they cannot send just anyone after it. As Simone heads out, the Grand Duke calls her name again. Simone turns back, and the Duke asks the question he has been afraid to voice. He asks whether Jace will be able to live if the curse is broken. The Duke's hope is painfully careful. He needs an answer, but Simone cannot give him one yet. Flowers frame the Duke as Simone says she would need to see Jace's condition first. She admits she does not know, then heads for the door. Simone says she does not even know where Jace is. With a confident smile, Simone asks to be called when the adventurers arrive. The scene shifts outside the Grand Mansion as preparations begin. The estate stands beneath a glowing sunset, hiding a mountain of curses and family secrets. The Duke orders Kel to contact the Adventurers Guild and recruit at least 5 skilled adventurers. Kel asks whether they should recruit a mage too, but the Duke refuses. According to legend, the more mana someone uses, the easier the dangerous stone is to lure. Kel hesitates, then carefully asks his lord one more question. The Duke gives him permission to speak. Kel asks if there is something he does not know about Simone. The Duke turns toward the sunset, clearly hiding more than he is willing to say. He answers only that Kel would not understand. The Grand Duke remains turned away and promises that Kel will understand when everything is resolved. The secret hangs between them as Kel waits for a real explanation. The Duke abruptly asks if Kel investigated that. Kel is caught off guard, but he confirms that he received a report from an informant today. Kel hands over the report, and the Duke reads it without changing expression. The report says Simone was slipped some money by an orphanage worker, and the child spoke quickly when questioned. The Duke repeats one word, orphanage, as the report opens a grim window into Simone's past. The report says Necromancer shows signs from birth, so Simone's parents could not handle her and abandoned her. The Duke listens in cold silence, as Cal explains what happened to her. The file stays in the Duke's hands while the ugly details keep coming. At the orphanage, Simone was treated as filthy and frightening because of her black hair and unusual condition. No one wanted to adopt her, and the report says she was beaten often. The cruel rumors continue, painting Simone's childhood as a place where adults failed her completely. Before she ran away, people claim she even tried to take her own life. They say the orphanage sold her to an occult society. The Duke repeats occult society with a grim, focused look. He studies the report, now understanding that Simone came here simply to survive. The Duke confirms it. Her path was not greed or ambition, but survival. Kel says the orphanage was within the Duke's territory, a place that should never have existed. The Duke's expression turns ice cold as he accepts responsibility for what happened under his domain. He orders Kel to destroy the orphanage. The Duke closes his report with a calm face, but the order leaves no room for mercy. Kel immediately decrees, and then a knock interrupts the heavy conversation. Kel bows as the knocking continues outside the office door. The Duke answers, and the visitor waits just beyond the door. The closed door and repeated knock build a sudden, uneasy pause. The Duke tells Kel to open the door. Kel obeys, opening it to a corridor filled with an ominous purple glow. Purple sparks drift through the doorway as someone steps inside. A pale woman with long purple hair and a dark formal dress enters the mansion, surrounded by black floral shadows. Hand moves with eerie composure as the Duke approaches, suddenly smiling. The Grand Duke greets the visitor with a warmth he has shown no one else in this chapter. The sunset glows behind him as the tense lord's smile grows openly gentle. He welcomes her by name, Floria. Pale flowers bloom around the moment, making it clear this mysterious woman matters deeply to him. Floria's arrival closes the chapter on a soft but unsettling welcome. The morning opens bright and peaceful, right before this mansion starts making everyone's life complicated again. Lord Wren happily welcomes Lady Simone back. He looks genuinely pleased to see her, which is already more dangerous than he realizes. Simone arrives looking radiant in her purple dress, and Wren cannot help noticing the change. Wren wonders why she is here again. In the original story, their last request should have been the end of their connection. He remembers that the Grand Duke sent this request directly, along with a few other adventurers. Wren quietly wonders what Simone could possibly be planning this time. He explains that he came as a party leader so everyone could hear the request together. Simone teases that Wren has become much more sociable since they last met. Wren compliments Simone's golden hair, but she remembers that it used to be a beautiful shade of brown. As they walk through the grand hall, Simone suddenly turns away, leaving Wren confused. Her expression goes guarded for a second, but Shikuku says it is nothing. Wren watches her leave, sensing that something is clearly bothering her. He asks who something is the matter, but Simone gives him no explanation. Wren is left staring after her, while his memory starts connecting this meeting to the original storyline. Wren remembers that, in the original story, Lumi first joined Abel's party because he wanted the Necromancer's power. His thoughts get so tangled that even the tiny chibi version of Wren looks like a confused duck. He realizes that following Simone after meeting her has already changed the expected order of events. Wren recalls the dark figure tied to that old story and starts worrying about what has changed. The memory turns cold and ominous, then Wren is pulled back to the present. A butler announces that the Grand Duke is ready to see them. Simone joins Wren in the Duke's office, looking far more composed than she did in the corridor. She says she expected Lord Wren to be summoned eventually, so she decided to come along. The Grand Duke offers to explain the task himself. With Wren and Simone seated across from him, the Grand Duke gets straight to the point. This is not a routine retrieval job. The Grand Duke wants Wren to find a gem. Wren initially thinks that sounds simple. He has handled plenty of requests before. Then the Duke reveals the target is not an ordinary jewel. It is the Saintess's desire. Wren is stunned. He thought the Saintess's desire was just an old legend passed down by word of mouth. The Duke says a coastal village sits on a cliff above the sea, and that is where the trail begins. Legend says the Saintess's desire was cast from that cliff into the sea, glowing like a red jewel. The Duke admits he does not know exactly where the village is, only that it was abandoned long ago. His instruction is brutally simple. Ask anyone they meet if they have seen a red jewel in the sea. If nobody knows, Wren will have to search the nearby sea himself. Easy if you enjoy drowning in clues. Wren grows serious as the request starts sounding less like a hunt and more like a trap. The Duke says that if the sea search fails, they will need to find another method. The Grand Duke rises, ending his explanation. He asks Wren directly if he can find the magic stone. Wren pauses, weighing a legend against the very real danger behind it. He decides the first step is finding the lost village itself. Wren says Simone's information is not enough, and they need to investigate further. Even with so little to go on, Wren decides a legendary magic stone is worth searching the sea for. The meeting ends and the group heads back outside through the Grand Estate. Outside, the sunny gardens make the ominous mission feel almost normal for a moment. Simone follows Wren and admits she needs to know more about the Saintess's desire. Wren wonders if he might fall under the allure of the Saintess's desire if he searches for it. Simone tells him not to worry for now, but Wren immediately catches the careful wording. She points out that Lord Wren is not so dependent on mana that the stone's presence should sway him. Ren goes quiet, clearly unsettled by what she chose not to say. Then Ren decides to be direct and asks Simone to come with him. Simone turns back in surprise when Ren asks her to join the search. Ren explains that she seems unusually knowledgeable about the scientist's desire. Simone looks baffled by his request, while Ren waits like he just proposed a perfectly sensible field trip. When Simone asks if he means her, Ren calmly says yes. Ren says he has a rough idea where the village may be, but wants her help because she knows the legend. Simone refuses immediately. She thinks Ren should have sensed the stone faster than his other adventurers. Ren is offended. He hired adventurers so he would not have to do every part of the job himself. He offers to hire another wizard if working with adventurers is too difficult, but Simone still dislikes the idea. Ren finally admits the real reason. He wants to be with Lady Simone. He gives a pleased little smile, while Simone tries to process that unexpectedly bold answer. Simone starts walking away, and Ren quickly asks where she is going. She says she has told him everything she knows, and he should hurry up and get to work. Simone glares over her shoulder and asks why Ren is being so clingy today. Ren presses her, asking if she has anything else to say. Ren suddenly has an idea and stops her before she can leave. He thinks an attendant would solve the problem nicely. He is very pleased with himself. Ren asks if Simone truly wants to remain by his side. He admits he finds Lady Simone fascinating, then waits for her answer. Ren says that if she insists, he will show her his true nature and power. Simone agrees to remain at his side, but only on one condition. With a knowing smile, Simone reveals her condition. She wants to become Ren's very first employee. Ren stares at her in disbelief. He expected help, not a formal hiring proposal. He repeats the word employee, still trying to understand what Simone means. Simone confirms it briefly. Ren has accidentally turned a mysterious alliance into a job interview. She points out that Ren is a capable swordsman who already gathers information through the Adventurers Guild. Since he wants her beside him and is curious about her, Simone says he needs someone reliable. Simone smiles like this was obviously the only logical conclusion. Ren feels the Crown Prince's flustered expression might have been justified after all. After thinking it over, Ren says he will consider it until their next meeting. Simone leaves with a graceful wave, apparently satisfied with her new proposal. She heads for the stairs, planning an outing with Anna thanks to the Grand Duke's generous allowance. Simone hums happily as she walks away, thinking she has not seen Anna all day. Then something catches her attention on the stairs. Simone pauses mid-step, her cheerful mood fading. She realizes she has not seen Anna at all today, and the thought suddenly feels wrong. Simone decides Anna must have gone on an errand, but she is not convinced. She calls for Anna through the hall, now visibly worried. The mansion turns dark around her question, what kind of maid forgets an appointment? A chilling warning appears from the darkness. Do not search for missing servants. A twisted shadow looms in the red-black void, making it clear that Anna's disappearance is no ordinary delay. Simone wakes in her lavish room looking exhausted, but her red eyes sharpen the second the morning begins. A maid arrives with breakfast, and Simone immediately asks after Anna. The maid says she did not see Anna last night. Simone's sleepy mood is gone in an instant. Simone rubs her eye and feels that something in the mansion is badly off. Her unease grows as the maid hurries away. This mansion has the atmosphere of a problem waiting to collect rent. Simone watches the servant leave, unable to shake the feeling that Anna's absence is not ordinary. She realizes she has been far too complacent in the Elstone mansion. The maid returns to collect her things while Simone keeps quietly watching everyone around her. Simone skips breakfast and decides to look into Anna's disappearance herself. She steps into the hallway, and the mansion suddenly feels ominous instead of merely fancy. The quiet corridors remind Simone that this is the Illstone family mansion, where someone missing is never a casual detail. Portraits stare down from the walls as Simone admits she has let her guard down. She calls for Anna. The darkened hall gives her nothing back. Simone turns sharply when another maid approaches, visibly startled by her sudden urgency. The nervous maid apologizes and says she only wanted to help because Simone looked worried. Simone cuts straight to the point and asks if anyone has seen Anna. The maid confirms Anna has been gone since yesterday, possibly sent on an errand. But Anna was absent from breakfast and never filed a scheduled report either. Simone exhales hard. Anna did not simply wander off. She vanished. Simone is shocked, then immediately says she is searching for Anna now. She asks the maid to tell Anna that she is looking for her if she appears. Also, Anna is shown collapsed in a dim room, making Simone's fear feel painfully real. The missing servant lies helpless on the floor, while an unseen threat hangs over the room. Two servants share a silent, worried look. They clearly know more than they are saying. The servants return to routine work, trying very hard to act normal. It is not convincing. Simone stands alone in the bright corridor, surrounded by whispers that stop before she can catch them. The servants' tense shadows and hushed reactions confirm that everyone is hiding something. Simone calls out Lise, and the poor maid practically jumps out of her apron. A poised blonde woman arrives and asks what Simone is doing in the servants' area. She introduces herself as Ruth, the mansion's head steward, polite but clearly in control. Simone explains that she is looking for Anna, but Ruth gently tries to escort her away. Lise stays frozen beside them, looking like she knows this conversation is about to get dangerous. Ruth insists the servants' quarters are not suitable for a guest, and suggests Simone return to her room. Simone's patience snaps. Everyone is acting suspicious on purpose, and she is done pretending otherwise. She firmly repeats that she only came to find Anna. Anna? Ruth finally relents and says she will send Anna to Simone if the girl turns up. Simone agrees to head back, but her small smile hides a very active suspicion. Back in her room, Simone opens a mansion guidebook, certain the staff are hiding something. She searches the guidebook for any curse connected to a vanished servant. She finds curse 88, do not search for missing servants. Simone studies the rule, then realizes she remembers seeing it in the original story. Her expression hardens. If the book cannot help, she plans to ask the servants directly. The servants nervously ask which curse Lady Simone plans to lift this time. Simone notices they barely answered when she asked about Anna. Their silence is getting louder. She announces that she will lift the curse connected to the missing servant. The servants panic and warn her that it is far too dangerous. Simone refuses to abandon Anna. That decision is already made. She closes the guidebook and promises herself that Anna will come back to her. The servants call after her, visibly terrified by what she is about to uncover. One maid looks stunned, as if Simone has just crossed a line nobody was meant to cross. A servant reveals that the curse has another instruction, one that was never written in the guidebook. Lise is overwhelmed, while Simone wonders what secret rule they are talking about now. Simone decides to hear them out. At least someone is finally giving her a real answer. The gray-haired maid turns away, distressed by the secret she is about to reveal. The hymn rule begins. When the sun sets and the moon rises, the mansion becomes a much worse place to be curious. If Simone hears a missing servant's voice in the underground corridor, she must not answer and must leave for another floor. The warning lands over a dark stairway, turning the mansion's lower levels into a nightmare map. The rule continues through ominous shadows and the image of someone walking alone underground. Even if the missing servant suddenly returns to work, Simone must never look at them, speak to them, or respond. The returned servant must be ignored completely until they vanish again. The maid's dark silhouette makes the warning feel brutally personal. Simone stares in disbelief. Missing servants return? She asks why a rule this important was not written in the guidebook. The servants explain that nobles do not concern themselves with matters involving servants. The servant bows and admits it is shameless to ask, but they need Lady Simone's help. The maid begs Simone to save Anna. Simone answers that she understands. She is not leaving Anna behind. Night falls over the mansion, and Simone has time to think about the servants' secret rules. She realizes why everyone has been acting suspicious all day. Simone concludes that Ruth must have been worried Lise would break the rule. She regrets delaying the work on Jace and Lady Florrie's curses, but Anna is more important right now. Simone's resolve tightens as the danger around Anna becomes impossible to ignore. She decides Anna comes first. The rest can wait. Simone heads into the darkened mansion with a single goal: break the curse. At the cursed hour, Simone steps out alone as the rule repeats in her mind. The corridors darken around her, and each step feels that the mansion is watching. She remembers the warning: if she hears the missing one underground, do not answer. Simone moves deeper into the dark halls, carefully following the curse's dangerous instructions. The warning repeats as Simone walks on, but the darkness is so thick she wishes she had brought a lantern. A faint sound echoes through the mansion, and Simone stops to listen. From the upper floor, she hears footsteps somewhere nearby. Simone turns, confused, and wonders where those footsteps have been coming from. The footsteps keep approaching, one slow sound at a time. Simone's expression tightens as she realizes the sound is much closer than it should be. She looks down and sees a maid standing below in the dark stairwell. A voice calls out, asking Simone to come closer. The whisper repeats, more insistent now. Come here. Maple is revealed as Lise, and she looks terrified rather than welcoming. The dark mist swallows most of the hallway as the danger closes in around Lise. Lise trembles and lets out a pained breath, trapped in the cursed corridor. The chapter opens in darkness, with a pale figure collapsing hard enough to make you brace for impact. Lise hits the floor in a heap, and the shock on the black-haired woman's face says this is already going very wrong. Someone cries out for Lise as the mansion hallway becomes an accidental battlefield. Lady Simone lunges toward the fallen Lise, looking horrified and completely out of answers. Lise's body goes slack against the cold floor, and the danger feels far too close. Lady Simone demands to know why Lise is wandering around in the middle of the night, but Lise can barely respond. Lady Simone's red eyes widen as Lise begs her to wake up. That is never a relaxing sentence in a cursed mansion. In a pale flashback, someone quietly admits they were late reporting in. Smug councilman says asking for a full surrender of the seat is excessive, then immediately acts delighted to be sitting at the table. The bespectacled silver-haired man stands stiffly before the council, clearly taking the criticism personally. The councilman says a coloxia has been neglected for years, putting the blame squarely where everyone can see it. He pretends to leave the decision to the council, but everyone can tell he's leaning hard against them. The silent, silver-haired woman realizes the man is acting neutral while clearly siding with his allies. Back in the mansion, Lise hears a voice calling for Sister Anna, and terror takes over her face. The voice begs to be saved, and Lise starts pleading back like she can reach whoever is trapped inside the curse. Lise starts walking forward in a trance, dragged along by that desperate voice. Loose objects scatter across the hall as the unseen force pulls Lise further away. The discarded clothes and shoes show just how violently Lise was thrown into this mess. From above, Lise lies exposed in the vast hallway while Lady Simone races toward her. Lise wakes gasping and crying, rubbing at her face as if she cannot trust what she just saw. Tears fill Lise's eye, and a warm memory suddenly flashes through her mind. The one soft second, Lise remembers a gentle smile. Then the memory twists. The voice calls to Anna again, but now it rises out of a red, hasty darkness. A horrifying red figure looms behind Lise, and she clutches her head as the curse closes in. Lise screams as crimson tendrils burst through the room. The red strands spread everywhere, turning the elegant hall into a full nightmare zone. Lady Simone sees Lise trapped at the center of the curse and shouts her name. Lady Simone orders Anna to let go of Lise, but the curse does not look interested in negotiating. The red strands coil tightly around Lady Simone's arms and Lise's body. Lady Simone grips the curse with both hands, even as it keeps tightening around them. The red apparition faces less directly, its expression cold and possessive. A dark figure rises behind the trapped woman, and the curse orders Lise to come closer. The apparition whispers for Lise to hurry, trying to pull her deeper into its grip. Lady Simone stares the curse down and asks where it thinks it is taking her. Lady Simone tells Lise to hold on a little longer, gathering violet energy around herself. Purple power detonates through the red tendrils, finally forcing the curse backward. The blast throws the curse across the room, and for once the monster is the one screaming. Lady Simone pushes harder, refusing to give the curse a second to recover. The cursed mass is hurled away to a storm of purple light. Lady Simone demands just a little more power, because apparently one exorcism-sized blast was not enough. The last strands unravel in the air, but Lise is still falling helplessly through the aftermath. Lise crashes down, and Lady Simone rushes in before she can hit the floor alone. Lady Simone catches Lise and checks on her, while Lise shakily thanks her for saving her. Lise clings to Lady Simone, exhausted and trembling after the attack. Lise asks if the curse has vanished, but the open darkness beyond the doorway gives no comforting answer. Lady Simone explains that they must learn the curse's true nature before it can be broken. Lise starts explaining through tears, still shaken by the voice she heard. Lise says she suddenly had Sister Anna's voice, and then everything went blank. Lise remembers coming back to her senses in this hallway, with no idea what happened in between. Her wide eyes show she is still terrified by the missing memory. Lise repeats that she woke up right here, still clinging to Lady Simone for safety. Lady Simone asks Lise to return alone, and Lise freezes at what she's implying. Lise asks if Lady Simone really means she is going deeper inside. Lady Simone confirms it without hesitation, looking far too calm for this plan. Lady Simone turns away to leave, while Lise stares after her in alarm. Lise grabs Lady Simone and insists it is too dangerous. Lady Simone closes her eyes and says that will not do, like danger has failed basic manners. She explains she is staying in the mansion precisely to handle dangerous things. Lady Simone offers to escort Lise out if she is too scared to walk alone. Lise refuses and begs Lady Simone to be careful. Lady Simone steps toward the dark doorway with a small, confident smile. Her hand tightens at her side as she commits to the search. Lady Simone asks herself if she should head inside, already knowing the answer. She enters a cold stone passage alone, where even the walls feel like they are listening. Lady Simone has come a long way in, but finds absolutely nothing. She realizes the curse has completely disappeared from view, though her uneasy expression says she does not buy it. A creak makes Lady Simone snap her attention toward the shadows. The sound echoes across the empty corridor as something shifts above her. A dark chain-like shape slides into view, and Lady Simone follows it with wary eyes. Lady Simone spots a strange silhouette in the darkness and quietly says she sees it. Instead of panicking, Lady Simone studies the shadow with a cool, almost amused smile. She decides the thing has no intention of revealing itself today, so she plans to return for now. Elsewhere, an orange-haired maid calmly pours tea, looking almost too peaceful for this mansion. A thought reveals that vanished maids eventually return and resume work, but they never answer when called. The silent maid keeps serving tea while the mystery around her grows worse. An older, silver-haired woman watches the maid carefully, connecting her to a hidden instruction. The maid politely comments on the tea fragrance, but the older woman gives her own yet guarded silence. The older woman thinks the maid is not Anna after all, exactly as she expected. Her sharp eye narrows as she decides everyone, but the guest must leave. The maid obeys Lady Simone, while the room grows tense around the remaining guest. Lady Simone says the atmosphere feels strange today, even though she has visited many times before. Ren wonders if a new curse has appeared, and Lady Simone has a much darker answer ready. Lady Simona asks Ren if he knows what a disguised rat is. Ren admits he has never heard of it, which is fair. It is a deeply unpleasant folktale. Lady Simone begins explaining a story from the village where she once lived. She says a rat that eats a person's fingernails for a long time can transform and impersonate its master. While the real master is away, the transformed rat acts as them, and people argue over who is real. The folktale turns ugly as the imposter faces the real person and the villagers lose all certainty. Eventually, everyone decides the rat-turned-human is real and drives out the true master as a fake. Ren calls it a chilling story and asks why Lady Simone brought it up. She answers, nothing. Lady Simone starts to explain, then stops herself as something suddenly clicks in her mind. Her attention fixes on the maid's dark green ribbon and its familiar ornament. The orange-haired maid suddenly collapses backward, as if the hidden truth has finally hit her. She falls toward the floor while the mystery of who is really inside the mansion gets even worse. Simone meets the crown prince while he is searching for the jewel, and he calmly asks what brought her here. Simone folds her arms and keeps her expression cool. She clearly came prepared to set terms. The search has made no progress, but the prince says it has at least continued without trouble. The blonde prince gets straight to it. Today he has come to answer Simone's proposal. Simone looks up in surprise, suddenly very interested in what he is about to say. He looks nervous for 1 second, like he just realized this job interview has a boss fight. The prince makes his decision. He will take the job. Simone reacts with pleased surprise. The crown prince was not the answer she expected, but he is useful. She thinks hiring a skilled, diligent new employee is a pretty good deal. Simone quietly decides that gaining a capable helper is good news for her side. The prince accepts eagerly. He will work for her until the time comes to resurrect the Demon King. Simone offers her hand with a confident smile and says she looks forward to working with him. The moment lands with strange elegance, flowers framing a partnership that is clearly not normal. The prince returns the courtesy, promising that Simone will have his care as well. Inside, he immediately makes a second plan. He needs to stay close and learn enough to save his father, the Emperor. He watches Simone carefully. The new job is really his path toward curing the Emperor's curse. His hand tightens with resolve. He cannot afford to let this chance slip away. Over tea, Simone tells the prince that if they will work closely, she has something to ask him. Her question cuts through the polite tea service. How is he? Really? The prince goes still across the table. He has apparently already figured out that Simone is hiding something too. Simone studies him in profile, wondering whether she should finally tell him the truth. The prince waits with a guarded face, but Simone's mood suddenly changes. A cold supernatural haze rises round Simone as she lifts her hand. Her pale hair darkens in the swirling energy, and the woman before him transforms. Simone's eyes open red and fierce. The sweet tea meeting has become a full secret reveal. The last traces of her disguise fall away, leaving Simone in her true dark-haired form. Simone stares straight at him with crimson eyes, completely calm despite the shock she just dropped. She says it plainly. Simone is a necromancer. The prince realizes the truth at once. She really was a necromancer. Instead of panicking, he forces an uneasy smile. He has questions, but he is keeping himself under control. Simone leans back and asks whether there are still necromancers in the Roman Empire. The prince hesitates, and Simone challenges him. If she is one, is that really a problem? Purple power curls around Simone as she presses the point, her red eye fixed on him. The prince answers that it is not a problem. He means it, even if the reveal rattled him. He asks one more dangerous question, wanting to know Simone's relationship with Grand Duke Ilston. Simone answers with a straight face that they have a simple employer-employee relationship. She confirms it, but adds that she never claimed the Grand Duke was the only one in charge. Simone smiles like she knows exactly how suspicious that answer sounds. She explains the arrangements. In exchange for breaking the Ilston family's 300-year curse, she was promised a comfortable life. Simone calls it a small price to pay. For a 300-year curse, that is some very confident customer service. The prince asks if those are all the questions for his new business partner, and tension dries his throat. Simone has one final question. She wants to know why he hides his identity too. The prince pours tea slowly, buying himself a moment, while Simone watches. He refuses to explain, but says he knows Simone can keep a secret. For now, that is all he needs. Simone asks how long it will take to obtain the Sanctus's desire. The prince admits he cannot be certain. He has questioned every villager about the red jewel, and nobody knows anything. Simone gives him a deadline. Find it within 1 week. The prince thought this was a long-term request. Simone's face says his schedule just got deleted. Simone says that when it comes to saving a life, there is no long-term or short-term. She orders him to bring the jewel immediately, or hire more people and charge the Grand Duke for it. The prince accepts the order, even though he is clearly trying to process the impossible deadline. He asks what Simone will do while he searches, hoping she has a master plan. Simone lounges in her chair and says she will definitely not be lazing around. She says she has other curses to break. The prince can only answer with a very cautious, "Is that so?" With their discussion over, the prince takes his leave. He promises to return once he finds the jewel, and Simone tells him to do his best. The prince walks out of the mansion, leaving Simone alone with her thoughts. From behind the window, Simone watches him go. Something about him has unsettled her. Simone flinches as an unwanted question rises in her mind. A blonde maid appears nearby, and Simone's hidden thoughts turn toward the danger inside the mansion. Simone knows someone is here at her request, but even seeing that person makes her uneasy. She tells herself not to look, even if it speaks to her. She must never answer it. Simone steels herself. If she wants to break the curse, she knows she will have to face it eventually. She walks away from the window, forcing herself forward despite the fear. Simone crosses the room, but the blonde maid suddenly notices her. The maid looks up in startled confusion and asks who Simone is. The maid clutches herself, afraid of the unfamiliar woman in front of her. Then the maid's face twists into something cruel. She says she could see Simone, so why did Simone pretend she could not? The maid's eyes go wide and wild as the curse takes control. A monstrous voice says that with a little more time it could have devoured Simone completely. The possessed maid hunches in the darkness, murmuring that it only needed to wait a little longer. The voice erupts in rage. It had to wait only a little longer, and now it attacks. Red tendrils burst from the maid and spear towards Simone. Simone is caught in the attack and curses under her breath as the tendrils tighten. The red bindings coil around Simone's body, and her shocked expression shows she was not ready for this. Simone struggles as the cursed tendrils drag and crush her. The possessed maid bites down on Simone's hand, and Simone cries out in pain. The commotion brings help running. A red-haired man and another maid rush in, calling for Simone. They see the attack too late. The possessed maid has Simone pinned and refuses to let go. The red-haired man recognizes the maid as Anna, horrified by what she has become. Anna's mouth stretches into a monstrous bite as dark hands and red tendrils hold Simone down. Simone fights back, shouting for the curse to let her go. The curse keeps pulling it in, while Simone is forced to endure the attack. Simone gasps that it hurts like hell, then reaches for her own power. Purple necromantic energy surges around Simone as she finally strikes back. Her magic crashes into the curse in a violent purple burst, forcing it away from her. The room goes darker on the impact, and Simone fights for breath. Blood and curse residues spill across the floor while the curse repeats at its hurts. Anna clutches ahead as the curse screams through her, overwhelmed by Simone's counterattack. Dark hands claw across Anna's face while the curse starts thinking of escape. The curse decides it must escape, but the red-haired man blocks its path. Anna stumbles through the bloodied room, still trapped between Simone's magic and the curse's control. The curse repeats that it has to get away, panicking now that its prey can fight back. The red-haired man charges in with his weapon, trying to stop Anna before she escapes. Anna is thrown through the air as the fight erupts around the mansion hall. The red man shouts that he's getting out of there. But Simone suddenly grabs hold of him. Simone lunges after the escaping curse despite her bloody hand, refusing to let it run. Someone yells for them to stop her, but Simone is already moving too fast. Simone and Anna crash down together as the cursed struggle continues off the edge of the hall. Inside the mansion, Simone and the red-haired guard spot something moving in the shadows. A dark shape darts past them, turning the elegant hallway into a horror set. The servants scream as the creature tears through the room, and Simone realizes this is no ordinary rat. The black mass lashes out violently, throwing everyone into pure survival mode. Simone sees the monster clearly and calls it out. It is wearing Anna's colors, but it definitely is not Anna. But servants panic harder as Simone warns them that the thing is a monster. One maid freezes in shock while the chaos races past her. Purple energy coils around Simone as she squares up to the fleeing curse. Her red eyes narrow. Simone is exhausted, but she is not letting this thing escape. The cursed energy swirls around her as the pursuit continues through the mansion. Simone thinks running around while throwing mana is draining her fast. Fair complaint, this mansion has no easy mode. She gathers more dark magic anyway, trying to pin the curse down before it slips away again. Simone regrets not exercising soon as the chase spins through the grand hall. She wishes she had something simple like talismans loaded with black mana. Instead, she gets cardio and curses. Simone stomps forward, furious that the rat has made a mockery of her dramatic entrance. Ahead, the tiny target keeps moving while Simone bends over, clearly running out of steam. Simone admits she cannot run anymore, but she refuses to quit before lifting the curse. She grabs a shoe and decides she only needs one clean hit. Resourceful, if slightly terrifying. Simone swings at the rat, and the little creature squeals as the shoe comes down. The rat flips through the air and Simone tells the others to hit it. The creature tumbles away, but Simone keeps her eyes locked on it. The attack finally stops, and Simone lets herself breathe for 1 second. Then she spots the real culprit, a very ordinary-looking rat hiding nearby. Simone lifts the rat by its tail and stares at it, completely baffled. She asks what this thing even is, while the rat answers with offended squeaks. The rat dangles, helplessly snapping at the air like it still has a plan. The white-haired lord arrives at the commotion, looking like he missed exactly one bizarre meeting. Simone proudly reports that they caught a rat. The lord does not look impressed. She lets the rat drop, but it lands beside a boot and tries to scramble away. A boot crushes the rat with a sharp stomp, ending its escape attempt. Simone explains that the rat matches one of the curses written in the mansion manual. The white-haired lord goes silent, visibly uneasy about what that explanation means. His worried look says this is not as simple as stepping on one cursed rodent. Simone says she thought the curse followed as Saint is his wish, but it is shedding blood to lift other curses. She asks if the curse is resolved now. The answer comes back immediately. No! The Lord admits they caught the rat, but the deeper problem is still there. He explains that removing the curse usually resolves everything, though he has never had to kill a living curse before. Simone calmly suggests that if killing it fixes the curse, then they should do exactly that. Her bright smile makes the Lord pause. Simone has reached her very practical limit. The Lord raises his cane and prepares to finish the rat, for good. The cane swings down as the tiny curse tries one last squeak of protest. The blow lands hard, and the rat is finally dealt with. Blood stains the floor, and the Lord says there is no reason to spare a worthless thief. Simone looks down at her bleeding hand while the Lord insists the curse must be lifted. He notices her injury and tells her to get her hand treated before the mansion makes things worse. Simone suddenly cries out as the pain catches up with her. Her injured hand throbs badly, and the chase is clearly taking more out of her than she admitted. A maid rushes in, begging Lady Simani to calm down and get treated. The white-haired lord calls for Kella, already taking control of the aftermath. Kella answers at once, and the lord orders him to find a healer immediately. The maid supports Simone as she winces, still trying to stay upright through the pain. The lord refuses to wait for the curse to end and demands that someone find a healer now. Simone directs them to Anna at the archway near the basement stairs, desperate for her to be found and healed. She knows Anna was attacked by the poisonous rat, so every second suddenly matters. Simone pleads for Anna to be found and treated, her fear breaking through the tough act. She can only repeat one word now, please. The lord and Kelly prepare to search, while Simone waits in anxious silence. The lord asks whether there is a door where Simone said Anna would be. Kella answers no, keeping his head lowered as the lord questions the directions. There is only a blocked wall at the end of the basement stairs. The lord wonders if Simone could have been mistaken, though he does not sound convinced. He decides it must have been a mistake, but Simone's warning still hangs over the room. Since Simone said Anna was there, the lord tells Kella to check the area himself. Kella agrees and heads out, leaving the lord alone with the blood-stained hallway. Later, a calm room and fresh flowers mark a much-needed break from the mansion chaos. Anna has been found in the basement corridor. She's unconscious but receiving treatment and should recover. The attendants explain that Lady Simone called for a healer, and Anna is now safe. Thanks to Simone's quick request, Anna is getting proper treatment and recovering. Anna should be able to resume life by tomorrow, and one exhausted maid finally relaxes. Simone is surprised to hear that Anna will be fine, and the maid tells her she may rest. Simone sits in bed looking drained but composed, accepting the chance to recover. The maid asks why a necromancer would have healing powers. Simone gets the same question a lot. Apparently. The maid scolds Simone for chasing the cursed thing while bleeding, and she has a point. Simone thinks it must have hurt badly, but she still went to save Anna. The maid studies Simone's injured hand, worried by how much pain she must have endured. Simone quietly thanks her for saving Anna. The maid bows deeply while Simone rests, grateful that Anna survived. Simone says Anna would have died without her help. The maid apologizes for being rude earlier, but Simone seems more puzzled than offended. When Simone asks what rude means, the maid suddenly remembers exactly why that moment was awkward. Simone tells her there is no need to thank her. Simone explains she only saved Anna because she could and because she wanted to. The mood shifts as Simone's thoughts drift back toward the mansion manual and its hidden dangers. Simone reflects that if it had been someone else, she might have just followed the manual and pretended not to know. The maid suddenly freezes, as if a painful realization has hit her. She grips her apron nervously, struggling to get the words out. Beside everything, the maid thanks Simone again. The maid rushes off to bring Simone's meal, telling her not to fall asleep. Outside, the mansion stands bright and peaceful, at least for the moment. Elsewhere, two maids appear in the shadows, and something clearly feels wrong. One of them mutters to herself with her face hidden, ending the chapter on a quiet warning. A few days later, the mansion is peaceful again, at least on the surface. Kaylee happily shows Simone that her healer-treated hand has healed without a scar. The orange-haired maid is thrilled to be useful again, while Simone listens with a soft smile. Kaylee says she cannot leave all the work to her sisters forever. The poor girl is ready to sprint before breakfast. Simone gently asks whether a healer should rest longer, but Kaylee looks completely recovered. Simone suggests they go out today, and Kaylee's surprise turns into instant curiosity. They have promised to explore the village together, so Kaylee quickly agrees. Kaylee rushes off to change clothes and grab her things, telling Simone to wait just a moment. Before running upstairs, Kaylee remembers the hair dye Simone wanted and promises to fetch that too. Once outside, some sight someone takes in the village and immediately sees the problem. The Grand Duke's territory looks like a mess, nothing like the proper city was supposed to be. Simone asks about the ruined territory, and the redhead escort prepares an uncomfortable answer. He explains that 300 years ago, this place was still called a city. Even 200 years later, it still had a proper city look. Simone finally understands why Kaylee was so worried. The villagers warned Simone that this place is dangerous, especially for women and anyone who looks wealthy. Kaylee warns her not to stray from the main path, even with guards nearby. Simone nods along, but her expression says she is already filing every warning under interesting. Since the current master took over, guards have been stationed here, and supplies have started coming in. The former head had locked the estate gates and neglected both the family and the territory. The escort admits he was born here, which makes Simone curious about what else he knows. But before she can ask, Simone freezes. A cold voice suddenly whispers one word: die. The whisper grows sharper, and Simone's face strains as something invisible closes in. A pale, ghostly hand reaches toward her and hisses, "Die with me!" The tall ghost that once followed Simone around the orphanage has somehow entered the mansion with her. Its chant pounds in Simone's head, repeating the same murderous command over and over. Simone forces herself to stay upright even as the ghost looms right behind her. She thought it had disappeared, but now she realizes it followed her into the mansion. The red-haired escort notices her strange behavior, but Simone quickly says it is nothing and tells him to move on. Inside, Simone tells herself to stay close. A ghost like this does not scare her anymore, apparently. Their next stop is a shabby little shop, where its owner enthusiastically welcomes a noble young lady. The shopkeeper beams like a man who just spotted his weekly sales target walking through the door. Simone studies the shop, while the owner asks what brings her to such a shabby place. She came for hair dye, and the merchant immediately perks up at the mention of an expensive item. He leads Simone inside, and she is relieved to find this strange little shop is actually part of the webtoon world she knows. The merchant boasts that the magical dye is the exact kind used by the Grand Duke Illustron. Every dyed paper and luxury good in the store comes from the Grand Duke's estate. The merchant presents his colorful bottles with all the drama of a royal jeweler. He tells Simone to take her time and browse any shade she wants. Simone pauses, clearly thinking beyond the simple new hair color. The dye lasts about a week with proper care, though skilled mages can make the color last much longer. The mention of magic catches Simone's attention, and the new idea starts forming. If a mage handles it properly, the color will not fade so quickly. Haley listens carefully as Simone reaches a decision. Simone calmly says she will take 2 of every color. Haley is stunned by the shopping cart of destiny. Kaylee worries that 6 bottles might be too much money, but Simone has a different idea. Simone tells her to buy them anyway. They cannot come here often, and apparently restraint has left the building. Gold coins pour out as Simone pays, leaving Kaylee amazed at how much she just spent. The merchant thanks him repeatedly, looking like he may never financially recover from this happiness. With the dye purchased, Simone asks where they should go next. She wants a book, but doubts a village like this even has a bookstore. Kaylee surprises her by saying there is one, though Simone cannot believe it. Kaylee points them toward the bookstore, and Simone's eyes widen. The bookstore is crammed with stacks of old books from floor to ceiling. Looks shabby, but it has a lot of books. Organization clearly lost this war years ago. Simone decides that old books are better than nothing, and heads inside. She calls out for the owner, and an old man's voice answers from somewhere in the clutter. The gruff old shopkeeper looks at them like unexpected customers are a personal insult. The old man turns away, his body language making it clear that hospitality is not his favorite hobby. When they say they did not make an appointment, Old Fart simply tells them to leave. The group stands awkwardly as the merchant stomps away, still muttering. The red-haired escort admits it is his first time here too. That explains why nobody warned them. He explains that the shop sells all sorts of things besides books, even items that are not really items. The old man is actually an information broker, which makes Simone suddenly much more interested. The escort says they should ignore the shopkeeper's attitude, pay, and choose a book. The old man asks why they are not leaving, and Simone finally states what she came for. Simone says she came to buy books, and the old man looks down at her with immediate suspicion. He says there are proper bookstores in the city, and tells a noble lady like her to go there instead. Simone says she will just take a quick look and leave. The old man is already annoyed. The shopkeeper calls her Lady Simone, and his tone makes her clear he knows more than he should. When he asks what kind of books she wants, Simone does not hesitate. She asks for books about the Illustron family, and especially books about necromancers. The escort panicked because books about necromancers are forbidden in the Ruined Empire. The old man asks why a noblewoman would risk coming here for books about Illustron and necromancers. Simone asks whether he has them, and the old man's evasive answer only makes the mystery thicker. He warns that possessing or even searching for forbidden books is a grave crime. The escort begs Simone to stop before she puts her honor at risk. Simone points out that there is nothing more dishonorable than being kept under someone else's thumb. She asks them to help search because the books are stacked too messily to find anything alone. The old man wonders whether anyone still cares about a fallen noble house like Illustron. Simone says subjects naturally want to know about their lord, even if the old man questions whether she is truly noble. He says, noble or commoner, nobody in the ruined empire cares about House Illustron anymore. He explains that the family has vanished from public concern, and many people do not even know it still exists. An old illustration confirms the family history, while the shopkeeper says Illustron disappeared from attention 300 years ago. Simone asks why, unable to accept that an entire noble house could simply be forgotten. The old man asks who would care about a ruined family, but Simone refuses to let the subject go. He begins to suggest that the name Illustron may still remain in people's memories after all. Kaylee suddenly finds a book about House Illustron, and Simone's search finally pays off. Then Kaylee finds another book, this one about necromancers too. Simone holds the old books carefully, knowing they could reveal the truth behind the mansion's curses. With both books in hand, Simone looks delighted that they're actually available here. When Simone asks the price, the escort looks worried. She tells him to pay whatever it costs and leave. The escort silently wonders whether this is really alright, but Simone has already made up her mind. It's a quiet restaurant. Anna brings Simone and Bam to a table for a much-needed break. Anna checks whether this humble little restaurant is okay with Simone, looking nervous about the choice. Simone calmly says she only eats out when errands make her hungry, which immediately relaxes Anna. Anna watches Simone's reassuring smile, still clearly hoping the food will not disappoint her. Simone dryly explains that this is cheap, filling food, not a royal banquet. Fair warning, restaurant edition. Then Simone turns thoughtful and calls Anna by name, as if something else is on her mind. Bam jumps in, reminding Simone that he is a commoner too, and Anna instantly agrees. Bam looks frustrated as the women brush off the class talk and move on to ordering. Anna eagerly tells them to choose anything from the menu while Bam awkwardly agrees. Their lunch disappears fast, and Simone reaches for a book after the meal. Simone opens a volume called The Illustron Chronicles, which chronicles that she already knows most of its contents. She explains that books about the Illustron family are mostly rumors, dressed up as history. Anna listens closely, surprised that Simone knows so much about the family. The rumor says even the family themselves do not know why the Illustrons were cursed. Unless someone from 300 years ago comes back to explain it, Simone says nobody will ever know. Anna is stunned by Simone's knowledge, while Simone quietly considers the strange old book. Anna insists she was only worried because she works for Simone. The denial arrives at full speed. Simone cannot believe such a suspicious-looking book is being sold so casually and starts reading. The battered book looks ancient and ominous, which is never a comforting sign in a cursed town. Simone reads about necromancers and their physical traits, her expression turning more serious. The chapter describes birth verse of a necromancer, and Simone keeps turning the brutal pages. One heading catches her attention, the fall of Anassas, the last necromancer. Simone repeats the claim in disbelief. Necromancers were wiped out at the Gashi Hills. Before she can dig deeper, Simone decides the dusty book can wait. Lunch first, curses later. Bam has another question. He is curious about how this poor town supports so many shops. Bam points out that Illustron barely seems to have residents, yet its commercial district keeps thriving. Simone reveals that the town survives on secretive visitors, not on its own lords. Hunters, brokers, and shady operators all gather here, using Illustron as a discreet meeting place. Simone says the bookstore owner is probably an information broker, which explains the unsettling book selection. She thinks the town is a perfect place for secrets because the family ruling it has been shunned by the nation. With few residents and almost no oversight, Illustron becomes the perfect place for a shady conversation. Baum points out that the current Grand Duke began rebuilding the territory, but Simone says he cannot solve everything alone. Anna gently tells Simone that the situation should slowly improve now that she is here. Anna's optimism catches Simone off guard for a moment. Simone reminds herself that she only came to break the curse on the manor. A dark pressure suddenly swallows the warmth around her, and Simone's calm expression cracks. Simone notices something strange, her attention snapping away from the table. Her eye narrows as the unseen presence grows closer. Simone stiffens and asks herself what that thing is. Anna notices Simone's sudden fear, but Simone quickly reaches out and tells her not to look. Simone realizes the day was far too quiet, and her worst instincts are now wide awake. Simone braces herself as someone approaches their table. A pink-haired woman looks toward the newcomer, trying to stay composed despite the dread closing in. At first, Simone thinks it is only a man wearing a tall hat. But the shadow behind him tells a different story. The blond man steps closer, while a crawling black mass follows at his back. Kanta's eyes open in the shadow, silently staring straight at Simone. The darkness fills Simone's view with eyes, turning a simple lunch into nightmare fuel. Simone sits frozen as the dark entity looms behind the smiling stranger. The man politely asks for directions to the general store, acting like nothing horrifying is standing behind him. Simone can barely answer because every eye in that shadow is watching her. The creature's bright blue eyes crowd around Simone's vision while the man waits patiently. Simone realizes the thing is staring directly at her, and she forces herself to give directions. The stranger smiles warmly, with the monstrous shadow pressed close behind his shoulder. Simone finally directs him to the general store 2 blocks to the left. The man says he understands, still wearing that unsettlingly polite smile. He says he is relieved he has not wandered far, then casually admits Simone looks unfamiliar. The stranger compliments Simone's beauty and asks whether she avoids social gatherings. He is getting far too comfortable. Simone's polite mask finally slips. In her head, she is screaming for him to leave. The man introduces himself as Viscount Tsutsu Oliver and offers his hand. Oliver asks Simone's name, saying fate has brought them together while she recoils from the very idea. Simone plants both hands on the table and thinks the obvious truth. This guy talks a lot. Oliver apologizes if he made her uncomfortable and says he will take his leave. Instead of walking away, the shadow suddenly lunges at Simone. Simone is thrown backward as the black mass tears across the room. She loses her footing and falls, helpless as the darkness bears down on her. Simone hangs in the terrifying moment before impact. Looking up in terror, Simone recognizes the creature as a ghost. The ghost is falling straight toward her. Simone reaches up to shield herself as the attack comes down. Then the terrifying pressure suddenly vanishes, leaving Simone crumpled on the floor. Anna panics and calls out to Simone, who is still trying to understand what just happened. Anna asks if Simone is all right, while Simone stays silent and shaken. Simone slowly pushes herself up, still rattled by the ghost's sudden disappearance. She insists she is perfectly fine, but the sweat on her face tells a very different story. Simone stares at her hands, realizing the ghost simply vanished. Oliver calls her my lady, and Simone can only think about that ghost. The shadow is gone completely, leaving Simone unsure whether she really saw it at all. Oliver looks concerned and asks if she is okay, while Simone grips the book tightly. Simone says she is fine, but her strained posture makes that answer hard to believe. Alone with her thoughts, Simone wonders if she imagined the entire nightmare. Something still feels wrong as Simone clutches the old Necromancer book. Bam interrupts attention and tells Anna to pack her things. Confused, Simone wakes up as Bam says they should return to the manor immediately. Still visibly shaken, Simone holds the book close and prepares to leave. Night settles over the mansion, quiet enough to make the whole place feel suspicious. The grand estate glows under the stars, looking elegant and definitely not haunted at all. Sure. Inside the mansion, the staff were still on duty, while the night was late. 2 maids try to sneak in a break, but the gray-haired maid catches him immediately. With her hands on her hips and a hard stare, she tells them they lost. Work wins again. The gray-haired maid looks genuinely annoyed as she asks why they are slacking off. The other maids nervously insist it was only a short break. They mutter that she acts like she is the only one working, while she quietly fumes. The gray-haired maid turns away, still irritated, but clearly trying to keep order. Then Simone calls from the doorway and asks everyone to gather around. Simone has something important to say, and the maids quickly answer her call. The staff gather in the polish hall, waiting for Simone's instructions. Simone hands out paper and tells each maid to take 10 sheets. The ordinary sheets pass from hand to hand, leaving the maids visibly puzzled. When they ask what the paper is for, Simone says she bought it in the village today. Simone announces that they are going to make talismans, and the room freezes at the word. The maids crowd around the paper, confused but curious about Simone's strange plan. She explains that she will put her power into the paper, then they can cut the talisman small enough to carry. Simone calmly tells them to cut the sheets little by little while they work. Her red eye sharpens as she notices their hesitation. The gray-haired maid asks the obvious question. Why are they doing this? The maid stands rigidly, still unsure whether this task is really hers to handle. One maid bluntly tells Lady Simone to handle her own business. Ball move in this household. Another maid looks down at the work and points out that this is not exactly her job either. Simone quietly lifts her teacup, completely unfazed by the complaints. She explains that she is making the talisman so no one else gets caught by a curse like Anna did. Simone's calm posture hides how serious this warning really is. She makes it plain. These are meant to protect their own bodies. The grey-haired maid repeats the idea softly, finally understanding that Simone is trying to protect them. The maid's stern expression cracks. She's not thrilled, but she's listening. At last, she accepts the papers and agrees to do it Simone's way. Simone notices the grey-haired maid is still unsettled and asks if she is all right. The maid admits that Anna suddenly started trembling earlier in the village. Anna looks up with wide red eyes, trying to remember what frightened her. A close look at Anna shows the fear has not left her at all. Anna sweats as the memory returns, and she knows it was not her imagination. She remembers a dark presence covered in staring eyes, and it felt like it was looking for her. In Anna's memory, the shadow looms behind a pale man, its eyes fixed on her. The awful realization settles in. Whatever it was, it noticed Anna. One enormous eye fills Anna's memory, turning the warning into something terrifyingly real. The presence seems to hang over her shoulder, as if it sensed danger before anyone else did. Anna clutches herself, shaken by the memory she had tried to push away. Simone connects it to the old spirit that usually rests on Anna's shoulder and wonders if it sensed danger. The memory flashes to a shadowy figure beside armed travelers, making the threat feel much closer. Anna says she was fine until Simone reminded her of it. Simone has accidentally reopened the nightmare folder. Simone lightly asks if Anna wants to hear a scary story, and Anna's tiny silence says absolutely not. The mood turns to be serious as Anna protests while Simone looks pleased with herself. The grey-haired maid snaps that she did not ask out of concern anyway. The stack of paper is ready, and the conversation finally returns to the task. Simone cuts off the chatter and orders them to make the first talisman for the Grand Duke. Later, someone calls for the master. The long silver-haired lord turns by the window, composed as ever. He asks what the servant would like for dinner. Simone appears in the hall and quietly says she will pass. The lord immediately asks whether Florrie is eating properly. The servant reports that she still eats about half her meals, though the portions are large enough. The lord shifts to another matter and after asks about the Adventurers Guild. A message has arrived. The guild says they finally found the Saintess's desire. The lord reacts sharply, wondering why news of a legendary treasure did not reach him sooner. The servant stands stiffly as he explains there's a serious complication. The message says the item was stolen by someone highly skilled. The servant says the thief is heading to Orkan the wizard to verify the relic. The jewel truly was the Saintess's desire, and somebody took it from the adventurers. The scene cuts to the forest, where the adventuring party is already in pursuit. The armed travelers move through the dark woods, chasing a thief who escaped in one clean strike. The silver-haired lord scoffs at the report. Rin is one of the finest swordsmen alive, so this sounds impossible. He cannot believe anyone could take the jewel from Ren. The servant says another swordsman defeated the whole party and fled with the jewel, but Ren's group is pursuing him. The lord clenches his fist, clearly unhappy with how badly things are going. He admits that nothing has been going right since the essence entered the picture. His expression darkens as he thinks about Florrie and Jace. He fears that with every passing day, both Florrie and Jace are losing more of themselves. A grim memory shows someone carrying an injured man through the dark forest. The forest fades into darkness as the worry hangs over everyone. Someone asks whether their curses can be broken, but the answer is painfully uncertain. The lord remembers Simone's strange conviction, even though she admitted she could not be certain. Simone smiles with unsettling confidence, making him wonder if she knows more than she says. He regrets not finding the Necromancer's existence sooner. He wonders if things would have changed if he had fought harder to lift their curses. A soft memory of family makes the regret hit even harder. A knock at the door cuts through his thoughts. The servant announces that Simone has arrived. The lord invites Simone in. Ha! Matinee! Simone steps into the grand room, alert and serious. She approaches carefully, holding something close. The lord asks what brings her here at this hour. Simone says she came to give him something. She offers him a small paper charm, looking hopeful but slightly nervous. Simone explains that it is a talisman made by condensing her mana into thin paper. The charm glows with a vivid magic circle, proving this little paper is no ordinary note. The lord repeats the word talisman, studying it with real interest. Simone admits it is still experimental and might not work well. Still, she says it was worth trying if it could stop anyone else from ending up like Anna. The lord silently reads the talisman, his guarded expression beginning to soften. He finally understands why Simone made it. He thanks her. Simone tries to brush it off, but the gratitude catches her by surprise. The lord tells Simone he is grateful for more than the talisman. She saved that servant's life. He says that because of Simone, someone was spared. His thanks are sincere, and Simone is left visibly moved by it. The silver-haired lord smiles gently at the charm in his hand. Simone thinks that perhaps it is not too late to set things right, after all. The lord cuts off the tender moment. He has urgent news about a magic stone. He tells Simone to sit and says the situation has grown troublesome. Simone sits across from him as the room fills with maps and a very different kind of danger. Simone asks what happened, already worried by his tone. The answer lands hard. The Saintess's desire was stolen. Simone is stunned as the name of the relic rings through her mind. He clarifies that something believed to be the Saintess's desire was snatched from the adventurers. The thief took it straight to a wizard, and Simone immediately asks which wizard received it. She cannot understand why anyone would bring such a relic directly to a wizard. The lord says she has surely heard the name before. He reveals that the wizard is Orkan, someone Ren is said to have connections with. Simone is stunned. Orkan is not just anyone, he is someone worth fearing. Simone recognizes the name from the very beginning of the story, a legendary wizard who never stayed off stage for long. Orkan appears in memory, surrounded by bright magic, carrying himself like one of the world's greatest wizards. He is also Abel's companion, making this news even more dangerous. Simone remembers that Louis trusted Orkan the most after obtaining the legendary stone. Her body folds forward as the implication hits her all at once. Simone knows the Saintess's desire truly exists, so she cannot imagine who reckless enough to steal it. The report says Orkan expects her cubby to take longer, but promises to reclaim the stone by the deadline. The lord sits calmly while Simone processes the pressure building around him. He orders preparations for countermeasures in case the adventurers fail to meet the time limit. Simone bows and says she leaves it to him. But inside, Simone realizes they have no other way to break Jace's curse if the relic is not the Saintess's desire. The thought makes her face go pale. Simone's forced little smile cannot hide how badly this news has shaken her. Her final thought is brutally simple. They are screwed. Lady Simone appears in the servants' room, calm but watchful, while everyone freezes at her sudden visit. Kayla admits she was finishing the bedding before leaving, looking nervous that Simone has caught her lingering. Kaylee clutches her bundle and stammers through an awkward explanation. Smooth recovery? Absolutely not. Simone thanks Kaylee for making the amulets, and the gray-haired maid looks startled by the praise. Kaylee remembers Simone telling everyone to make pointless amulets and sheepishly admits she did not know what they were for. Simone leans in with a sly smile and asks if Kaylee is still scared of the curse. Kaylee is very clearly still scared. Simone notices a strange object on the desk and asks what it is. The blonde maid points out that this amulet looks different from the harmless ones given to the other servants. Simone stops her immediately. The black amulet sits on the table like trouble wearing fancy handwriting. Simone reveals that it is an exorcism amulet, and the servant's curiosity turns into alarm. She warns them that an ordinary person who handles it could be consumed by the mana inside, so nobody else should touch it. The blonde maid recoils in terror as dark energy leaks from the amulet. Kaylee scolds Simone for leaving something so dangerous around, while Simone looks almost too calm about the whole mess. Kaylee says she has never expended this much mana before and looks completely drained. The exhausted maid hurries off, still warning Simone to stay far away from the black amulet. Simone agrees and tells her to get proper rest, her tone softening as Kaylee leaves. Once Kaylee is gone, Simone gives a tired little sigh. The crisis has finally clocked out. The room falls quiet, and Simone is left alone for the night. She flops across the bed in relief, thinking the lone day is finally over. Simone's tired eyes snap open when a strange thumping starts somewhere in the mansion. For 1 second she tries to ignore it, smiling as if sleep might still be possible. Another loud bang wipes out that hope, and Simone's irritated smile turns sharp. Simone realizes the mansion never gives her a moment of peace, and wonders if servants are really working this late. She sits up, annoyed and suspicious, asking who would be wandering the halls and making that much noise. Her eyes land on the exorcism amulet, and she wonders what curse could be acting up now. Trying to stay positive, Simone tells herself the servants all receive protection today and settles back down. She starts counting sheep, determined to force herself to sleep despite the noise. By 3 sheep, the thumping is still there, echoing through the darkened room. A sound comes from the bedroom doors, and Simone jolts awake again. She stares at the closed doors, baffled that the noise seems to have vanished. Morning finally arrives, giving Simone no answers but at least ending the sleepless night. Downstairs, the mansion is busy with servants as the day begins. Kaylee hears the bustle and wonders why everyone is so loud. She has no idea the night shift was worse. Simone arrives dressed for the day, looking composed even after getting almost no rest. The blonde maid nervously starts to explain, but Simone tells her to stop stammering and say it plainly. Simone says this is something only she can handle, her expression suddenly serious. The maid asks whether Simone noticed anything strange last night. She asked Simone to think about the thumping sound that kept every servant awake until dawn. Everyone heard it, but nobody dared investigate because they feared it was something dangerous. The servants admit the noise frightened the whole house, and Simone listens without giving much away. Simone asks the obvious question, could it have been a ghost? Her shadowed smile makes the question feel far less joking than it should. Simone praises them for staying away and says nobody should investigate this mansion alone. Then she asks if anyone heard anything else, and the blonde maid remembers another detail. A cook mentioned hearing a woman's voice at dawn, and Simone's eyes widen. The cook usually wakes early to prepare ingredients, making her report hard to dismiss. The server says the woman spoke from inside the kitchen, and Simone starts connecting the clues. Simone remembers something from just before she fell asleep, her face tightening as the memory returns. She thinks back to the strange bedroom doors and realizes something had definitely been there. Now it is gone, and Simone decides she needs to speak with the cook herself. She asks the servants to arrange it later, speaking with cool determination. The maid agrees, then asks where Lady Simone is headed now. Simone says she is going for a walk, already moving with a plan in mind. She asks for the mansion manual to be brought from her room. Simone heads outside, her long dark hair trailing behind her as the investigation continues. Walking through the grounds, she notices the red tree grove near the main gate looks tended again. The garden seems peaceful, but Simone stays alert, suspicious of anything that changes around this mansion. She looks over the landscaped grounds and notes that the place resembles a normal, pleasant garden. In the garden, Simone opens the ornate manual and starts searching for an explanation. The blonde maid brings tea as Simone studies the book with growing frustration. Simone flips through page after page while the maid waits politely. This manual is fighting for its life against basic usefulness. She asks whether there is some secret manual known only by the servants. No matter how closely she checks, the official manual says nothing about thumping sounds or a woman's voice at night. Simone's expression hardens as she keeps searching the pages for a missing answer. The manual offers no clue at all, and even the maid says none of the servants know anything either. The maid jokes that her eyesight is already failing at 17 from all this mystery reading. Simone calls Anna over and asks if the servants have a secret manual for these strange noises. Anna says even the head attendant, who has worked here longer than anyone, did not know about yesterday's events. Anna thinks it is not a secret manual at all, looking genuinely puzzled by the question. Simone realizes that leaves only one person who might know what is happening. She leans over the table, deciding there is only one person left to ask. Anna answers that it must be the master of the house. But Anna adds that the master is currently speaking with a guest. The guest is Sir Wren from the Adventurers Guild, and he arrived that morning. Simone reacts to mention of a guest, clearly interested in this unexpected visitor. Inside the mansion, the silver-haired master faces the blonde visitor holding an open case, setting up Simone's next lead. A glittering red crystal sits before Lord Jace, and he realizes this might be the legendary Mana Stone. The Saintess's desire is real. That little jewel is already causing mansion-level drama. Lord Jace looks uneasy as the stone's strange aura fills the room. The Mana Stone shines like it knows exactly how important it is. Its red glow confirms this is no ordinary treasure. A servant announces Lady Simone's arrival, and Lord Jace tells him to let her in. The meeting begins in the grand hall. The heavy doors close behind Simone, sealing in a very serious conversation. Sir Wren greets Simone with a cheerful smile, clearly pleased she came back so quickly. Wren sits ready with the evidence while Simone gets straight to the point. Simone says the stone was taken, yet she returned with it almost immediately. Wren insists he promised to retrieve it within the agreed time. Lord Jace studies Simone, wondering why she has not changed her hair or eye color. He is convinced she must know that Wren was here, but her appearance does not fit his expectation. Simone calmly praises Sir Wren, unaware she has already made Lord Jace suspicious. A close look at Simone shows her surprise starting to break through. She senses the stone's aura and realizes it is the real thing. The Mana Stone's power is undeniable. Lord Jace confirms that the Mage Urchin verified it as the genuine Saintess's desire. The crimson stone gleams on the table as everyone considers what it means. It's why it makes the room feel even more loaded. Now that someone confirmed the stone, Lord Jace asks for the full explanation. They gather around the table to trace where this treasure came from. Lord Jace asks who sold them the mana stone. Ren says the seller was an adventurer with no guild affiliation. He adds that the man could choose sword aura. Sword aura makes the mystery much bigger. Ren explains that the adventurer and his companions were formidable fighters. They were strong in both combat and support roles. Simone suddenly freezes. She has connected the clues. She realizes these people came to this village for a reason. In this era, only a few adventurers could wield sword aura with powerful allies. If they planned to raid supplies, the results should have been catastrophic. And if the swordsman was destined to meet Luen, there is only one possible candidate. Lord Jace asks if they came to raid the village. Simone says no. They already had a record of stealing a gem. Simone's face tightens as the story turns malicious. She can vouch that the group did not come to rob the village. Ren smiles as the answer gets more complicated. Naturally, the plot has receipts. He asks whether they have become Simone's companions. Ren confidently says they have all become his companions. Ren rests a hand on his cane while the room absorbs that claim. A phone-like vision reveals a thief of the jewel was the protagonist Abel. The image confirms it, and Simone realizes the timeline is tangling into chaos. Simone stares at the others, overwhelmed by how badly the story has changed. A tiny chibi asks what is wrong. Simone answers basically everything. She tries to play cool, but the pen goes during lapse. Simone thinks she should have noticed the change much earlier. In the original story, only a few people could match Luen's sword skills. But memory shows fierce fighters clashing in the forest. Lodi fights hard, but Simone now sees this battle was supposed to happen near the border village. Abel's party should have come to the border village following their original story arc. So why were they here instead? Simone knows this is not a small detour. The fight continues as the planned path breaks apart. The Saintess's desire was only meant to appear later. Somehow they already knew about it. A hooded figure hands over the mana stone, tying the mystery directly to that missing arc. Simone wonders if this disaster is partly her fault. The shattered vision makes it clear that events began to unfold unexpectedly. Once the plot started twisting, everything stopped following the original course. Simone's thoughts race as one unexpected event begins pulling in another. She fears Abel and Luen may have crossed paths without the story returning to normal. Simone closes her eyes trying to put the broken timeline back together. Lord Jace asks why she's thinking so deeply. Simone says it is nothing. Then Simone remembers something important. She asks permission to request something from her lord. Nate? Simone asks to hire Sir Ren as part of her staff. Ren looks startled as Simone introduces her bold new staffing plan. Lord Jace repeats one word, staff, because he knows exactly where this is going. He agrees that Ren is capable and already knows Simone's true identity. Lord Jace sees the practical value but asks what Simone really wants. Simone smiles. Raid the Borkin for a very useful ally. She says adventurer guild tasks are inconvenient and Ren can control which adventurers appear. Lord Jace sits quietly, weighing her request. Simone knows it sounds less like hiring staff and more like asking for a puppy. The chibi version makes the request look even more shamelessly adorable. Lord Jace rubs his forehead. He is already regretting how persuasive she can be. He says Ren cannot live or dine at this estate like Simone does. Ren quickly says he has his own residence. Lord Jace remains silent, but the proposal is clearly moving forward. Ren says he will commute and only borrow a room when necessary. Lord Jace finally gives a reluctant approval. Simone beams and promises to manage Ren properly, including the money. Ren takes the deal with a resigned little sigh. He has officially been adopted by paperwork. Lord Jace asks what Simone will do after obtaining the Mana Stone. His expression turns serious as Simone's next answer changes the subject completely. Simone reports strange noises at night and asks whether Lord Jace will investigate first. Her red eyes sharpen. She has remembered something she should have said earlier. Simone smiles and says no. Her priority is to rescue Lord Jace. Only now does she realize that night noises are a much bigger problem than she admitted. Simone suddenly launches into action, leaving Ren scrambling after her. Ren is left stunned as Simone rushes off with a new mission. Simone dismisses the unknown noises as a lesser concern, which is never a comforting sentence. She smiles with total confidence, while Lord Jace looks far less convinced. Lord Jace calls Simone's name, trying to get a clear answer. His face shows genuine alarm as Simone keeps moving ahead. Lord Chase asks if there's anything he can do to assist. The room falls quiet for Simone decides what to demand next. She says it is hard to explain. Lord Chase orders a healer to be prepared in case Ren needs help. He remains tense, realizing Simone is carrying knowledge he cannot see. Simone says she will personally investigate the rumors among the servants. She turns away, hiding the concern in her eyes. The night noises are not mentioned anywhere in the original story manuals. Simone checks her notes, searching for anything that explains this new problem. She concludes that a new curse has emerged. Lord Chase rises sharply. A new curse is the last thing this mansion needed. Simone promises to investigate the matter personally. Lord Chase leaves the investigation in her hands, while Ren follows with the Mana Stone. Ren calls after Lady Simone as they head toward the mansion's deeper rooms. Simone moves to the old mansion with Ren close behind. She confirms that the jewel may be able to save someone. Ren asks how she intends to use it. Simone explains that the legendary jewel should be able to lift curses. She asks Ren if he knows about black magic. Ren repeats the words, black magic, instantly uneasy. He explains that witches and necromancers use sorcery to distance themselves from the gods. The Empire considered necromancers dangerous. Black magic was banned because it was dangerous. Protests and atrocities widened the rift between the Empire and necromancers. The dark history hangs over Simone's explanation. Ren asks why black magic was considered so dangerous. Simone says it requires a sacrifice to perform. Ren's expression drops as he understands where this is heading. Simone confirms that the Grand Duchess is attempting black magic herself. Ren can barely believe it. A Grand Duchess should not be doing this. Dark purple energy begins leaking through the mansion. The curse is no longer a theory. It is moving. Ren demands an explanation, shocked that a Grand Duchess used black magic in her own estate. Simone tells him to wait, because the truth gets worse. Ren stands rigid, struggling to process the accusation. He asks if she attempted black magic despite not even being a necromancer. Ren says it makes no sense. Black magic needs a living sacrifice. Simone says it would have been possible with assistance. She calmly delivers a clue while Ren's anxiety climbs. Ren repeats that it still makes no sense. He realizes the sacrifice must be the key. Ren asks who the Grand Duchess could possibly obtain in this isolated mansion. The answer hits him before Simone can say it. Ren begs her not to say the Grand Duchess used the servants as sacrifices. Simone says no. Some missing servants may have been used as offerings, but not as living sacrifices. She explains that the victims were not truly living sacrifices. Within this mansion, one person exists outside everyone's memory. That person was completely erased from the world. Simone stands in the dark curse's shadow as the forgotten truth surfaces. The Aldesham of the Ilsham family was removed from existence. A small footstep makes the revelation feel terrifyingly close. The mansion's sign draw leads into the missing heir's story. 7 years have passed since young Master Jace became a living sacrifice. The mansion doors loom ahead, hiding the curse's core. Glowing footprints lead Simone and Ren deeper into the darkness. They follow the trail together, carrying the Mana Stone toward the mansion's secret. Jace brings Simone to the Duchess's room, and she looks far too curious for a door everyone treats like a death sentence. Simone calmly says she just wants to look inside, while Jace stares at her like she has suddenly lost all survival instincts. She flashes a sweet, innocent smile and promises it will only take a second. Famous last words, honestly. Jace asks if the Duchess could be locked in there, but Simone reminds him the Duchess normally wanders the mansion freely. Jace admits he has even met the Duchess in the hallway, which makes Simone's little inspection plan feel even riskier. He runs out of confidence mid-sentence, visibly realizing this is not a normal locked room mystery. Simone asks if he has any more questions, and Jace finally gives in. He has plenty, but none that will stop her. With a tiny determined nod, Simone says they should go. Jace is already regretting every life choice that led here. Jace reaches for the ornate door handle, and even his hand looks nervous about this. He asks what this is, and Simone simply confirms it. The room is right in front of them. Jace opens the door, trying to keep his composure as the room beyond stays unnaturally dark. The door cracks open, revealing only darkness and a strange glint from inside. A pale face and one cold eye peer through the gap. Someone has been waiting in there. Jace freezes at the doorway, and the danger hits him a bit too late. He stammers an excuse and tries to close the door again, suddenly very respectful of personal space. Jace starts to shut it, but the door creaks as if something on the other side is pushing back. He braces against the doors, desperate to seal the room before whatever is inside gets out. A dark hand shoots through the gap and grabs him. That door is no longer closing. Jace is yanked backward with brutal force, his arms stretched toward the room as he loses his footing. Simone lunges after him, horrified, but the unseen pull is stronger than both of them. The force whips Simone around the room, and her wide-eyed shock says she did not expect the curse to fight back. Simone breaks free for a moment and runs, but a shadowy hand reaches for her from behind. She is seized again, and Jace can only watch in total panic. Jace screams for Simone as she disappears into the cursed room. Her dark hair vanishes behind the doors while the room swallows every trace of the struggle. Jace pounds on the doors and calls for Simone, but there is no answer. The commotion brings servants running, and Jace is still shouting for the door to open. Sweating and furious, Jace keeps hammering at the sealed room, begging Simone to respond. The servants recognize him as Simone's adventurer companion, then ask the question nobody wants to hear. Where is she? Jace points at the doors, and the servants finally understand Simone is trapped in the Duchess's chamber. A servant warns Jace that he cannot approach this room carelessly. A little late for that memo. Jace curses under his breath and bolts to the mansion to find help. He sprints full speed through the halls, clutching his bag as the servants chase after him. A servant yells that running inside the mansion is forbidden. Jace is busy having a much bigger emergency. Jace bursts into the master's office, interrupting Len and the bespectacled steward. The steward scolds him for barging in, but Jace is too breathless and scared to care. Jace doubles over, gasping, while Len watches his panic sharpen into concern. Jace catches his breath just enough to force out Simone's name. Len's expression changes instantly when he hears Simone was dragged into the Duchess's room. Len rises with quite alarm. This is not a curse they can casually wait out. Jace blurts out the awful possibility that Simone went in to break the Duchess's curses. He explains that Simone only meant to observe the situation first, not become part of it. Jace says the Duchess opened the door after they spoke and suddenly dragged Simone inside and locked it. Jace tries to piece the moment together, worried Simone may have overheard something important. Then asks what Simone saw in the room, and Jace struggles to give them anything useful. Jace says he could barely judge the situation before the Duchess dragged Simone away. He turns toward Len as the conversation shifts from the room itself to someone Simone mentioned. Len asks if Jace means more Jace, and Jace realizes Simone had apparently mentioned him to the Duchess. Jace confirms it, and Len falls silent with a troubled look. Len presses a hand to his head, clearly shaken by the implication. Jace says the room was too dark to see clearly, but he caught a glimpse over the Duchess's shoulder. In that brief glimpse, Jace saw a grim image that looked unfit for any living person to inhabit. Jace remembers the horrible sight, and it seems tied to a name he knows too well. The name Jace Carl hits him hard, and his face goes rigid with recognition. Jace remembers that no one in the mansion was supposed to have memories of him. Len reads Jace's reaction and realizes someone in the Duchess's room may remember a child who should have been forgotten. Len asks why Jace knows so little about the Duke's son, even though that boy is supposedly him. Jace can only wonder why this buried memory is suddenly resurfacing now. Len points out that if Jace was truly worried, he could have visited the boy at any time. Jace is stunned by Len's blunt accusation, while the steward steps in to defend the mansion's rules. Jace snaps back at the steward, furious that everyone is talking around the real crisis. The steward raises his voice, offended by Jace's disrespect toward his master. Len cuts him off with one word: enough. Len admits Jace is right, leaving the steward visibly uneasy. Len says it has been a long time since he last saw that child with his own eyes. The steward is lost as old memories begin twisting through Len and Jace's thoughts. Jace repeats the impossible connection, the master's son. Jace stands swallowed by the memory, trying to understand what happened back then. Len urges him to think back, but the past is clearly a place neither man wants to revisit. Jace asks Len if there is something he does not know, and Len turns away in silence. Len says there is nothing to explain, then adds that Jace would not understand. Len shuts the conversation down for later. Simone is still trapped, and that cannot wait. The steward watches Len's decision with a stiff, worried expression. Len refocuses everyone on the task at hand, getting Simone out of that room. Len grips his weapon, and the mood shifts from argument to rescue. He says they must concentrate on saving Simone first, then moves for the cursed doors. The doors open just enough to reveal blood across the floor. Inside, Simone sprawled beneath the Duchess, surrounded by a nightmare red room. Simone gasps in pain as the Duchess pins her down. The rescue came dangerously late. The Duchess clamps a hand around Simone's throat, and Simone can barely breathe. Simone's red eyes strain with fear as she realizes she may die here. The Duchess looms over her with hollow eyes, completely consumed by the curse. With blood dripping from her face, the Duchess whispers that she needs just one more. Her demand is terrifyingly simple. If she sacrifices one more person, Jace will live. The blood-soaked room makes the curse's price brutally clear. A bloodied figure fills the darkness as the Duchess's promise hangs over Simone. The chapter ends in the curse's cruel bargain, with Simone caught at the center of it. Lady Simone leans over the unconscious Jace, completely desperate. She thinks one more death could save him. The curse whispers that one more sacrifice will let Jace live, and Simone is already staring at the only person she can use. Nyla sees Simone's cold expression and cannot believe the Duchess is this strong. Nyla is terrified she will die in this mansion, but she refuses to calmly accept it. Simone launches herself at Nyla, but Nyla suddenly does not move at all. Simone freezes above Nyla, stunned that the girl has stopped her in mid-attack. She tries to force her hand down anyway, glaring at Nyla with pure murderous focus. Simone finally snaps and screams for Nyla to die, but help is already crashing into the room. Gunshots crack through the mansion. Even this cursed household apparently has a very loud doorbell. Rem barges in, furious and worried, calling out for Lady Simone. The intruders demand to know if Simone is all right, while she turns toward them in silence. Simone orders everyone to be quiet. Her voice is low, but the rage behind it is obvious. Nyla coughs and recoils as Simone lashes out at anyone who dares interrupt her. Nyla clutches her throat, shaken but alive. She truly thought that was the end. As Nyla struggles for air, she notices the sword and realizes the people outside must be Louis and his grace. Nyla knows the timing saved her. If those two had arrived a little later, she would have died. Blood on the blade makes the danger painfully real, and Nyla sees Simone is still not done. Nyla tries to focus. While Louis and the Duke distract Simone, she needs to get back to Jace. Simone whips around and repeats her order to be quiet, her whole body trembling with rage. Nyla tells herself this is not the moment to panic. Jace needs her. She keeps her eyes on the wounded boy, determined to reach him while the adults fight. Nyla whispers Jace's name, horrified by the sound of his blood dripping nearby. But Nyla sees him clearly. Jace is bound to a chair, covered in blood, and somehow still alive. She looks from Jace to the room, trying to process the nightmare in front of her. Nyla can only call the scene insane. Honestly, that is a very restrained review. Simone stalks through the room, still determined to leave someone in that state. Before anyone can stop her, Simone moves with terrifying speed. She lands hard and rises again, looking less like a grieving mother and more like a curse itself. Simone grips her weapon with empty eyes. She has reached the point where grief has swallowed everything else. Her hand tightens around the sword as the room braces for another attack. Ren steps in with his weapon ready, finally putting himself between Simone and Nyla. Ren calls out to Lady Simone, but she is already moving again. His warning echoes through the hall as Simone charges straight for Nyla. Nyla is knocked down, staring up at Simone with fear written all over her face. Simone laughs softly, which is never the sound you want from the person holding the sword. Simone pins Nyla down and declares that she has finally caught her. The Duke urgently orders Ren to get a healer, while Nyla is still trapped under Simone's blade. Ren answers that he will go, but his eyes stay fixed on the danger around Nyla. Ren runs for help as Simone closes in, leaving Nyla to face the Duchess alone. The Duke steadies Nyla and tells her a healer is coming. For now, he wants her safely outside. Nyla refuses to leave. Her work is not finished yet. The Duke explains the hard truth. Breaking Jace's curse could kill Nyla. Simone clutches herself and pleads with Nyla. If only Nyla dies, the nightmare will be over. The Duke says Jace is fading from the well because of the curse, and Simone wants one more death to stop it. Nyla stays beside the Duke, listening despite the blood soaking her clothes. The Duke cannot understand how black magic to bring someone back to life. Nyla quietly tells him to watch. He calls the idea absurd, but Nyla points out the obvious. Jace is undeniably alive. Nyla adds that keeping Jace locked in his corpse-filled room will only make his illness worse. She promises she will bring Jace back, asking the Duke to let her try. The Duke finally asks Simone to rest. He is trying to protect her, even after everything. Simone flinches as a talisman reacts near her face. Something inside her is changing. Simone can only gasp as dark energy starts to stir. A tear slips from Simone's eye, but the curse is not letting her calm down. Black-red energy erupts through the room, violent enough to make everyone recoil. Nyla stares in shock as the curse bursts out of Simone. Nobody expected the talisman to hit this hard. Neela realizes the talisman drives out evil energy with even stronger evil energy. Very comforting math. The dark energy peels away from Simone as she cries out in pain. Simone calls for Flori, and the Duke realizes her strength must have been weakened badly. The Duke catches Simone and tells Flori to make sure she gets complete rest. With Simone down, Nyla turns to the main point. Jace is the Duke's only son. The Duke admits he bears much of the blame for Jace's condition. Nyla stands before Jace, bloodied but determined to hear the full truth. The Duke says it began 7 years ago. He explains that Jace was fading from people's memories because of the curse. The Duke begins his grim account of the mansion's curse and Flori's weakened heart. 7 years ago, a man came to the mansion with black magic. He told Flori he could break the curse, and desperate parents will listen to almost anything. The Duke had no other hope, so he supported Flori's choice. He believed Flori was the only person who could endure the ritual and save their son. The stranger performed black magic for 10 days, then disappeared without warning. They did not realize it was the start of a nightmare. Flori slowly began dragging people and animals into her room, no matter how hard the Duke tried to stop her. The mansion's floor bears the marks of the terrible things happening behind closed doors. The Duke says he tried to persuade Flori without hurting her, but nothing worked. Both parents watched their child suffer a fate worse than death, slowly erased from everyone's memory. The Duke admits he may never truly tried hard enough to stop Flori. Their shared pain turned them into prisoners of the curse and of each other. The Duke holds Flori in the ruined room, knowing nothing improved after all that suffering. When he thought he could endure no more, Nyla appeared. Nyla listens beside Jace, silent as the Duke compares this to the original tragedy. In the original story, the Duchess and Jace would fall under black magic, and Jace would die. But Nyla says it is different now because Jace is still here. Jace remains bound and bloodied, clinging to life through something no one understands. For 7 years, Jace has stood on the boundary between life and death. The Duke says Jace still endures, proving his will to live is real. Nyla sees the answer. Jace's will to live has carried him this far. Nyla calls for Ren and asks for the magic stone. Ren hands over the red stone, and Nyla prepares to gamble everything on it. Nana's eyes sharpen as purple power gathers around her. The magic surges through the room in twisting purple waves. Nyla reaches toward Jace as the stone's power lashes around them both. The curse wraps around Nyla, but she holds her ground. Nyla makes her choice. They are going to live. Simone finally acts. Her face is calm, but dark magic is already twisting around the room. Purple energy coils into a brutal vortex, and Simone pours her mana into a holy magic stone. The spell surges around the bound Jace. Simone looks completely locked in, even while the curse fights back. She says this holy power can pull Jace out before the dark sorcery consumes him. Simone shuts her eyes and concentrates. She's betting everything on one last burst of power. Jace's battered face fills the frame as Simone pushes for one more second. This is painfully close. The curse finally erupts in a blinding flash, and Jace begins to return to the room. The mansion settles after the blast, with purple traces fading through the air. Jace is back in his sister's arms. Simone watches from nearby, exhausted but relieved. Simone looks up when they ask if the curse is gone. Her expression says the job is not finished. Jace hangs limp in the ropes, bruised and bloodied, but alive. Simone explains that breaking the curse completely requires a price. Everyone suddenly gets very quiet. Jace's white-haired relative holds the injured woman tightly, clearly terrified of what that price could be. He does not hesitate. If saving Jace frees the family, he says he will give anything. Simone stares at him in silence, weighing his answer with those cold red eyes. A bloody face tightens. Simone repeats his offer back to him. His life. Then Simone smiles and says there's no problem if he is ready for that. That is one way to negotiate. She ends the tense talk for now and gives clear instructions for Jace's recovery. Simone orders Jace and his sister kept apart, then tells Len to place the magic stone in Jace's hand. Len notices Simone's hand is still bleeding and asks why she does not use the stone on herself. The white-haired man agrees that Simone could use it too while the injured woman clings to him. Len carefully presses the glowing stone into Simone's bleeding hand, and she tells him to be gentle. The stone starts healing her wound. Simone's tight expression finally eases. Len thanks her, still startled by how quickly she solved the disaster that nearly killed Jace. Simone tells him that from now on she will treat him as a benefactor of the family. Simone gives him a sly smile. She knows he finally trusts her. Len's trust is the real reward here, and Simone looks quietly pleased with herself. Later, Simone heads into her rooms with a new plan already brewing. She orders everyone out. Simone has decided the room itself needs to be dealt with. The servants hurry to obey as Simone takes hold of a heavy axe. A maid wonders what Lady Simone plans to do with that axe. Honestly, a fair question. Simone raises the axe over her shoulder, looking absolutely determined to redecorate by force. She swings without hesitation. Furniture explodes into splinters under Simone's axe. The maid recoils as the room fills with flying debris. Simone is not doing a gentle spring clean. The maid stammers as another priceless object goes flying. Simone panics. The wrecked furniture is worth a fortune. Simone is not impressed. The white-haired man tells. A white-haired man calmly says to let Simone do as she pleases. He has learned when not to interfere. The stern white-haired man stands in the doorway while the maid watches Simone's destruction in shock. The maid admits she expected a price, but not a full room demolition. Simone keeps tearing through the room while they agree to clear it out once she is done. The once grand room is left wrecked and empty around Simone. Len asks whether she is really destroying all the former lady's belongings. Simone's smile fades. These books and objects are not things that can simply be replaced. Len says the belongings were only collecting dust in storage, but Simone knows they matter. Someone can see that he's not entirely wrong, but she's clearly not done investigating. Len asks if she found what she was looking for. Simone says, not yet. Simone explains that she needs to destroy the true source of the curse, but she cannot sense it anywhere. Her eyes sharpen as she thinks through the missing piece. Destroying cursed objects should have triggered a reaction, because the former lady fueled the curse with dark sorcery. Then Simone realizes it. The dark sorcery must have come from somewhere else. Simone freezes, wide-eyed, as an important memory clicks into place. She remembers that the dark sorcerer stayed at the mansion and met with the household. Len confirms it happened yesterday, and Simone immediately starts connecting the dots. Simone suddenly knows what they missed and rushes for answers. She bursts through the door, startling a maid with her urgency. Axe still in hand, Simone demands to know where the sorcerer's room is. The maid trembles and asks if she means the sorcerer. The poor maid cannot answer, until the old butler clears his throat. Butler Laurel steps forward, calm enough to stop the pen. Laurel tells Simone to follow him. She does not waste a second. Simone follows the butler through the mansion, while Len stays close behind. They descend into the darker, hidden side of the manor. Laurel explains that the servants never knew about the guest. Dark sorcery was kept carefully hidden. The butler leads them through a shadowy corridor and says the sorcerer was always concealed. Laurel explains that exposure would have made the manor cursed and shunned by the town. The former master kept the sorcerer here for 10 days, meeting him only in a room prepared just for him. They stop at the hidden room. Laurel says this is where the sorcerer stayed. Laurel admits he never knew why the former master allowed it, only that the man seemed desperate. The butler leaves Simone to inspect the room herself. Simone enters the dusty room and tells the others to take their time. Len asks if she plans to smash this room too. He has seen the axe routine. Simone says no, not this one. First, they search. She tells Len to report anything suspicious, and he starts checking every shelf. The dark stale room gives them nothing obvious at first. Len searches the cabinet while Simone scans the room with growing suspicion. Simone digs through a bag, then spots something hidden in the shadows. Her red eyes widen. Simone has found a strange glass sphere. Len calls out they found it, and Simone moves in fast. Len asks what it is as Simone lifts the pale sphere from its hiding place. Simone says it was probably left behind by the dark sorcerer. She raises the sphere and realizes it may be the last piece of the curse. The moment Simone senses it, dark energy lashes out around her. Simone's caught off guard as the sphere unleashes a violent purple curse. The magic screams through the room, trying to swallow Simone whole. Len reaches for Simone as dark smoke spins around them, but she refuses to let go. The curse blasts upward in a final violent surge. Simone looks up through the fading smoke with a fierce, relieved smile. The dark energy dissolves, and Simone announces that the curse is broken. Simone tells Len to check on Jace and his sister, and to watch how Butler Laurel reacts. Someone explains that if Jesus' curse is truly gone, his memories should return first. Len accepts the order but asks what Simone herself will do now. Len waits anxiously for her answer as the danger finally clears. Simone points at herself as if the answer should be obvious. After all that, Simone says she's going to rest. Completely reasonable. Simone walks away at last, leaving the broken curse and its consequences behind her. A shaken maid rushes in and tells Lady Simone that the strange sounds have returned. Simone calmly sets down her tea, but her guarded look says she is listening closely. The maid explains that something has been thumping around upstairs, and Simone asks exactly what she heard. The maid says the noise came from the floor above, and it was loud enough to make everyone nervous. Another servant confirms it. This house clearly refuses to let Simone enjoy one quiet cup of tea. Simone keeps her composure as the maids crowd around her for answers. They insist that thumping was all around the corridor, not just one room. Simone thinks she had finally caught a break, but now the mansion has another problem. Her eyes narrow as she asks whether these sounds happen often. Simone wants a straight answer, and the servants do not make her wait. The maid admits. Happens every day. Then she remembers hearing a woman's voice along with the noise. The maid says the room was silent, so she heard it clearly. It was definitely someone else. Simone goes still, piecing together what that detail could mean. She asks if the cook had buddy heard it too, and the answer is yes. A woman's voice in a quiet room turns this from a nuisance into something much worse. Simone realizes it sounds like a familiar old ghost story. In that story, a wandering ghost keeps stomping around while repeating the same words. And the story begins in the same kind of grand old house. Her thoughts drift to a dark corridor, where the sound seems to be waiting. The imagined mansion runs abandoned and wrong, every shadow stretching toward the hall. A heavy thud echoes through the darkness. The sound moves through the building as if something's dragging itself closer. Then the thought snaps back. Not here! It cannot be here. The empty corridor offers no comfort at all. Simone forces a small smile, but she is visibly rattled. Stinks, no way. Could that ghost really have appeared in this manner? The possibility lands hard, and Simone cannot brush it off anymore. Simone bursts into the Lord's study, looking far less calm than before. She gathers herself at the door and approaches the white-haired Lord. She asks if he is busy, and he tells her to explain. Simone reports that the servants keep hearing strange sounds at night. She leans over his desk, urgent enough that even he pays attention. The Lord says the sound was not listed in the handbook. He remains composed, which somehow makes Simone's alarm feel even louder. He concludes that a new curse may have appeared in the manor. The other possibility is worse. Something unrelated to Ilston has been dragged inside. Simone's eye widens as that second possibility sinks in. She goes quiet, trying not to show how badly the idea has hit her. Simone thinks this could be something completely separate from the manor's usual curses. If so, it could be an outside case, brought in from somewhere else. For once, Simone is genuinely out of comforting explanations. A dark memory takes over, showing a figure trapped in a cold, wet nightmare. The memory turns brutal with someone crumpled helplessly below. A woman hangs suspended in the darkness, turning the story into something far more personal. The Lord suddenly asks whether Simone has any suspicions. The question catches her off guard, and she grips the book like a shield. He notices she has been thinking deeply, and Simone hesitates before answering. She says it is not that she has no idea, she just wants to be certain first. The Lord accepts that answer, and tells her to report back once she knows more. He watches her carefully, still waiting for the real concern behind her silence. He asks about the young lord's condition. Simone says the saint's dice eater is still close to his body, but his condition has not improved. The sick young lord lies pale and exhausted, still clutching at his chest. Simone admits that recovery was never going to happen overnight. Still, the Lord asks her to keep a close eye on him for now. Simone agrees and leaves the study. Out, she offers a polite thank you, though her mind is clearly elsewhere. Outside the office, Simone pauses alone at the ornate doors. Her red eyes widen. Someone is suddenly nearby. She turns toward the movement overhead, caught completely by surprise. Simone asks why he is here when she never called for him. The blonde young man makes an extremely theatrical entrance. Apparently walking normally was unavailable today. He smiles and says he could hardly leave his boss alone. Simone thinks he is the kind of employee who refuses a break even when ordered to take one. She recognizes that he came to keep watch over her. Yeah? He says the servants told him suspicious noises keep happening at night. Simone confirms that plenty of people have heard them by now. She stands rigidly in the hole, already treating the sounds as a real threat. The blonde man agrees that it is a problem, especially if it disrupts the manor's work. Simone wonders if she should keep watch outside. She turns away, already planning how to track the source. The blonde man asks if she will run straight toward the sound. He says he will cut it down with his sword, and Simone gives him the obvious question, what if it is not human? He pauses, because even ghost hunting needs a little planning. Simone says she has never faced it directly, so she cannot promise what would work. Even so, her expression says she has already made up her mind. She announces that she plans to check tonight. The noises usually come from the basement late at night, so Simone wants to see the truth herself. The blonde man immediately says he will go with her. Simone reminds him that she never hired him as a bodyguard. Privately, she wants to investigate the manor's changes without missing a day. She also hopes the investigation will give her a clue to solving the royal curse. But she tells him that if he meets a ghost, he needs to be able to help. The blonde man looks startled by how serious she suddenly sounds. He asks what he should do, and Simone tells him to stand by for now. Then Simone calls for Anna. She waits with a measured expression while Anna arrives carrying linens. Anna hurries in, startled to find Simone waiting for her. Simone asks Anna to prepare an empty basement room because she will sleep here tonight. Anna freezes in disbelief. You! Anna worries that monsters might be downstairs, but Simone says they are already dealing with it. The blonde man listens as Simone turns the situation into a new mission. He suggests they visit the cook while the room is being prepared. He leans close with an easy grin, and Simone lets him join her. He says the servants mentioned Simone had been planning to talk with the cook. Simone looks up at him, quietly considering the suggestion. Yes, she agrees without making a fuss about it. The blonde man asks to join, and Simone tells him to do as he likes. He accepts far too happily. The man is not subtle, but he is committed. That night, the kitchen is dim, and the head chef works alone. A pot clatters in the darkness, making the kitchen feel suddenly unsafe. The head chef moves through the shadowy kitchen, unaware that visitors are approaching. Simone calls out to the head chef. Now see! The chef jolts around, terrified by the sudden voice. He nearly drops his utensil as a surprise hits him. He complains that Lady Simone scared him half to death. Simone and the blonde man stand together while the chef tries to recover. Simone apologizes for arriving at a busy time, but the chef says he is free now. Simone notices that he looks pale and deeply worn down. The chef asks what brings her here, still trying to sound cheerful. Simone thinks he looks like someone who's been tormented for a long time. She asks about the sound and whether he heard it again today. The chef's uneasy smile fades. He stammers and the darkness behind him seems to close in. He admits that he did hear it. His feet tense as he struggles to say what he knows. He says that if Simone is asking him about it, then it really was a ghost. Sweating and terrified, the chef says he hears it every single day. He insists that he saw it with his own eyes. And that is not all. He saw where a face should be. The chef's voice shakes as the horrifying image takes shape. He describes swollen, bluish, puffy feet. The thing has a pale, ruined body that barely looks human. Darkness clings to the figure as its outline becomes clearer. Then eyes start opening inside the blackness. There are more eyes than there should ever be, all staring from the dark. The nightmare closes in around the blonde man as the chef's story reaches its worst point. The blonde man looks up into the darkness and realizes this is not just a story. Something is watching from directly above him. A few days earlier, the Manor chef is curled up in terror, shaking like he has seen the worst shift of his life. He can barely bring himself to explain what happened. It started with a rumor in the servants' quarters about something roaming the halls at night and thumping around. The head chef dismisses the frightened worker and tells him to get back to cooking. Classic haunted house management. The younger cook admits he is too scared to even go down to the ingredients room. The chef says he might as well prepare him instead, acting brave enough for both of them. He scoffs that this sort of thing cannot happen in the manor, that confidence is about to expire. The chef calls the younger staff weak, and heads out to teach the missing worker a lesson. He enters the dark basement corridor where the silence immediately feels wrong. A faint sound makes the chef pause by the cellar door. His smug look fades as he listens harder. Annoyed that the worker is nowhere in sight, he decides he will use force if needed. He moves deeper into the ornate basement, still pretending this is just a discipline problem. Then a sharp noise snaps through the hallway, and the chef freezes. He says he came prepared to drag the brat back, even if he had to use force. The noise comes again, and now it is unmistakably close. The chef breaks into a run, his brave act gone in 1 second flat. He keeps looking back, sweating as the sound follows behind him. His eyes go wide when the footsteps suddenly seem right on top of him. The chef realizes with horror that the thing has appeared again today. He says he had only had the rumbling in the kitchen before, so he assumed the manor was settling. But the noise keeps trailing him through the corridor. Every step makes it clearer that something is chasing him. The hall is filled with a low, ugly mumble from somewhere behind him. The chef recognizes that awful sound and panics. He runs harder, convinced the unseen presence is gaining on him. He cries that it is going to catch him. Something catches his leg, stopping him dead. The chef stares back in pure disbelief. He can only scream no as the presence closes in. He crashes to the floor, groaning as the chase ends deadly. Blood smears across the floor beside him. A dark figure looms over the fallen chef. The chef crawls through the blood, and a voice tells him, "I found you." When he turns around, terror takes over his face. He sees a pale blue face upside down, covered in blood and grinning far too wide. The ghost's glowing blue eyes stare straight through him. The chef can only gasp. The ghost tells him, "You're not the one." Then it vanishes, leaving the chef alive and completely confused. For several days afterward, nothing else happens. Back in the kitchen, the chef says he kept hiding there every day after that encounter. He regrets bringing it up, clearly reliving every ugly second of it. Simone and Ren listen as the chef finishes his story. Simone quietly confirms that he saw something that looked down on him and said he was not the one. The chef nervously agrees, insisting he may have misheard because he was terrified. Ren immediately sees the implication. The ghost must be looking for someone. Simone turns toward Ren, thoughtful and suddenly much more serious. Simone reasons that if everyone heard the sound but no one was hurt, the ghost only targets the person it wants. She pauses as the conclusion settles in. Simone is certain now. The ghost was a blood-soaked woman standing upside down. The memory of those glowing eyes still follows the chef everywhere. Simone clutches her head, asking why she had to look at it. Then Simone drops the key detail. That ghost is not a curse from this manor. Ren asks if she knows something about it, his calm expression turning alert. Ren says they should prepare to leave, but the chef protests that this is not the place for that talk. The chef is still gripping his head like his entire confidence got thrown down the stairs. Simone notices the room they are in, and asks if it is where the dark magician once stayed. She looks around the old room, searching for a connection. Ren says it seems to be the only empty room. Simone suddenly looks irritated, as if Ren has picked a fight without realizing it. Ren asks who decided on this room, and Anna nervously admits it was her. Anne explains that the basement rooms were all occupied, so she chose the only empty one. She says the room was cleaned well, but admits that is enough for one night's stay. Simone gives an exhausted sigh while Anna waits for the verdict. Anna asks Simone whether she heard what the chef said. Simone says she has an idea of what it is and plans to meet it herself tonight. Anna warns her that meeting a ghost alone will be dangerous. Ren calmly says no, he has something else to do. Simone remains composed in her chair, completely unwilling to be babied. Ren does not look worried at all. He clearly knows Simone can handle herself. Anna asks if she will really be okay alone, and begs to stay with Simone tonight. Anna blurts out that she wants to stay with Simone, determined to fight a ghost if she has to. Simone's tiny reaction says it all. Anna's bravery needs a little more cooking time. Anna apologizes, while Simone wonders if she really looks so fragile that she needs protection. Simone reassures Anna that she will be fine. She'll believe him. Ren tells Anna that if Simone needs help, he will be more than enough. Anna finally backs down and says she will return around dinner, asking Simone to call if she needs anything. Anna leaves with a cheerful thanks, still trying very hard to be useful. Once they are alone, Ren studies Simone with a much more serious look. He asks if the capable assistant who is more than enough has another job to do. Simone simply answers, yes. The conversation takes a sharp turn as Simone reveals what she has figured out. Simone says the ghost the chef saw latched onto her when she went out to the village. That explains why the ghost was clinging to the shoulder of the person she met that day. Simone calls Ren's name, and her eyes show she has reached a decision. She tells Ren to go to the village and find information about that person. That night, Ren heads out beneath the Manor's shadow, following Simone's lead. Before dawn, the mansion sits under a cold, silent sky. It is never a comforting opening. Bare branches claw across the moonlight as the night presses in around the manor. Inside, Florrie lies exhausted on her bed, insisting she has nothing left to do. Her feet hang over the edge, as she thinks ghosts are supposed to appear at dawn. Florrie stares into the dark with tired red eyes, trying to convince herself she only needs to sleep. The candle flickers beside her. Very helpful candle. Excellent timing. The room grows unnaturally still as the weak flame throws long shadows. Then the wall flips upside down. Florrie is suddenly falling through a dark dream. Her eyes snap open in confusion. She has no idea where she is. Clouds drift beneath her as Florrie realizes it's not her room anymore. She tries to call out, but only a weak breath escapes. Florrie understands the nightmare's rule too late. Her body is completely paralyzed. A massive snake rises from the darkness, its red eyes locked right onto her. Its thick body coils around Florrie before she can move a single muscle. A constriction tightens with brutal force, crushing the air from her chest. Florrie claws at the serpent in terror, but she cannot get free. She tries to scream, but the snake squeezes harder and cuts off her breath. One terrified red eye peers through the darkness as someone speaks to her. A long-haired figure smiles from the shadows and tells Florrie to struggle all she wants. The ghost leans close, its grin calm and cool while Florrie desperately asks who it is. Its single red eye gleams in the black, and the nightmare feels far too real. Florrie jolts awake with a gasp, tangled in her bedding and drenched in fear. She sits up in the dim room, wondering what in the world that dream was. A sharp bang snaps her attention toward the floor. Then comes another thump. Florrie realizes something has woken her at exactly the wrong moment. Bare feet appear beside the bed, making her whole body freeze. Florrie recoils on the bed, her face tight with dread as the thumping continues. Her eye twitches as she finally recognizes the sound. It is like someone's head hitting the floor. Blood stains the floor outside. Whatever is out there is not leaving politely. Florrie whispers that she really does not feel like stepping outside. A pale hand curls around the door handle from the other side. Florrie debates hiding until the door opens, her fear rising with every second. Then she considers facing it instead, terrified the ghost might be looking specifically for her. She squeezes her eyes shut and admits that dream made everything much creepier. Dark smoke surges into the room around Florrie, and the nightmare abruptly comes back for overtime. A shadowy figure stands before her and says it has found her. Florrie stares upward in shock as the blackness closes in. Glowing red words repeat through the darkness over and over, saying it found her. White eyes open inside the shadow, and the ghost looms over Florrie. Florrie forces herself to think. The ghost seems to be looking for someone else. The creature asks if she is the person it wants, and Florrie sees no ping. Florrie answers carefully that it is not her either, and the shadow pauses. She exhales in relief, but quickly realizes that does not mean she is safe yet. If the ghost followed her here but is not seeking her, its real target cannot be inside the manor. Florrie suspects the spirit was drawn to the death mana still flowing from her after their village encounter. The ghost's distorted form appears beside a smiling man from Florrie's memory, making the connection even stranger. Instead of panicking, Florrie offers to help the ghost find whoever it is seeking. She kneels near the bloody floor while the shadow hovers close, weighing her offer. Florrie says her employer is already searching for that person, so they can look together. The ghost tells her to wait quietly until he arrives, because its target is not here. A thin smile flickers through the shadow before it begins to fade. The black figure dissolves into smoke, leaving Florrie alone with the mess and her nerves. The room falls quiet again as last traces of darkness vanish. Only a faint wisp remains in the air, proof Florrie did not imagine any of it. Florrie lets out one shaky breath. Somehow, negotiating with a nightmare actually worked. Still sitting on the floor, Florrie looks completely drained by the supernatural house call. Then a rational voice asks whether the ghost accepted her offer. A hand lantern into the room, breaking the darkness at last. Florrie looks up in surprise, as Grace finds her sitting on the floor. Grace stands calmly with his lantern, asking what brought her here at this hour. Florrie starts explaining that she heard a strange servant in the basement and came to investigate. She says the staff called the basement dangerous and no guards were stationed there. Grace helps Florrie up, while she tries very hard not to sound as frightened as she is. Grace notices her reaction and asks what exactly happened down there. He asks the important question, did Florrie see that just now? Florrie admits she did, then awkwardly tries to act like she might be mistaken. She presses Grace again, asking if that was a ghost he already knew. Grace pauses with a lantern in hand, clearly thinking through what that means. He realizes the person the ghost sought may have brought it back with him. Grace's calm expression hardens as the possibility sinks in. Florrie decides this is her chance to escape and makes a run for it. She announces she is done with basement duty and heading back to bed for proper sleep. Florrie retreats upstairs, leaving Grace alone with the ghost problem. Morning light fills the manor, and the strange pressure in the air begins to lift. Grace reflects that Keller's memories are gradually returning. He adds that Florrie's consciousness has returned too, and the others should follow soon. Florrie listens nearby as Grace says Jace is probably the worst affected. Florrie smiles faintly as Grace says everyone else's memories should come back soon. With the atmosphere suddenly less hostile, Florrie decides it is time to tell Grace what she saw. She approaches him nervously and says there is something she needs to tell him. Florrie begins talking about the ghost, but Grace quietly cuts straight to the point. Grace says he thinks the ghost came here with him. A heavy silence follows as Florrie processes that answer. Neither of them moves for a moment. The room suddenly feels much smaller. Florrie awkwardly insists she did not mean to bring a ghost into the manor. She knows this sounds bad. She reassures herself that nobody was hurt, so surely Grace will not be too angry. Florrie keeps rationalizing, hoping Grace will not scold her or send her back to the basement. Instead, Grace reaches toward her with a suddenly serious expression. His movement catches Florrie completely off guard. Florrie can only stare and stand silent as the moment cuts off. The white-haired noble quietly warns Simone to be careful, but her red-eyed stare says she is already locked on to the mystery. Simone gives him a polite thank you, looking more puzzled than frightened after that sudden warning. He is surprised that caution gets only a calm thank you. Simone is not exactly giving him the dramatic reaction he ordered. The pale-haired noble walks away, leaving Simone standing alone in the grand hall. Simone still looks baffled, while he wonders if that was really her only reaction. He tells Simone to get some rest. For now, the strange encounter ends with her safely inside the mansion. Back in her room, Simone finally has a quiet morning, with servants tending the mansion around her. She relaxes in her luxurious bed, thinking it has been far too long since she slept somewhere this comfortable. Simone counts her wins. She saved the Grand Duchess and Jace, and the ghost should leave her alone for a while. She stretches out and decides she can finally focus on gathering information. Finding a stranger whose face and name she does not know will take time, and Simone knows it. She figures the search could take at least a week. Naturally, that is when someone shows up early. Ken arrives with a smile and says he has been waiting for Miss Simone. Simone was quiet as Ken steps into the room, clearly expecting results from his urgent assignment. Ken says he spent a pretty penny showing off his skills, then notices Simone looks deeply unimpressed. When Ken asks if she is disappointed, Simone flatly says no. His confidence takes a tiny hit anyway. Ken explains he found the person she mentioned, despite having almost no lead to work with. The trail points to one flamboyantly dressed man who collected information in the village that day. His name is Viscount Rolton Burien. Ken identifies Rolton as a wealthy merchant-born noble who bought his title with money. Burien has a son and 2 daughters, but Simo immediately senses there is more to this family story. Simone recognizes the name and asks if this is the same Rolton connected to Zuzu Oliver. Ken says Rolton often travels abroad for trade, so he's not an influential figure around the capital. Rolton lives in the capital, has a reputation as a womanizer, and that alone makes Simone's attention sharpen. Simone repeats the keyword, womanizer, while Ken awkwardly explains it could mean a servant or a business partner's daughter. Rumors say Rolton chased any beautiful woman, a reputation so bad even Ken cannot make it sound respectable. Rolton's wife reportedly died young from illness, though other rumors claim grief broke her heart. Ken hands over the report and mentions a noble family that needed money, had a daughter involved. Simone realizes this may explain why Rolton approached her in the village that day. Her expression darkens as the rumors begin lining up into something ugly. Ken drops the report onto the desk, waiting for Simone to connect the pieces. Ken points out that information bought by showing off his skills cannot possibly be all useless. Simone listens while Ken continues through the increasingly suspicious report. Then comes the real hook. There were rumors that Viscount Rolton had an illegitimate child. The rumor dates back 3 years, beginning about 2 years after the Viscountess passed away. Villagers remembered a woman visiting Roten, the kind of scamble that never stays quiet for long. In the flashback, a young woman arrives beside Roten in a carriage. She wore expensive clothes and accessories, but people said she did not look like a noblewoman. The gifts around her made it look as if Roten was keeping her in comfort. Then the woman's belly began to swell, and the villagers assumed she would become the next Viscountess. But the person who noticed the pregnancy made a mistake. She was not the next Viscountess at all. A different woman was later seen at Roten's side, and the first woman vanished from the village. The informant knew the pregnant woman was apparently never seen again. That disappearance turns a juicy rumor into something far more disturbing. Someone asked the obvious question: did Viscount Roten abandon that pregnant woman? Ken cannot prove it, but his investigation found no record of a child being born to Roten's household. Roten's legitimate children are already adults, and one son is being trained as heir. If there really was another woman and child, they were erased from the official family story. Ken states the grim reality: when nobles refuse to recognize an illegitimate child and mother, death is often what follows. Simone asks Ken for his judgment, her hand tightening as she considers the possibility. Ken calls it a very credible story, and the room grows quiet. Simone admits it is not exactly uncommon among nobles, but her eyes show she has reached a conclusion. She calls for Kaylee, and the startled servant answers at once. Simone calmly orders Kaylee to prepare a long, sturdy rope and display it clearly in the basement. Ken panics and asks if she's planning to kidnap the Viscount. Honestly, fair question. Everyone at the table wonders what kind of people Simone thinks they are. Simone says she will use the rope only if she has no other choice, just to restrain him. Kaylee hurries off to obey, while the plan somehow becomes more alarming by the second. Simone asks him to leave the ghost business to her and stop glaring at her like she is the villain. With the decision made, Simone turns away from the table and moves on to the next part of her plan. Elsewhere in the mansion, the white-haired noble reviews documents with an attendant. Simone catches up to him in the hall and says she has a favor to ask. He immediately calls Simone as impolite as ever, but he still stops to hear her out. The pale-haired noble asks what exactly this favor is. Simone says it is about the ghost that makes thumping sounds in the hallway at night. She smiles brightly while bringing up the ghost, which is never a comforting sign. He is stunned when Simone asks him to pay the information fee that his employee got ripped off for. He says he told the employee to investigate the new ghost and paid him the usual rate. Simone offers to cover the cost herself, but she watches him closely as she says it. He protests that the boss is usually responsible for an employee's mistakes. Simone is quietly testing him. He insists he is not the kind of boss who makes workers cover their own blunders. He agrees to pay because Simone is under his family protection, and Simone gets what she wanted. Now he asks what information the employee received for such an expensive price. Simone reveals that the information was about Viscount Roten Varian. The white-haired noble repeats Roten's name as Simone prepares to explain why it matters. Simone asks why he needed information on Roten, then gives the chilling answer herself. The new ghost in the mansion was originally attached to Viscount Roten's head. The image of Roten being strangled by a shadow confirms this ghost's grudge is deadly serious. Simone hands over the report and asks him to take a look. He reads in silence while Simone waits for his reaction. He simply says he understands, then asks Simone what she wants from him. Simone makes her move. She wants to invite Viscount Roten to this manor. Her red eyes turn cold as she explains this will not be a pleasant social visit. Simone plans to have the Viscount meet the ghost in person. Simone quietly insists she will meet the mansion ghost herself, but she cannot promise the ghost will leave alive. The dark-haired girl looks determined as she says someone from the Ellison family may have to take responsibility. The white-haired Viscount listens coolly while Simone accepts that at least one danger in the mansion will be gone. Simone nervously asks whether she is being asked to take responsibility, even though she has been wrong before. She immediately backpedals in her own head. Taking responsibility is easy to say when a ghost is not staring at you. The Viscount explains that Viscount Roten Varian is extremely wealthy. Simone is surprised to hear it, while the others explain that he trades with distant continents. No one in the Empire trades with Varian, so an invitation from him cannot be ignored. Simone asks what that means, and gets the blunt answer that Varian might as well be an impossible hermit. Even the tiny chibi explanation makes it clear. Inviting this man will not bring normal consequences. The Viscount smiles and calls it an opportunity. That calm little smile is doing a lot of work. He produces a letter and Simone realizes he is serious. Simone says she understands, and the Viscount asks whether she is truly ready to take responsibility. She agrees, explaining that her cursed family has already been shunned by the imperial family. For Simone, there is no honor left to lose, so she decides to move forward. The Viscount looks down with a faint smile, and Simone commits to inviting Burry in herself. He seems satisfied as Simone tells him not to worry. Malpo? Simone promises she will invite Viscount Burry into the mansion personally. She asks if that is possible without some elaborate setup, but the Viscount assures her it is. The Viscount says a mere Viscount cannot refuse an invitation from a ducal family, even if the house is in ruins. He gives Simone time to prepare for the visit, and she politely accepts. Then comes the catch. The family has not received guests in 300 years. The Viscount asks for 10 days. Simone stares at him like that is a punchline. Only 10 days, he confirms, and tells her to perfect her preparations to exorcise the ghost. 10 days later, the mansion is suddenly very busy. A maid calls for Lady Simone, and the peaceful morning is officially over. The blonde maid yanks Simone out of bed and demands to know how long she planned to sleep. The maid tells her to get up already while the household rushes around the room. The maid scolds Simone for skipping meals and staying up late. The guest prep has turned into a full household raid. The maid smiles brightly while Simone weakly complains that she is still nagging. Simone looks exhausted, but the maid stays close and cheerfully keeps her moving. After agreeing to the cleaning, Simone wonders if she can sneak a snack in the garden. She steps away, still thinking about food, and then her red eyes suddenly sharpen. Simone freezes as she senses someone behind her. Her uneasy expression says this was not on the cleaning schedule. A poised purple-haired woman appears behind Simone, calm enough to make the moment even stranger. Simone jolts and blurts out Duchess, as the visitor watches her closely. The maids look rattled too, while Simone tries to recover from the surprise. The Duchess smiles gently and asks whether she may have a word with Simone. Simone stammers a welcome, wondering why the Duchess is here after the curse has already been lifted. Simone invites Duchess Floyer inside, though she is clearly not mentally prepared for this conversation. Tea is poured as the two women sit down to talk. The nervous maid fusses over the tea, saying she prepared it so they could talk. Simone politely tells the Duchess to drink only if she likes it. Simone realizes the Duchess seems completely normal now, which somehow makes her more nervous. Duchess Floria asks what brought Simone to her room. Simone says she came to offer thanks, and the Duchess asks what she needs while she is here. The Duchess looks sincerely curious and asks if Simone needs anything while staying in the mansion. Duchess Floria explains that this used to be her room 7 years ago. She holds her tea with a soft smile as she explains the room once belonged to her. Before becoming Duchess, it was her bedroom, then her study and private space after Jace was born. That is why she was surprised to hear the Duke had given this room to Simone. Then Duchess Warrior asks Simone's age, and Simone suddenly looks like she forgot her own profile. Simone hesitates, trying desperately to remember the answer. She panics internally because Simone's profile has an answer somewhere. Very helpful brain. The maid prompts her to answer, while Simone begs for one more second. Simone finally manages it. 17. Duchess Floyer is relieved. She feared Simone might be a child forced to break curses. The Duchess folds her hands and warmly tells Simone to speak freely. She offers Simone anything she needs, from money and clothes to food and a place to stay. Simone thinks the Duke is not exactly a considerate man, so this generosity feels especially strange. Simone remembers Duchess Fourier once fell into dark magic and nearly sacrificed countless lives to kill her. But now Simone cannot reconcile that memory with the woman sitting in front of her. The dark memory of the Duchess lingers, but Simone admits she is different now. Fourier sips her tea quietly, and Simone starts seeing warmth where she expected danger. Simone thinks the Duchess somehow feels kind. Fourier tells Simone that even if nothing comes to mind now, she could ask for something later. Simone casually asks for one thing she will not hesitate to request: a regular allowance. Fourier is briefly surprised, but Simone has been role-playing as a noble lady long enough to know an allowance matters. Simone blushes at her own boldness and asks directly if she can receive a regular allowance. She repeats the word allowance, like she is trying not to scare it away. Simone decides that if the Duchess is offering, she will take it. Breaking curses does not pay the bills. Duchess Fourier simply agrees, and Simone is visibly stunned. Gloria says Brian is visiting the mansion today, and Simone explains she asked the Duke's permission to deal with a ghost. Gloria says she will join Simone for dinner with the Viscount. Oh. Simone leaps up in shock. This is the first time attending anything like this, and she has no idea how useful she will be. The Duchess smiles, and Simone promises to do her best. The mansion gates open as the important visitor arrives. A carriage rolls through the gate, bringing the long-awaited Viscount to the mansion. Inside the carriage, a man mocks the fallen Duke's house for daring to summon someone important. His polished shoe hits the floor, and his arrival already feels hostile. The sharply dressed man calls the situation troublesome, wearing the confident look of someone ready to cause it. He grips his cane in the darkened carriage, and the chapter ends with Trouble walking straight toward the mansion. Black Crow watches from the trees as trouble starts brewing at the Grand Duke's estate. The manor staff complain that a fallen noble has unnerved to summon their Viscount. Out in the garden, the blonde Viscount gets one to watch his mouth. He clearly did not come here for manners. The Viscount smirks and says the Grand Duke should be more careful with his own reputation. He throws out a fake apology, still treating the whole visit like a joke. The Viscount insists he is only curious about a rumor and says any financial support should be requested properly. He introduces himself as Viscount Roden Buriam, looking pleased with his own entrance. Kella, the head butler, calmly says he will guide the Viscount to his master. The Viscount dismisses the butler and tells him to send someone out when the Grand Duke is ready. As he waits, the Viscount wonders why people still live in this manor after all the stories. The rumor says the Ostenburn is basically dead, with only ghosts left wandering the estate. Kelly leads him deeper into the enormous manor, where every polished hallway feels far too quiet. The Viscount remembers claims that nobody has seen the family for generations. He has also heard the family members are considered dead, even though their servants still work here. Another rumor says the manor uses dark magic to rename curses and keep them as servants. The eerie servants silently prepare the house, while the Viscount keeps feeding himself scary stories. Still, he tells himself the manor with this many sinister rumors is surprisingly well maintained. The Grand Duke's home is grand enough to make even this smug visitor pause. The Viscount says the family tries to keep the manor comfortable, as befits a Grand Duke. Kelly walks away, leaving the Viscount alone with his thoughts and a growing unease. The Viscount wonders what kind of title a Grand Duke actually has when the imperial family supposedly abandoned him. The fancy room suddenly feels chilly. Even a well-kept mansion can have a bad vibe. He stiffens as something rattles nearby, but tries to act like he is totally fine. A knock comes from behind the door, and the Viscount finally gets his chance to meet the master. A voice invites him in, and the Viscount steps forward, despite his nerves. He thinks he will finally see the infamous Grand Duke, and his curiosity wins over caution. The door opens onto a room wrapped in secrets, exactly the sort of place that makes rumors grow teeth. Inside, the long white-haired Grand Duke greets him with unnerving calm. The Viscount offers a polite greeting, but his smile starts slipping the moment he sees the Duke. The Viscount is shocked by how young the Grand Duke looks compared with every rumor he heard. He apologizes awkwardly, saying the Grand Duke is very different from what he imagined. The Grand Duke's elegant companion notes that he appears young to most nobles. The Viscount asks if this is some family tradition and immediately gets a fat no. The Grand Duke makes it clear that his appearance is not tradition. It is the curse. That single answer drains the humor from the room. The Viscount forces a shaky smile, suddenly realizing he may have walked into a very real ghost story. He looks rattled, while the purple-haired woman watches him with a composed little smile. She reassures him that nothing will happen as long as he behaves himself. Her reassurance sounds polite, but the warning underneath it lands perfectly. The hosts invite their visitor to eat after his long journey, and he accepts with forced calm. The three sit down for a formal meal, but the Viscount looks like he would rather be anywhere else. He laughs too brightly, trying to pretend this creepy dinner is completely normal. Across the table, the Grand Duke quietly eats and gives the Viscount nothing to read. The Viscount says he is interested in investing in the territory's trade routes. The Grand Duke thinks this man seems like an ordinary noble, just socially awkward after a long absence. Then he corrects himself. The Viscount is not merely awkward, he is dangerously naive. The meal continues as the Viscount keeps circling back to trade and investment. He praises the merchant guild's potential, still selling his idea like nobody in the room can see through him. The Grand Duke asks what exactly he wants to discuss. The Viscount says his guild already trades through many ports. The Duke sees the catch immediately. Burian has been using this territory's ports in secret, for free. The Viscount tries to spin it as a friendly offer to develop the territory together. The purple-haired plant Wormold realizes this is exactly why naive nobles are so easy to exploit. The Viscount suddenly reacts to a loud noise outside, breaking the flow of his pitch. He asks what that sound was, but the host looked genuinely confused. The Grand Duke says there was no sound, and the Viscount starts doubt in his own ears. The woman calmly asks if that is so, while the Viscount struggles to recover. He laughs it off and claims he must have misheard. The panic sweat says otherwise. Another sharp noise hits, and now the Viscount cannot hide his fear. His hand clenches beneath the table as he asks if the others truly heard nothing. The Grand Duke and his companions stare back at him, baffled by his reaction. They insist they have not heard a thing, and the Viscount realizes the noise may be meant only for him. The sound grows louder through the room, even though nobody else reacts. The Viscount snaps that the noises are not funny, but the hosts still do not know what he means. The room tilts in the Viscount's mind as the pressure closes in around him. The Grand Duke warns that if this is a test, the Viscount should stop it. The Viscount protests that it is not a prank and asks if they think he is cursed. His face goes pale as he hears another chilling answer in the room. The woman asks if he's hearing things nobody else can hear. That is not comforting at all. The Grand Duke repeats the word, curse, and the Viscount finally understands the conversation has turned dangerous. Terrified, the Viscount tries to flee, stammering that he should leave immediately. The Grand Duke stops him with one brutal question. Does he know everything from the start? The Duke says anyone making a deal should know exactly who they are dealing with. He goes at a trade, asking whether the Viscount would exchange his life for wealth. The Grand Duke reveals that Burian has been running forbidden goods through these ports, including drugs, banned books, and people. He tells the Viscounts that secret dealings require knowing the other side very well. The Grand Duke says Burian treated him as if he had never made a deal before. Then comes the price, half of the Viscount's family fortune in exchange for overlooking everything so far. The white-haired Duke smiles coldly, finally showing the confidence Burian underestimated. He lists every time Burian crept into his port and every illegal item brought through trade. The Duke adds that Burian even showed contempt by entering his manor, and then the Duke brings up something far worse, the corpse of a woman buried in this territory. The Viscount freezes, sweat pouring down his face as the accusation lands. He can barely speak, asking what the Grand Duke just said. The Duke specifies that a pregnant woman's skeleton was recently found in his territory. Burian blurts out that it was not him, but his excuse arrives far too fast. His composure shatters completely as the darkness around him seems to close in. The Grand Duke cuts him off with a cold order to keep his excuses. Burian's terrified eye tells the whole story. He knows exactly why he is being judged. The matter falls into a heavy silence as the Viscount faces the consequences of his crimes. A final message reaches him. The judgment belongs to her. Something unseen moves in the darkness, and the Viscount is no longer facing only the Duke. Wide blue eyes gleam from the blackness behind him, turning his fear into pure terror. The shadow closes in around Burian as his elegant clothes become the last bright thing in the dark. Then the screen erupts in rage and the Manor delivers its own answer. A nightmare ends in a violent flash, leaving no doubt that the curse is past judgment. In the dark dining room, an elegant man, his laughter echoing around him, and his calm face starts to tighten. He realizes the voices are talking about a woman, and every accusation seems aimed straight at his family. The long-haired man watches the shadowy guests and understands that this bizarre judgment is all about her. He asks what they are saying, but the room keeps whispering, as if it has been waiting years to answer. The sound gets so loud he can barely hear himself think. This dinner party has terrible acoustics, and even worse intentions. A voice finally names Viscount Rotenberg and warns that only the cursed can hear what is happening. Roten sits up in alarm as the accusation lands. The unseen speaker insists nobody else in the room should be hearing it. Roten freezes at the word curse, suddenly looking far less confident than he did a moment ago. He asks what this has to do with the Grand Duke and his wife, clearly hoping this nightmare belongs to somebody else. The purple-haired woman coolly repeats his question, amused that Roten needs the obvious explained to him. She points out that Rotem is not family, so if he can hear the curse, there is only one conclusion. Roten forces a smile and insists there is no way he is cursed. Famous last words, "Sir, The guests burst into laughter at his denial, and Roten tries to act like he's still in control. Their laughter grows louder and sharper, turning the whole room into a cruel little courtroom. The purple polka woman is suddenly knocked down, while the mockery keeps ringing around her. She lies sprawled on the floor, shaken and humiliated, while Roten watches the chaos unfold. Roten tries to recover the conversation, saying the mood is good and they should start the deal. "Read the room, man." The woman remains on the floor as a taller figure rises over her and the mood turns ugly fast. The purple-haired woman leans close with a cold smile, clearly enjoying the fear she has created. Before the deal begins, she tells the frightened guest to apologize first. Instead of apologizing, the trapped woman begs them to hurry up and kill her, leaving everyone stunned. The long-haired man understands immediately, and his expression says this is not the answer Rodel expected. A hand picks up a knife from the table. The next move is painfully clear. The woman gives a final farewell as the blade is raised. The knife plunges down, and blood splashes across the tablecloth. The attack lands with brutal finality, leaving the room drenched in red. Roten can only stare at the blood spreading across the floor. The purple-haired woman casually announces that the master of the house has died, like she's reading the menu. Roten smiles weakly and claims the Viscount died because he was cursed. He is still trying to talk his way out of it. He calls the meal good and asks if the food suits Roten's taste. Roten says it is delicious, then nervously adds that it does not seem to be beef. The woman sets a plate for him and asks what kind of meat he thinks it is. The room goes quiet as Roten stares at the meal in front of him. The haunting story begins. A pregnant woman entered this territory years ago, then vanished without a trace. The question circles back to Roten, demanding to know where that missing mother and child went. The accusation is repeated again, each word pressing harder against Rosen's frozen face. They reveal that the skeletons of a pregnant woman and fetus were recently found in the territory. The same question floods the room from every direction, and Roten finally looks terrified. Roten cannot escape the voices. They keep asking whose bodies those skeletons belong to. His eyes widen as the implication finally hits him. A twisted thought cuts through the horror. Is the meat on his plate made from him? The question breaks Roten completely, and he screams. Roten jolts awake in bed, gasping like he is being dragged out of a grave. He stares upward in shock, desperate to believe the entire nightmare was only a dream. Then he notices the dark room around him and asks when he even fell asleep. He tries to move and realizes he is tied down. The dream may be over, but his problems absolutely are not. Roten struggles against the restraints and demands to know who tied him up. He calls out for anyone nearby, his voice cracking with fear. Roten screams for help into the empty mansion, but only an unsettling sound answers him. Something keeps dropping somewhere in the darkness over and over. The sound feels familiar to Roten, and that realization makes him even more nervous. He wonders if it is footsteps, then rejects that idea. It sounds like something being dropped. Roten sweats as the sound continues, asking why it will not stop. A terrified eye fills the frame as Roten realizes the sound is not coming from where he expected. He wonders if the voice belongs to the Grand Duchess or the maid who served the food earlier. Still bound to the bed, Roten listens as the disturbing noise gets closer. He asks what she is looking for, but the room offers no answer. A repeated sound swells around him until Roten can barely hold himself together. Roten finally spots movement and stammers out a frightened hello. He screams for help as something unseen closes in. A voice in the darkness pauses, then says it has found what it wanted. Mansion erupts in a violent red blur, drowning red blood, drowning red shows panic and chaos. The red-stained nightmare keeps crashing around him, leaving no clear path out. A dark figure emerges through the shadows as the sound finally stops. Roten lies trapped behind the curtains helpless as someone approaches. The unseen pursuer declares, "Found it," and the hunt is clearly over. A pale face appears through tangled dark hair, staring down with chilling focus. The figure leans close and identifies Roten as the one she was looking for. The voice keeps repeating they find him, turning Roten's fear into pure terror. The words "found it" fill the room as the nightmare reaches its peak. The scene abruptly shifts away from Roten's nightmare and back to the mansion's normal halls. A hand closes a door, quietly sealing off whatever happened inside. Ren says the woman has finally met the person she was seeking, and asks whether this is enough. Simone explains that the woman promised not to kill the Viscount, so she will likely let him go after venting her grudge. Ren says the issue is not Roten's safety. If the Viscount lives, he has much more to lose. Simone attempts to answer without much fuss. Simone says the Grand Duke can handle the rest. Her part of this mess is done. The tension eases as Ren and Simone stand together in the bright hallway. Ren tells Simone she worked hard on this too. Ren says finding the legendary jewel is easier than this job, but it's one way to rate a workday. With Roughton's problem wrapped up, Ren asks Simone what she plans to do now. Ren asks if he can get off work now, but Simone reminds him that he is a busy person. Simone asks why he is in such a hurry, watching him with her usual unreadable calm. Ren says he may not look it, but he is very busy. Simone is not buying the performance. Simone thinks back to how Ren once tried hard to stay by her side. She wonders why he is staring at her so warmly, then remembers he has his own duties as Crown Prince. Simone reflects that she may have to leave the ruined empire for a while. She knows the original story changes when Ren joins Abel's group and starts solving the Imperial family's problems. Simone decides to act awkwardly around Ren on purpose, hoping he will stop looking so desperate. Because Ren has not revealed his identity yet, Simone decides she cannot help him directly. She dismisses him and says she will call again if something comes up. As Ren leaves, Simone thinks that if he gets desperate enough, he may reveal everything without being asked. Back at the Grand Elston mansion, Simone is enjoying the kind of quiet that never lasts in this place. A maid asks if Simone is already hunting for another curse, and Simone looks almost offended by the suggestion. Simone calmly confirms it, while holding her curse journal like it's a perfectly normal hobby. She flips through her notes, focused but relaxed for once. It has been 2 weeks since Simone solved the last curse, and she expected the Grand Duke to put her straight back to work. Instead, he gave her a long rest. Simone is suspicious because apparently this mansion has trained everyone to fear good news. But days turn into months, and Simone keeps reading while the mansion remains unusually peaceful. Tea and quiet reading become part of her new routine. For the first time, Simone feels like she might finally be getting proper rest. She sits by the window with her book, looking genuinely rested and content. Simone admits she does have a conscience. It is just currently enjoying tea in a luxury manner. The peaceful routine is so soft and comfortable that even Simone finds it awkward. The maids quietly leave snacks nearby, treating Simone's rest like a delicate wildlife documentary. Kaylee pops in and asks which curse Simone plans to break next, bringing the conversation back to business. Simone lowers her book, her red eyes turning serious as the maids wait for an answer. Maids eagerly ask Simone to choose a curse in the servants' storage room first. Simone thinks it over and suggests starting with a curse that can be broken easily using a talisman. She smiles gently while the others stare as if easy curses are a brand new invention. When Kaylee asks if such curses exist, Simone simply says yes. Simone explains that some curses are heavy, like a man-eating red tree. Others can erase a person's existence, and those are not problems a lucky charm can fix. But Simone says there must also be minor curses that can be solved with a talisman. She turns another page in her book, ready to give them an example. Simone finds the entry and starts reading it aloud, because the 22nd curse warns that if someone sees a portrait on the manor staircase, they must descend immediately. A maid suddenly remembers it. There is a painting on the staircase. That memory gets everyone's attention fast. Another maid says somebody saw that portrait not long ago, then immediately gets scolded for gossiping instead of working. The stern senior servant is not amused. The manor's workplace drama has arrived right on schedule. One sharp smack sends the noisy maid back toward her post. The senior maid orders everyone to get back to work, no exceptions. The chastised maid nervously agrees, while Kaylee watches from below. The group disperses, leaving Simone with her book and an uncomfortable new lead. Kaylee immediately asks whether Simone has finished organizing the shelves. Simone's peaceful break is under attack from chores. Simone clicks her tongue, clearly annoyed that Kaylee has interrupted her again. Then Simone freezes. Something up at the portrait story has just clicked. Kaylee grumbles that Simone is being annoying, completely unaware that she may have triggered a curse investigation. Kaylee hugs Simone from behind, trying to pull her attention away from the book. Simone realizes that, at this rate, the fight over the shelves is about to break out. Before the argument can begin, Simone asks the maid who mentioned the portrait to come back. Simone asks Sari for everything she knows about the person who saw the portrait. Sari says her roommate saw the portrait on the stairs a while ago and ran away. The missing maid is named Claire, and Sari says she should be caring for young Master Jace. Simone's expression hardens. She knows exactly where Claire should be. Claire should be nursing young Master Jace right now, which means something is very wrong. Simone heads to meet the Grand Duke, moving fast but keeping her face carefully calm. The Grand Duke waits in the bite hole, looking composed as always. Simone greets him, and the Grand Duke politely invites her to sit. He asks if her break is over, smiling as though he has already guessed the answer. The Grand Duchess watches Simone with a calm, knowing smile. Simone says she rested enough and wants to deal with several relatively easy curses today. She leans forward politely, ready to explain her plan. The Grand Duke repeats light and easy curses with the tired look of a man who knows those words are suspicious in this house. Simone says she heard a servant personally saw the suspicious portrait on the staircase. The Grand Duke asks whether she's met the servant before. Simone answers, not yet. Simone reveals that the maid is assigned to care for young Master Jace. Simone keeps a polite smile, but her eyes stay fixed on the problem. She asks where Jace's room is, and the servant in charge gives the direction. The Grand Duke orders Kelly to guide Simone to Jace's room. Kelly approaches the table as Simone prepares to leave. Before she goes, the Grand Duke says he has something for Simone. Simone looks startled. A gift from the Grand Duke is never just a gift. The Grand Duke reaches for a small leather-bound book. He places the book in Simone's hands. Simone studies the old book and asks what it is. The Grand Duke says it was found in the basement where Viscount Rottenbury was held. It had been hidden beneath broken floorboards in a place where they had found nothing suspicious before. The basement door opened by itself the morning after the Viscount was imprisoned. Simone listens closely, her expression tightening. The Grand Duke says he kept the story from her because he did not want to disturb her rest. He explains that the ghost making the manor tremble disappeared while the Viscount began acting possessed. The imprisoned Viscount confesses through tears that he hung a woman upside down and tortured her to death. He sobs that the baby in her womb was moving, and he kept hurting her anyway. The Viscount says he had questioned her for caring for his master's child, then punished her for it. Now, the broken man begs for someone to save him. His confession collapses into repeated pleas for death. Simone sits in silence, visibly shaken by what she has heard. Her hands tighten around the book as she processes the confession. Simone realizes that is why the ghost hanged him upside down. She cannot believe he still asked her not to kill Viscount Rottenbury after all that. The ghostly image lingers, making the basement story feel far too real. Simone turns on the Grand Duke and asks if he truly intends to let the Viscount live. The Grand Duke answers without hesitation. He says the Viscount will live only until he has completely extracted everything he can from him. A Grand Duke tells Simone not to worry. The Grand Duchess tells Simone to take the book before she leaves. Simone stares at the book, shocked by the unexpected kindness. The Grand Duchess tells her to use the money inside for anything she wants to buy. She smiles wanly, making it clear this is a genuine reward. Simone opens a pouch and finds an allowance inside. She's so stunned by the amount that she says she will have to ask Anna how much it is. The mood shifts when the Grand Duke's servant enters the room. The servant mutters that giving an allowance to a ruthless street necromancer is absurd. He has clearly chosen chaos. The Grand Duke turns toward him, and the room goes stiff. The servant asks whether nobody is going to respond to that jab. Simone stays silent while the servant sighs, realizing his joke did not land. He admits he does not care for Simone, but acknowledges the important service she has done for the family. Simone answers that she is not so ungrateful that she would fail to recognize her benefactor. Her serious expression makes it clear she means every word, and she says his appreciation is late, but thanks him for helping her recall precious memories of young Master Jace. The servant bows stiffly, caught off guard by Simone's sincere answer. Simone turns to leave, privately deciding that the man is as rigid as a manhwa side character. She insists she was not fishing for thanks, even though the timing was absolutely perfect. The servant looks exhausted already. Simone has won this round without even trying. Kelly leads Simone to young Master Jace's room. The ornate door opens onto Jace's quiet bedroom. Cal warns that Jace has not awakened yet, so Simone must not disturb his recovery. Jace lies asleep in bed, pale but alive, while a maid tends to him. Claire panics when Simone enters and asks what Lady Simone is doing there. Simone says she came looking for a servant named Claire. Claire points to herself, terrified that she is in trouble. She asks if she did something wrong. Simone assures her that she only has a few questions. Simone nods from nervous Claire to sleeping Jace, carefully choosing how to proceed. Seeing Jace, Simon thinks he is finally starting to look a bit more human. Young Master Jace rests peacefully, unaware that the portrait mystery has reached his room. Simone turns back toward Claire, ready to begin. Simone gives Claire a serious look and says, "By the way." Claire trembles so badly that Simone realizes the maid might think before answering anything. Claire says she is ready and tells Simone to ask anything, while her tiny panic mode says otherwise. Simone tells Claire to follow her. When Claire asks where, Simone says they are going to the place where Claire saw the portrait. Claire's green eyes widen in fear. She knows exactly where Simone means. Simone steps closer, and Claire has nowhere left to hide. Simone says they are going to spend all day on those stairs, reenacting what happened until the cursed portrait appears. Claire is horrified by the plan, while Simone's calm stare makes it clear she is not joking. Claire nervously calls for Lady Simone in the mansion hallway. Claire says she only saw the portrait that one time, and Simone looks far too calm for this haunted house report. Simone asks Claire to explain exactly what happened that day. Claire insists nothing unusual happened, but her tense hands tell a different story. Claire says she took the servants backstairs to work, just like always. Then the portrait suddenly appeared right in front of Claire, and she freezes at the memory. She says she followed the manual's instructions and ran exactly as it told her. Claire races down the staircase, clearly reliving every second of it. When Simone asks if that is all, Claire nervously confirms it. Claire swears it is everything. She is trying very hard to look believable. Simone pauses, already picking apart the story in her head. She asks which floor Claire was on and which staircase held the portrait. Claire clutches herself and tries to remember the route. Claire says it was the landing between floors on the servants' back staircase. Simone turns the details over, while Claire waits behind her, terrified she has said the wrong thing. Simone clasps her hands and studies the cursed staircase problem. Anna arrives and asks what Simone thinks. That says the situation does not look dangerous. Famous last words in a cursed mansion. Simone asks whether Claire came alone that day. A three women stand at the stairs as Claire prepares to answer. Claire says she was alone. Then Claire admits she may have heard voices somewhere else. Simone asks if Claire often uses these stairs alone. Claire blurts out no. The servants normally travel in groups. Every tasks mean pairs or more, so Claire being alone may be the crucial detail. Simone's expression hardens as the clue finally clicks into place. The curse manual opens, and Simone goes straight to the portrait entry. The book's dense instructions make this feel less like cleaning duty and more like a survival exam. The manual explains that most manor curses reveal themselves only after their activation condition is met. It says the portrait staircase entry only explains how to escape after encountering it. Simone realizes the manual describes the escape, not the condition that summoned the curse. Claire and Anna watch Simone think through the missing rule. Simone gathers in close, focused on recreating the exact situation. Simone says she will go up the stairs alone first. Claire is stunned. Simone has chosen the direct route, which is never reassuring here. Simone tells Claire and Anna to wait outside while she recreates the encounter. Claire tries to stop Lady Simone, but Simone is already moving. Claire quietly decides she should probably go up alone later too. Bold words from a woman shaking in place. Simone climbs the servants' stairs alone, copying Claire's route step for step. She notices the servants' quarters are impressively shabby. Even the haunted mansion has a housing problem. Simone reaches the landing and scans the dust-covered railing. She brushes the railing and immediately regrets meeting the dust. Her fingers search the railing as she tests every detail of Claire's story. Simone mutters that the whole thing is annoying, which is fair when the furniture may be cursed. A sudden sound stops Simone cold. Someone is talking about her. Simone wonders if she should interfere, then remembers this kind of gossip is nothing new. The whispers say even the Manor staff are united in gossiping about Simone. Simone stands rigid on the stairs, listening instead of revealing herself. She wonders who is bad-mouthing her, and then recognizes a familiar voice. A small click from behind the stair rail catches Simone's attention. Simone reaches toward the sound, suddenly alert. She realizes she has found the portrait. Simone spots the hidden frame and moves in to inspect it. The portrait shows a stern nobleman, and Simone studies it without flinching. Simone realizes the portrait seems to want someone involved in the gossip. She recalls being warned not to waste time on simple things. Apparently, the portrait did not get that memo. Simone decides not to argue with unseen gossipers and focuses on getting this over with. The portrait's eyes move, as if they are following Simone. The nobleman's painted stare follows her, but Simone judges the curse manageable. Someone calmly says she will check the frame herself. She grips the portrait frame and prepares to test her theory. Purple curse energy erupts from the portrait. The painting has officially lost its indoor voice. The curse spills across the stairway while Simone holds her ground. Simone steps through the shattered curse residue and says the answer is simple enough. Claire thanks Simone with obvious relief, while Simone asks if Claire deserves congratulations for coming upstairs. The gossipers complain that a ghost should have taken Simone instead. Their fight gets uglier as they question why the ghost has not taken her already. Simone walks away from the portrait, quiet and clearly thinking. Claire worries about the people who dislike Simone and admits she's having a hard time. Claire wonders what she should do as the servants' shadows loom nearby. Claire considers reporting them to the head chamberlain, then remembers Simone used to ignore this kind of nonsense. Simone hears that after settling in, she has not ignored the gossip even once. The gossip's call is satisfying, while Simone realizes they are talking about her. Simone wonders if this was another one of her maids. She forces a tight smile as the answer starts to become obvious. Simone realizes the person gossiping may be standing right in front of her. Kaylee appears with a nervous smile, holding a basket as if nothing is wrong. Simone decides she will try something different. Kaylee panics and warns that Simone's plan is too dangerous. Simone says she has nothing to lose. Kaylee fears the manor may be bound to fulfill its cruel promises. Simone suddenly remembers an anonymous complaint box somewhere in the manor. Claire worries that Kaylee could die because of this. Claire's face goes pale as something crashes nearby. A loud clank interrupts them, and everyone startles. Kaylee and Claire look toward the stairway, alarmed by the noise. Claire calls out, asking whether someone is there. Someone on the stairs has missed a step and desperately hopes nobody noticed. Claire hears the stairway sound and peers upward. The women decide to leave before Kaylee catches them slacking off again. They agree to return later, and Simone decides she should head back too. Simone exhales in relief while carrying a cloth. Mission accomplished, apparently. Simone prepares to leave the manor behind, for now. Outside under the sunset, the mansion briefly looks peaceful. Anna calls out for Lady Simone. Claire and Anna rush over, still worried about the portrait. They ask whether Simone found it, and Simone says she dealt with it quickly. Simone says the portrait was a waste to destroy because it was not a dangerous curse. Claire is thrilled that she no longer has to take those stairs. Anna quietly calls for Simone, sensing that something still does not add up. Anna asks whether something happened by chance. Simone's long braid sways as she avoids the question. Simone says, no, nothing happened. Simone smiles faintly, but she is clearly holding something back. Anna gently asks if the portrait was truly the only issue. Anna asks whether there is anything she can do to help. Anna waits with a soft, concerned expression. Any pressure real? Simone thinks of Anna as a kind and good friend. Simone accepts the concern, then thinks that people like Anna are bound to be decent. Simone decides she will do what she can. With the mansion behind her, Simone finally makes up her mind. Simone asks Anna if there is something she wants to say. Anna looks up at Simone and quietly says yes. Simone waits patiently as Anna gathers her courage. Anna finally asks whether Kaylee and the other servants are not on good terms. Anna's worried profile shows this question has been weighing on her. Anna waits anxiously for Simone's answer. The rumors are true. Ellie is alive inside contaminated zone, living there with Winter. The Crown Prince can barely believe it. That place is supposed to be a death sentence, not a shared address. Ellie and the Crown Prince face each other, and he casually asks if she wants an autograph. Smooth opening, Your Highness. He admits their meeting was no coincidence. He came because he wanted to speak with her. Haley stares at him, instantly wondering why this famous prince wants her attention. She asks what business he has approaching them, keeping her guard up. He says he's not here to cause trouble. Their encounter was meant to happen. He points out that meeting so many famous people in one place is rare. Haley is still not impressed. The Princess Haley especially desires a deeper conversation. Haley freezes at the unexpected focus. Her brain immediately starts sprinting ahead of her. Her alertness shoots to maximum, then collapses when she realizes he is simply being sincere. He asks her to spare some time if she is not in a hurry, and Haley's eyes practically start sparkling. Haley gets flustered by his looks. Her internal dignity is losing a very public battle. She tries to play it cool, but her thoughts are absolutely not cooperating. Haley gives him a tiny, awkward answer, still overwhelmed by the attention. The prince invites her to sit down and take her time. Tea first, emotional damage later. They move to a reception room, because he wants to thank Haley for treating Asta kindly. He tells Haley that he heard about the gift she gave Asta. As the Crown Prince of Casantula, Mari says he must express his gratitude. Haley gets called back to the conversation and quickly insists that it was nothing. She agrees a little too fast, looking embarrassed that she got caught daydreaming. Haley says Asta has already thanked her several times, so he does not owe her anything. Morris notices that Haley keeps brushing off the gift as if it was no big deal. He realizes she is very different from the rumors surrounding the feared Marquise of Maroon. Morris thinks Haley speaks like someone who genuinely wants to protect the weak. Haley immediately denies being weak, even while looking painfully flustered. People said Haley had claimed the Maroon title for status, but Morris is starting to doubt every word of it. He wonders whether Haley Maroon may be someone who truly understands honor. A servant arrives with winter supplies for Haley. The prince tells the servants to bring everything in. His idea of a polite gift is apparently a full warehouse. He tells Haley to take the supplies as a gift for everyone. Haley stares at the pile, shocked by how expensive it all looks. Mari says it is enough and insists they can handle their own affairs. The servants keep unloading boxes while Haley tries to process the generosity. Haley jokes that people might say the evil sorceress is collecting money to build a kingdom. Mars Kame says he will give her something else, and Haley goes rigid. He places a large bundle in Haley's arms. She looks like she has just been handed a royal problem. Maris asks what she really wants. He offers to restore Haley's status and honor, clear the misunderstandings, and request a retrial. Haley quietly says she does not think she has much honor left to reclaim. Maris asks if helping expose the secrets of the demon cult would change her mind. Haley still does not look eager. She is trying to get Asta out of danger, and now Maris wants to make it her problem, too. He asks whether she has any desire for revenge against a particular person. Maris asks what Haley desires most. Haley admits there are many things she wants, but nobody in this world can grant them. Her mind drifts to an impossible wish, keeping the people in her garden safe from getting anthracnose. She remembers a normal little life, gardening with a tiny companion. That is what she actually misses. Haley thinks about the simple comfort of playing a farming game before bed. Instead of explaining that strange longing, she chooses a much more practical answer. Haley asks Mars to let her buy the things she needs in NF. She explains that there is a lot to prepare before winter reaches Maron Castle. Haley meets essential supplies for the people hiding in the contaminated zone. She explains that they have skills, but they lack the supplies to survive the winter. Haley lists tanning knives, oil, and hats to protect people from dangers still falling from the trees. Even the little mascot was overwhelmed by her very serious survival shopping list. The fireplaces are still usable, but collapsed chimneys need plaster before anyone can rely on them. The hidden residents can work, but they do not have the tools to rebuild properly. Mattis asks if the contaminated zone is truly that bad. Haley simply answers yes, her expression suddenly serious. For Haley, helping the people there means protecting her home. She says the contaminated zone is her home now. Maris quietly absorbs that answer, his usual composed face softening. Haley is known publicly as one of history's worst sorceresses, yet she is trying to settle down in a castle. The question hangs over, has Haley finally found somewhere she belongs? Maron Castle stands in the distance, looking more like a promise than a prison. The conversation turns toward the past, 2 years earlier at Haley's trial. Maris reveals that the people demanding Haley's exile to the contaminated zone were the cult. The memory is brutal. Haley was treated as someone who deserved execution. She lies wounded and helpless, while the accusation closes in around her. Neve and Hole were especially determined to see Haley executed. The flashback shows just how close Haley came to dying. Mara says that if he had not stood against the cult, Haley would have been beheaded. Haley asks if she should thank him for saving her life. Mara says he knows exactly what it means to take a sorceress's magic away. Another woman is shown being restrained, revealing that Maris has seen this cruelty before. He says Haley was already dying once her magic was taken and she was exiled. Maris admits he once believed dangerous people should not exist at all. Even now, he says he does not think his judgment at that time was wrong. Still, Maris says Haley did his sister a great favor. He admits he honestly did not know what to do. Morris asks if Haley wants an apology, then makes his real point. He wants to repay her. Mattis insists that he wants to repay her debt, not simply offer empty royal sympathy. He asks her to tell him what she wants just once. I paid. Haley sees a man whose concern for his people will not let him ignore the debt his sister owes. For a moment, Mars feels exactly like the version of him Haley knew from the novel. Haley understands this is not pride, it is Maris's sense of debt. Mayor says that if the debt weighs on her heart, he will lighten it for her. Haley makes her decision with a very serious face, which is never a reassuring sign in a comedy panel. Haley finally speaks. Prince Maris, please buy her some cows. Yes, cows. Not jewels, not titles, not revenge. She wants livestock. Haley eagerly repeats her request while a cow appears as if this is perfectly normal diplomacy. Maris can only repeat the word cows, completely thrown by the request. Haley wonders why he asked her for cows of all things, as if he was supposed to read her mind. The cow looks unbothered. It has no idea it just became a royal negotiation. Mars agrees to meet Haley again soon, clearly taking her request seriously. He says he is serious about repaying her and tells her to think of anything else she wants. Haley says she already gotten the promised cows, but it looks like there is even more to this arrangement. Maris calls her a cold and thorough diplomat who's trying to squeeze every last benefit from him. The supposedly emotionless crown prince is now completely flustered by Haley's unexpected business plan. Maris hides a laugh, and the frozen prince finally cracks. He laughs, and agrees to go along with it. Maris smiles down at Haley, and she looks utterly confused by his reaction. Haley stares up at him, caught completely off guard. She wonders what on earth is so funny. Maris smiles while Haley wonders whether he was always this strange. The servants are stunned. In 3 years of service, they have never seen the crown prince laugh out loud. The staff cannot believe it. His Highness is actually laughing. One servant tells himself to keep his disrespectful thoughts private, but he is clearly shocked too. Later, Haley hits home with a wagon full of furs and cotton batting. A companion tells Haley to get inside the wagon. Haley says she gets motion sickness, but she is urged to rest anyway. Haley rides through the night in silence, too unsettled to relax. She says the motion sickness is only an excuse, since leaving Enif her nerves have not settled. Haley keeps thinking that if she had only heard that strange thing before leaving Enif. She tells herself to ignore it and keep moving forward, but the thought will not leave her alone. Haley asks herself why Maris would say something like that. The question keeps echoing through the dark road home. Someone moves abruptly in the wagon, breaking the uneasy silence. The tension spikes as a sudden reaction cuts through the quiet night. Whatever Haley is worried about is not finished yet. Peaceful morning opens over the Grand Manor, but Simone has no idea this calm is about to get very suspicious. Simone wakes in luxury and wonders how long she has been living in this world. She admits these lazy mornings still feel unfamiliar, even after getting used to the Manor's endless comfort. Simone stretches awake in her master's bed, looking relaxed for once. Anna greets her brightly and asks if Lady Simone slept well. Simone answers with a simple good morning. Anna offers to handle Simone's hair, keeping the morning routine moving. As Anna fixes her hair, Simone quietly appreciates the peaceful, luxurious start to the day. Breakfast is supposedly waiting, and Simone yawns like she has not a care in the world. Simone smiles at the thought of a calm morning. That smile is about to meet a plate of pure disappointment. She suddenly remembers every disgusting curse she has suffered through, and heads toward what should be a splendid breakfast. Simone expects a feast on the table, but the room feels oddly empty. One look at the tiny meal leaves Simone baffled. She asks why it is so simple. The grand breakfast table holds only a painfully modest serving. The Manor's kitchen clearly woke up in survival mode. Simone stares at the meal in disbelief and asks where her lavish feast went. Anna looks nervous and starts explaining that something happened in the kitchen. Anna apologizes repeatedly, afraid the meal is not good enough for Lady Simone. Simone is more confused than angry. She asks whether the head chef was replaced or if something happened. Anna says the head chef was changed, but hesitates like there's much more she's not saying. Anna's worried expression makes it clear this is no ordinary staffing problem. Simone feels it too. Something is very strange in the manor today. Simone turns toward the windows, suddenly alert as the silence around the manor starts feeling wrong. Her hand tenses at her side while she waits for Anna to explain. Anna stands alone in the huge room, looking far too small for the problem she is about to reveal. Simone asks where every other servant has gone. Anna admits she is not sure either. Anna says she woke for the morning meeting and found no one there. not even the head chef. Simone listens in silence as Anna apologizes for only managing a rough breakfast with a few ingredients left. Simone decides breakfast comes first. Even a manor mystery cannot defeat an empty stomach. Anna asks Simone to eat before worrying about the missing staff, and Simone agrees. Simone starts eating while the quiet outside the manor hangs over the scene. The peaceful view outside does nothing to make the vanished servants feel less alarming. Elsewhere, Kella hears that someone has arrived at the manor. A servant asks about the head butler, carrying the same worried questions spreading through the house. Kella runs at Kello, the other servants, and even the meal service have all been unusual since morning. Kella stays calm on the surface, but his narrowed eyes show that the report has his full attention. Simone reaches Kelly and explains that most of the servants skipped the morning meeting, including the head chef. Kella says he has read the Manor's guidebook countless times, and it mentions nothing about every servant disappearing. Kella suspects either a new curse or another strange phenomenon from outside, just like last time. Simone freezes at the word curse, realizing this might be more than a routine Manor disaster. Simone nervously wonders if this could somehow be a mass strike. Gal immediately wants to know what she said. Simone quickly backs down, pretending it was nothing, while Kella looks thoroughly unconvinced. Simone remembers that the servants seem deeply loyal and cared for the manor. A simple walkout does not fit. She gathers herself, worried but trying to think through the mystery. Kelly points out that the priest has not disappeared. He wonders if it is because the priest is an outsider. Kella thinks through the possibilities, clearly not enjoying this new headache. Kella says he will investigate whether the servants quit and ran away. Simone looks surprised by how quickly he takes charge. Kella says the cause is either the Manor's curse or an outside entity, and he refuses to let the situation drag on. Simone worries that with Kelly and the servants gone, she cannot contact the Adventurers Guild for help. Simone says it is fine. Ren's the type who shows up for work even when nobody asks him to. Simone smiles as she predicts Ren's arrival. Speak of the devil, there he is. Ren appears outside the manor, right on cue, and Kella plans to inspect the manor with Ren and meet the remaining servants. Simone agrees, though the tension is rising. Kelly leaves Simone with a short warning to be careful. The room falls quiet again with sunlight and curtains making the empty manor feel even stranger. A knock breaks the silence at Simone's door. Ren enters when Simone calls him in, looking concerned but ready to hear the problem. Simone politely asks Ren for a moment to talk. She asks if he's here because of the servants disappearing, and Ren tells her to continue. Ren confirms there are no servants around him either. Ren assumes the manor must simply be short-handed, but his expression says he knows that excuse is thin. Simone asks the priest whether he knows why the servants vanished. The priest says he arrived at the manor to find no one waiting for him either. He adds that people come and go from the young master's room, so he has heard nothing useful. Simone closes her eyes, realizing the mystery is becoming much more complicated. She asks who is still here. The remaining servants have been pulled into assisting each other. The priest admits he does not know every name, but he starts listing the people who remain. The priest pauses, then says he will think it through. He taps his fan as he walks through the Manor's staff in his head. Claire is still in charge of Jace's room, while Reese remains assigned to Kella's room. Simone notes that Anna and the young attendants who usually visit her room are still present. Ren adds that the kitchen junior and trainee knight are also still here. Simone agrees that the list of survivors starts forming a pattern. Ren estimates that about 10 people remain, and they are all either newcomers or very young. Simone quietly wonders if the ages of the remaining servants are connected to the incident. Simone starts thinking hard enough to miss Ren's awkward little cough beside her. Ren gently reminds Simone that she still has not eaten. Ren looks away, clearly embarrassed as to bring out food. Smooth recovery, Ren. Simone realizes it is already late and decides they should go outside, find food, and return afterward. She smiles, then admits that asking Ren to prepare a meal after hearing the staff list feels a little unfair. The pair heads out through the eerily quiet manor. Simone asks if they should step outside for a while, and Ren follows behind her. Ren confirms she means leaving the manor, looking surprised by the suggestion. Simone says there may be no more clues inside anyway, so they should look elsewhere. She suggests they go out, eat something, and come back with clearer heads. As they leave, the manor looms in the sunset, still hiding whatever took its servants. As Simone leaves the mansion at sunset, she looks determined, but the curse has clearly put a lot on her shoulders. Ren quietly follows beside Simone outside the mansion, watching her like he already knows trouble is coming. Simone admits there are too many variables to break this mansion's curse cleanly, and she is worried she might fail. Her clenched fists show she is forcing herself to stay calm even while the pressure keeps building. Simone stares ahead with a nervous frown. If the servants cannot return, she needs a real answer fast. She steels herself and decides that no matter what, she has to lift this curse. Simone closes her eyes for one breath, trying to push past the dread before it swallows her. A voice calls for Simone, snapping her out of her thoughts. Ren steps in front of her at once, telling the stranger to stop right there. Protective mode activated. Ren gives the old man a cold look and asks if he has business with Simone. The old informant says he is only watching because things look interesting. Smooth line, old fart. Ren tells him to leave if he has no business, but the old man clearly did not come here by accident. The old man recognizes Simone as someone from the Lord's mansion, and Simone watches him carefully. Simone cuts through the small talk and asks whether he investigated her. She looks offended by the idea that she would not be important enough to investigate. Her confidence is still alive and kicking. The old man says it does not matter, because information can be useful no matter who pays for it. He starts explaining that he needs both important and unimportant information. That is never a reassuring sales pitch. Ren's expression hardens as the stranger keeps pushing for a conversation. Ren warns him that if he asks one more question, he will take it as a threat. Ren does not blink. The warning is simple, direct, and very believable. Simone stops Ren before this turns into a street fight and decides to ask the man something useful instead. Since he seems to know everything, Simone asks whether any servants from their mansion came to this village. The old man immediately asks how much he will pay. Of course, a clue comes with a receipt. Ren refuses to bargain, saying they can figure it out themselves, but the old man gives them one detail anyway. He saw many unfamiliar children running errands around the village, though he does not know where they came from. Simone and Ren exchange a shocked look. That is finally a lead. Simone smiles with relief. They finally know what to do next. They leave to search the village, hoping the missing servants are somewhere nearby. The pair walks through the bleak village streets under a heavy evening sky. Ren notes that the village is as barren and run down as ever. He says a place like this needs imperial-level help for proper restoration. But because the Empire and royal family are cursed, they can only keep up appearances. Simone asks about the Duke of Illustron now that the curse is slowly lifting. She wonders if he plans to return to politics, and the question catches Ren off guard. Simone waits innocently for an answer, unaware she has wandered into a family topic Ren does not want to touch. Ren says it is not something the Duke discusses with him, suggesting Simone should ask the man herself. Ren turns the question around and asks if Simone finally wants to talk about the royal family. Simone admits she knows the general mood around the mansion, but there is no mood to discuss it. She explains that everyone was focused on breaking the curse until recently, and now the family is dealing with Lord Tate's recovery. A royal family silent for 300 years cannot suddenly jump into politics without causing trouble. Ren jokes that nobody would accept them unless the royal family actively pushed for their return. Even his conscience looks smug. Simone suddenly asks whether Rain is all right, and his guarded posture gives her a reason to worry. Ren smiles and says everything is fine, but the smile is doing a lot of heavy lifting. Simone quietly admits that Ren is as tight-lipped as ever, and she will not get a word out of him today. Then Simone notices someone above them, and her attention snaps upward. She recognizes the woman as chief attendant Ruth, just as Ruth plumps from above. Ruth falls through the open space in pure panic, and the drop is not looking survivable. Simone lunges forward, horrified that they might lose Ruth right in front of them. Simone cries out as Ruth keeps falling, while Ren moves before anyone else can react. Ren answers Simone with a sharp yes and charges toward the danger. The black opening below looks like a nightmare waiting to swallow Ruth whole. Ren touches Ruth before she disappears into the darkness, holding her securely despite the violent fall. Ruth recognizes Lord Ren, but she's shaking too badly to understand what just happened. Ruth begs Ren to let her go, fighting him with terrified desperation. Ren holds her still and tells her to calm down, but Ruth is far beyond calm. Ren realizes he has caught the chief attendant in the middle of a complete breakdown. He calls Ruth by name, trying to pull her focus back to reality. Ruth says that if she doesn't ask a question, the guardian spirits will curse her. Our thoughts spiral in circles as she repeats that she will be cursed. Ruth reaches a horrifying conclusion, believing she will have no choice but to kill herself tonight. The curse twists her fear into a violent, desperate scream. Ruth claws at her face, terrified and barely holding on to herself. Ren is stunned and asks why she would kill herself just for refusing to ask a question. Ruth can only repeat that she has to ask it, like the words have been forced into her head. She says the guardian spirits will curse her if she stays silent. Simone demands to know what question could possibly drive Ruth this far. Ruth sobs that she does not want to die, and Simone realizes this is not ordinary fear. Ruth finally forces out a reply, and something unseen seems to be listening. A sinister voice asks whether Simone and Ren are human. That is when the real curse steps into the conversation. The three stand frozen together as the unseen presence takes control of Ruth's question. Ruth's face twists into an unnatural grin as the guardian spirits descend through her. The spirits force Ruth to ask Simone their question, and Simone's eyes narrow with alarm. The possession announces that tonight, Chief Attendant Ruth will be the target. Ruth jerks violently under the spirit's control, her expression blank and unnatural. A sudden scream cuts through the street as the possession reaches its breaking point. Ren keeps Ruth from collapsing, his face grim as he refuses to let the curse take her. Ruth comes back just enough to answer Simone, but she still looks seriously possessed. Ren decides they should move Ruth somewhere quiet and let her recover before asking anything else. Even unconscious, Ruth whispers that she has to ask the question. Renat offers to take them somewhere familiar, hoping a calmer place will help Ruth wake safely. As they move away, Simone senses that something is still wrong in the village. Simone suddenly turns with wide eyes, reacting to a familiar feeling of danger. Ren asks if Simone sees something, but she says no. Her uneasy face says otherwise. Simone recognizes the dread creeping back in. Whatever happened to Ruth may not be over. Simone grips her arm and looks down, trying to hide how badly the familiar dread has shaken her. Ren and the young woman enter a shadowy information broker's den, both cautious, but clearly hoping this place has answers. She worries about choosing a place like this, but Ren calmly points out that this den has no owner anyway. Ren opens the door with a cheerful little smile. Nothing suspicious of her starts with that, right? He tells her to go in, still looking far too relaxed for a creepy underground hideout. Inside, the chief attendant is already trembling and muffling desperate noises. Ren studies the frantic attendant while the young woman asks why he cannot calm down. Ren tells her to listen carefully to what the man was trying to say earlier. The attendant suddenly spits out a sound, and his terrified expression twists into a grin. He clutches his pendant, laughs with his eyes squeezed shut, and looks completely possessed. A dark presence takes control, announcing that guardian spirits descend to ask a question. The attendant bows stiffly as the curse's first question lands. Someone in the Illustron family will die tonight. Why? The young woman freezes, her wide eyes showing she has no clue why this thing keeps asking the same question. She wonders if answering is the only option, while the attendant keeps smiling like this is his favorite game. The chief attendant's grin gets wider, and that is never a good sign in a cursed mansion. The room falls quiet as everyone waits for an answer. The young woman carefully guesses that the chief attendant himself might be cursed. The spirit reacts with pleased surprise. Somehow she actually got the answer right. But the guardian immediately declares that it has no choice but to commit suicide tonight. The attendant jerks forward under the curse's control, repeating that he has no choice but to die. His face turns hollow and unnatural, as Ren realizes the right answer did not end the danger. The guardian spirit asks Ren its own question: why will the chief attendant be murdered tonight? Ren goes silent, weighing whether refusing to answer might be safer than feeding this curse. The young woman begs him to answer anyway, even if the situation is dangerous. Ren pauses, then decides to take the risk. He answers that it is because of the scared guardians. The curse echoes Ren's answer, lingering on the word power. Spider web-like darkness spreads through the room as the guardian's fear becomes visible. A spider appears in its web, revealing the guardian's true terrified form. The attendant throws up his hands and summons the guardians instead of calming down. Darkness closes in as the curse repeats its deadly question to Ren. The guardian demands an answer, warning that if Ren gets it wrong, he will die tonight. The warning turns to the young woman too. His curse is handing out death threats like party invitation. Ren and the young woman recoil as the attendant laughs and suddenly collapses. The possessed attendant falls away, leaving the pair in a stunned silence. Ren and the young woman stare toward the exit, trying to process what just happened. Ren's serious expression shows he is already piecing together the curse's rules. The young woman fears she is cursed now and asks the obvious question: is she going to die? She steadies herself and refuses to let the curse kill her without a fight. The abandoned chair and empty floor make the den feel even colder after the spirit vanishes. Ren concludes that the curse only activates if someone fails to answer another person's question. The attendant had said he would commit suicide if he did not ask 7 people a question. The young woman realizes this may be a curse that spreads from person to person, and she remembers a familiar ghost story about the mansion servants from the previous night. The servants had panicked because no one was left to question inside the mansion, so they ran outside. If you fail to ask 7 people a question, something sinister comes for you. The young woman recognizes the pattern and a deeply unsettling memory hits her. A phone notification brings back the memory of a cursed chain letter. The all letter promised good fortune if it is shared around the world once a year, but the message demanded 7 copies be sent onward, including one to someone who needed good luck. She realizes another familiar ghost story has appeared, and her worry is written all over her face. Ren asks who started the chain, and the question catches her off guard. She remembers the phrase about scared guardians descending, but says it is not a name recognized by the Empire. Ren says he's never heard of it either, then suggests they split up. She decides to report this to the Grand Duke and investigate the scared guardians at the mansion. He looks determined, even though this new curse is clearly bigger than either of them expected. Ren says he will search the village for the missing servant wandering around. She doubts he can do it alone, especially when he needs to control a crowd desperate to ask questions. Ren says it will not be easy, but tells her not to try stopping him. With a confident smile, Ren reveals his plan. He is calling his friends for help. The young woman blinks at that one word, friends. She suddenly remembers that Ren said he had met Abel and his group before. Her imagination immediately jumps to a dramatic sword fight. In her memory, blades clash as Ren's capable friends make their entrance. Ren says his friends are ridiculously good at finding things. She wonders if she is finally going to meet the main characters of Ren's story in person. Ren tells her not to worry and says he is counting on her too. She promises to gather the servants and let Ren know where they are. Ren watches her leave and tells her to be careful. Elsewhere, a sharp-looking nobleman and a hooded figure arrive in the same dim corridor. The nobleman asks who Ren and the young woman are, saying he has never seen them in this village. The hooded figure refuses to answer and instead asks whether he understands the rules of the space. The nobleman presses for an answer before the hooded stranger leaves the hallway. The hooded stranger offers coins, asking if that is enough to make the problem disappear. The nobleman immediately accepts the bribe and finally starts talking. He says one of them, the young woman, has visited this village twice today. He has heard she comes from the Grand Ducal House of Illustron. The hooded figure asks if she is the hidden daughter of the cursed noble family. The rumor is uncertain, but the young woman's sad expression suggests this subject hits close to home. The nobleman explains that the lord officially has no daughters, so informants think she may be an employee or adopted child. He adds that the young man with her is an adventurer named Ren. Ren is only an alias, but the hooded figure reacts sharply to the name. The nobleman says this: Ren is known as the Adventurers Guild's best swordsman. The hooded figure repeats the word adventurer, clearly recognizing something important. The stranger asks if something is wrong, but the hooded figure only gives a guarded smile. The nobleman turns away, unaware that his information has made the situation much more dangerous. The hooded figure orders him to learn what connection the Illustron family has to that woman, and why Reen is there. The hooded figure stands still in the darkness as the plan takes shape. With a cold, calculating look, the hooded figure promises to pay whatever it takes for the truth. Manor arrives in the grand hall, looking drained and worried, while the long-haired noble waits for an update. The mansion is quiet, but Ren's tense posture makes it clear this is not a normal meeting. The white-haired noble asks for progress, his expression calm but sharply focused. Ren reports that they found the headmaid, and the noble immediately asks where she was. She was wandering through Harton village, and Ren says finding her finally confirmed this is a curse. Ren gives a faint, grim smile. She is absolutely sure something supernatural is targeting them. The noble stiffens at her conclusion, and even he looks like he already feared this answer. He rubs his forehead and admits it. He thought the same thing. When Ren asks what kind of curse it is, he admits they still have not pinned down the details. He explains the rule. If the cursed person asks the cursed bearer a question, asks the cursed bearer a question, and gets no answer, the curse passes on. The handmaid asked her question the moment she saw them, then warned she would die by suicide if nobody answered. Ren blurts out suicide. Her shock is obvious, because this curse has suddenly become a countdown. The noble says he answered the maid's question, but he still needs to identify the curse properly. Ren reveals that the curse transferred to her after she heard the unanswered question. The maid said that unless Ren asks the same question to 7 people, Ren will also die tonight. Ren stares ahead in disbelief. This is absurd, but nobody has time to argue with a curse schedule. With sunset approaching, the noble presses him to focus on the missing details before Ren runs out of time. A nervous young maid asks whether he knows the name Osasani-sao. The noble says the headmaid thought that name belonged to some kind of god. The maid remembers the story. Osasani-sao descends and asks questions. That is a horrifyingly specific hobby for a god. The noble turns toward the maid, suddenly demanding to know more about the story. Claire drops a teacup, and the shattered pieces show just how shaken she is. Claire freezes and can barely force out an answer. She apologizes through her fear, staring at the broken cup scattered around her feet. The noble stops her before she can flee, demanding that she explain what she knows. Claire reaches helplessly toward the broken porcelain, trembling under the pressure. The noble realizes Claire knows far more about Osasani-sao than an ordinary servant should. Claire bows her head, too scared to meet his eyes as the secret starts spilling out. Claire stammers, and the noble snaps at her to spit it out. He stands over the frightened maid and asks what on earth has been happening among the servants. Claire says the servants call Osasani-sao the god of vengeance. She explains that servants pray to this god when they want revenge on someone who tormented them. Claire clasps her hands tightly, terrified by the story she is forced to tell. The old tale says the god grants a curse. Claire says that it's been passed down for generations. The noble recognizes the tale, his face turning thoughtful instead of dismissive. He admits he has heard that story too, which is not exactly the comfort anyone wanted. Ren asks if the story appears in the mention manual, and he confirms that it does. Ren remembers the exact entry, Manual Article 40. The manual opens, and Ren knows they have found the rules that matters. An old illustrated page reveals the manual's ominous warning. Article 40 says, "Do not curse others." It describes praying for a curse against someone you cannot endure. The noble identifies the forbidden practice, necromancy. Ren slaps a hand onto the table, stunned by what the manual is describing. Ren repeats the word in disbelief, necromancy. She raises both hands on the table, trying to process a curse that just became much bigger. A noble confirms it. Necromancy is sorcery that calls dead or spirit-like beings into the human world. But Osasani-sao is worse than a simple summoned spirit. It takes revenge for its summoner and turns that person into a disciple. The illustration showed the smiling god surrounded by followers, making the whole thing look disturbingly organized. The curse spreads like a plague, as the god gains more disciples through questions and answers. The noble notes that the servants are young or newly arrived, so they likely have not built deep grudges yet. Rena listens closely, her face serious as the theory starts to fit the evidence. The noble cannot believe ordinary people could summon a god, but he keeps following the logic. He says that if the curse really is necromancy, the solution becomes simple. If an evil god descended here, someone must have wished to curse another person. So where is that summoner hiding? Ren repeats the key question. The god is hiding? The noble says he searched the manor all morning and found nobody powerful enough to oppose a god. Ren's eye glows red in the dark, and she begins forming a much more dangerous theory. Ren suspects the evil god may be possessing the body of the first person who summoned it. The thought hangs over the dim staircase, turning their search into a hunt for the first summoner. A noble calls it only a hypothesis, but he admits Ren's theory seems plausible. If the god possesses the first summoner, the noble says the previous Grand Duke could have solved this mess. He says it would be simple if they could just kill the first summoner. Ren asks how they can possibly find that personally. The noble tells her not to worry because reliable people are already helping. Ren lowers her gaze, still worried, but she trusts the search is underway. Outside, the sky turns orange as the promised helpers get closer. Screams suddenly erupt from another building, cutting through the sunset. Someone trapped inside begs to be let out so they can ask the question. Ren heads toward the door and realizes the noisy employee is doing exactly what he should. Ren looks almost pleased. The mansion's chaos has finally produced a useful result. Ren plans to open the door and meet the able party, but only after she has seen the original story play out. She decides to visit them and pose an adventure together, just like the original story. Just like the original story. Casual reality warping plans, apparently. For a montage romance, if he will survive all this trouble just to avoid one tiny thing. She decides to deal with this crisis first, then opens the door. Ren stops to announce herself, then gets drowned out by the shouting on the other side. Orkan argues that they should put everyone to sleep at once, while someone else cannot believe that is even easy. The group is bickering so loudly that the spellcaster cannot even chant, "Teamwork is having a rough night." A fed-up voice tells both men to shut up because the bedroom is already about to burst. The noisy group finally notices Ren standing there, and every face turns confused. Ren asks if the red-haired man is Simone, and he cautiously confirms it. Ren says she will put the noisy group to sleep now and open the door once everything settles down. Ren recognizes Simone as Abel, the hero and protagonist of the original manhwa. Abel warns that it is dangerous and says the trapped people will desperately try to escape. Ren identifies Abel's smiling companion as Orkan. Orkan tells the pretty lady to wait, flashing an easy smile while the room remains a disaster. Ren notices Orkan striking Dark Hand and thinks, and the thief is here too. Magic gathers around Orkan's hands as the group prepares to handle the locked room. The door suddenly shakes, and the trapped people are clearly not waiting politely. Ren realizes the original story's characters may be hiding real power right in front of her. She watches them closely and quietly says, "For real." Ren offers to take the left side and tells Simone to stop playing childish games. He calls her boring. Ren smiles and decides it is time to get started. She steps into action with a confident grin, ready to test what this strange party can really do. Even Ren admits the room is louder than she imagined. Ren closes the rug and formally introduces Simone to the group, looking polite but a little awkward about the whole setup. He explains that Orkan, Abel, and Bianchi are his friends. The group looks rougher on the edges, but Ron the Freitas, but Ren vouches for them. Ren admits they may not look reliable and quickly insists they are trustworthy friends. That is not exactly the sales pitch you want from your boss. Simone watches them quietly, her guarded expression making it clear she is not ready to trust this crew yet. She wonders how someone can be unreliable and still worth trusting, while Abel looks back with equal suspicion. Abel asks whether Simone is Ren's boss. She stays composed, but the question clearly puts her on the spot. Simone notes that the friends are warmer toward her than expected. For now, the introductions go smoother than her nerves predicted. Then, Simone feels the mana of death again. Her calm face tightens because this is the first time she has sensed it here. She turns toward the servants with sharp focus, sensing something unnatural hanging over the village. Simone asks Ren whether these are the servants who had been wandering the village. Ren confirms it without hesitation. Simone studies the people laid out nearby, thinking hard as the missing servant mystery starts fitting a much darker pattern. Too many people vanish from the mansion, and far too few were ever found. Simone asks whether someone may have fled beyond this village. The quiet village at sunset makes the question feel heavier. Somewhere beyond these walls, the missing may still be out there. Ren asks what Simone found in the mansion. She answers carefully because the explanation is about to get very bad. Simone says the curse has the side effect of necromancy. Even the name alone makes the group go still. She explains that someone used forbidden magic, and an evil god descended on Ilston Mansion as the result. The story shifts to the curse itself, an evil god now tied to the mansion and its long-buried history. They call the being a guardian spirit and the god of vengeance. That title comes with exactly the kind of fine print nobody wants. The god accepts a price and delivers revenge for anyone who prays to it, while an old rumor says the Ilston family once forbade it. Abel realizes this is no harmless legend. A god that takes revenge means something terrible may already be happening. He asks whether forbidden magic was used again after all these years. Simone confirms that it was. The group absorbs the answer in silence. The old curse never faded. It simply waited for someone to wake it up again. They ask what they should do now, but Simone admits she does not know the exact solution yet. Simone lowers her eyes, then reveals the most likely answer is to destroy something possessed by the evil god. Her expression hardens as she says the evil god has probably possessed the body of whoever cast the curse. Abel hears the obvious implication and asks if she is saying they have to kill a living person. The possibility hangs in the room. Nobody likes where this investigation is heading. Simone says that may be what happened in the past, but they need to find the first caster before rushing into anything. She delivers the real deadline. If they are too late, everyone here will commit suicide tonight. Simone turns with a grim, urgent stare. This is no longer a mystery for later, it is a race against the clock. She asks whether the first caster is among them. Ren says no, because he cannot sense the evil god's aura on anyone present. Ren looks frustrated but certain. The culprit is not in this village, so Simone immediately changes the plan. Simone decides they need to search another village not far away. She's already moving before anyone can argue. She points them toward another village, and the team agrees to take the waiting carriage. Then Simone suddenly freezes. Something nearby catches her attention before they can leave. Her eyes narrow as she spots a clue. Simone has found something that changes the direction of the search. She bends down to inspect it, moving with sudden purpose, while the others watch in confusion. Simone recognizes the sign and quietly says there really is something here. A focus stasis, this is not a random mark. It is a clue connected directly to the curse. Orkan asks why she is suddenly stopping like that. Fair question, considering she just went full detective mode. Orkan leans in and asks what she found. Simone's tense silence tells him it is something important. Simone smiles with sudden confidence. She says she knows where the lesser god is. She decides they need to return to the mansion immediately. The clue was there all along. Ren heads toward the exit while Simone follows, both of them moving fast as the threat closes in. Simone takes charge and tells the group they are going back to the mansion. He gives the order with total confidence. Whatever she found, it has put her back on the trail. Back at the mansion, Anna receives the urgent report as the group returns. Anna is told to inform the Grand Duke about 30 missing servants and the discovery of head butler Keller. Anna stares in shock as Simone adds that several of Ren's friends will be arriving soon. Simone says they are heading underground and tells Anna to follow them straight to the Grand Duke. Anna can barely process the sudden orders as Simone rushes away. The mansion is turning into a full emergency drill. Simone disappears into the mansion's underground route, leaving Anna staring after her in alarm. Below the mansion, Simone enters the dark underground corridors with the group close behind. From above, Simone stands alone in the vast corridor, looking tiny against the mansion's hidden depths. She remembers the shape-shifting rat hiding in a room that never appeared on the mansion blueprints. Simone recalls being dragged into that impossible room before. The memory is dark, tangled, and clearly not over. The underground space returns in her memory, full of strange red markings and the feeling that something is waiting. Simone says the room was behind double doors at the end of the underground corridor, yet even Duke Illickston's notebook never mentioned it. Then she remembers a passage in the notebook. It may finally explain what this hidden room was built for. The notebook describes a secret underground room where souls from the mansion flowed after death. Long ago, the giant Anassis built this secret room as a resting place for newly born spirits. The hidden doors appear in a blood-red vision, and the old story starts looking less like history and more like a warning. Spirits that died after being used in curses were meant to rest briefly in that room. A huge red eye-like curse fills the darkness. The room is not just hidden, it is steeped in forbidden power. The notebook reveals the spirits are then reborn as another curse. Suddenly, the mansion's 100 curses make horrible sense. Simone asks Ren if he has realized something, and he immediately understands what she needs. Simone asks Orkan to reveal the hidden door in the wall. Orkan repeats the request in surprise. Simone explains that the Necromancer Nasus created a secret room somewhere nearby. Orkan smiles nervously and says it will take some time, but he will try. He gathers himself and prepares his magic, looking confident enough to hide how dangerous this feels. Green magic begins to swirl through the corridor as Orkan searches the wall for the hidden entrance. Orkan channels a bright green spell into the wall, fully focused as the sealed space begins to react. The glowing magic intensifies around Orkan's strained face. He is pushing hard to force the hidden door into view, as hands press against the wall as the green light spreads through the stone. The barrier flashes brighter, and the sealed entrance finally starts to give way. The magic breaks through. A hidden set of doors appears where there was only a wall. Orkan finds it. The glowing double doors stand open before the group, promising answers and probably trouble. Orkan is sweating from the effort, but he manages a relieved smile as Simone tells them to open the door. Before they can move, Abel's communication charm starts ringing. Of course, the emergency has another emergency. It is Abel calling Orkan with a problem. The servants who were sleeping at the inn have suddenly woken up. Abel reports that the awakened servants smashed through the inn door as Sam started running somewhere. Abel races after them, alarmed by their terrifying momentum. He realizes where they are going. The servants are heading straight for the mansion. The communication charm crackles as the warning lands. The curse has sent the villagers running toward the very place Simone is investigating. A servant sprints through the dark streets toward the mansion, dragged forward by a force she cannot resist. The forest darkens around the rushing servants. The threat is no longer hidden underground, it is coming straight to the mansion. The group is racing for the manor, and the red-haired fighter realizes their enemies are moving at an absurd speed. A dark-haired man pulls Lady Simone toward the door, urging her to hold on just a little longer. Simone looks shaken as the glowing doorway pulses beside her. This escape route is clearly not taking scenic path. She nervously asks if she should open it, while the man beside her braces for whatever comes next. He tells Simone to open the door, but his tight expression shows he knows this is dangerous. The protector swallows his fear and says he is opening it now. He tells Runren to protect him while he works the door, then commits to the plan. The dark-haired man calmly claims the rear guard, trying to sound much less worried than he looks. Green magic starts flooding through the hallway as the sealed doorway responds. From the stairs, a blond man sees the glowing gore and calls out for Madame Lisa in alarm. The blond man draws his weapon as a crowd of servants suddenly rushes in from the darkness. The warning is simple and ugly. They are coming. The servants charge in a pack, and the blond man freezes for one dangerous second. The story turns to Lord Osasani-sao, a being who promised to grant wishes for a price. Simone reacts in confusion as the old tale starts sounding very familiar. Osasani-sao once descended before a grieving servant and offered to make her wishes come true. The servant stood before him and heard the promise that she could reveal everything in exchange for help. The servant was allowed to speak freely, and she used every word to turn grief into a plea. Simone realizes the truth. Osasani-sao was never attacking people without reason. He was feeding on their fixation. The god asked why the servant was so sorrowful and promised to listen to absolutely everything. The servant's answer was not grand revenge. It was a tiny seed of hatred and resentment. That small resentment became the reason Osasani-sao's curse took root in the manor. Back in the present, Simone steps forward while the door keeps glowing behind her. She anxiously asks if the door is still not open and gets the least reassuring answer possible, almost done. The man at the door glances back with wide eyes as someone finally reaches them. A pale-haired woman finds the group while the servants pile in behind her. The red-haired fight complains that they were ridiculously hard to find despite arriving with an entire mob. Simone explains that the servants rushed in but did not actually attack. That is somehow worse. The servants ask Lord Osasani-sao to let them sleep if the situation becomes worse. They beg the group not to hurt the servants, calling them irreplaceable people of the manor. The pale-haired woman says that protecting the servants will not be particularly difficult. The red-haired fighter listens closely as the group tries to make sense of the curse. Simone asks the real question: what happens if the door opens and there is an evil god on the other side? The red-haired fighter says he will watch how the god interacts with the servants, then eliminate it if necessary. He keeps his eyes narrowed, already treating the unknown god like a target. Simone says she will lead the servants there, seal the underground corridor, and search the manor for Osasani-sao. Simone sincerely hopes that plan ends with the best possible outcome, even if she does not look convinced. The redhead fighter asks whether her plan is actually feasible. He promises that meeting the so-called evil god will somehow solve everything. Confidence is free, apparently. Simone stares him down and asks whether he even has the power to do that. He remembers that Lady Aaron supposedly has no power, but the ominous energy around Simone says otherwise. Simone's calm smile turns unsettling as violet shadows rise around her. The door finally clicks, and everyone turns toward it at once. Someone announces that Lady Simone's door is open. The massive doors part, revealing darkness beyond instead of a clean escape. Simone's eyes widen as she senses something waiting inside. Her small smile returns, but it is not the expression of someone who feels safe. Her room beyond twists into a blue maze of symbols, and Simone walks straight into it. A pink-haired figure appears with a delighted smile. Lord Osasani-sao has arrived in person. The dark-haired man recoils and warns everyone not to approach recklessly. He calls the presence overwhelming, and he is visibly struggling to stay composed. Osasani-sao stands in the symbol-filled chamber while the air itself seems to bend around him. Simone faces the god alone in the middle of the glowing floor. The blond man calls out that Lady Simone is in danger. He reaches for Simone, but a warning stops him before he can interfere. Simone keeps walking toward the servants, while the warning tells her not to act stubborn. Her footsteps echo through the dark halls, slow and deliberate. Simone takes another step, and the servants watch her with unnerving calm. The servants quietly turn toward her, as if they've been waiting for this moment. One servant smiles as a dark thought begins to take shape. The servants bow low and begin a bloody prayer to Lord Osasani-sao. From above, the group watches the ritual spread across the floor. The red-haired fighter looks down in disbelief, as the servant's prayer grows more twisted. He asks what is happening while the servants beg the god not to abandon them. Dark residue rises from the floor as the ritual reaches its ugly climax. They ask Usasami-sao to let them live in eternal revenge, even if it costs their own lives tonight. The pink-haired god stands among the kneeling servants, smiling at their devotion. The ritual erupts around Usasami-sao in a burst of black and violet power. Usasami-sao smiles broadly and promises, "I shall save you." The god calls the servants his children, turning their desperate worship into something possessive. The servants remain curled around him as the god addresses them from the shadows. Usasami-sao reaches out with a cheerful, horrifying smile and offers to grant Simone's wish. Simone stares up at the god without flinching. Eat. Simone looks down at her phone and finally reveals what she truly wants, to return to her original world. Her hand tightens on the phone as she clings to that one wish. Usasami-sao rejects her outright, saying there is no petty god who can grant that. Violet tendrils coil around Simone as the god's playful mood turns threatening. Usasami-sao's smile stretches into a nightmare while the others realize this is not just wind. The fighters stand together, tense and helpless, as the purple force surges past them. The red-haired fighter recognizes the sudden gust as something much more dangerous. He looks over in alarm as the darkness closes in around Simone. The violet energy whips through the chamber like a living storm. Simone is lifted by the violent aura, and the force around her starts tearing through the room. Shadowy hands reach through the purple storm towards Simone. The energy wraps around her body, dragging her deeper into its grip. The red-haired fighter can only watch, stunned by the scale of the power. He admits this aura is darker, more intense, and more destructive than anything he has felt before. A giant skeletal hand forms inside the magic, making the threat impossible to ignore. The presence keeps expanding, and it feels nothing like ordinary magic. Someone calls for Orkan as the group recognizes what this power might be. The answer lands hard. This is the power of a necromancer. Simone twists through the vortex with her eyes wide, fighting to stay conscious. Her hand reaches out through the violet storm, but the force keeps pulling her away. The chamber disappears behind a blinding flash of purple power. The mansion is rattled by one impossible fact. A necromancer has appeared, and that is very bad news in this empire. Simone looks up from the ruined hall, tense and alert as she senses something powerful closing in. The warning continues. Necromancers are treated as deadly threats, even outside the Empire's control. Simone can feel it now. This presence is not ordinary magic. Dark stains spread through the mansion as a curse turns the room into a nightmare. The oppressive energy hangs over the estate, and everyone is trapped under its shadow. Simone recognizes the feeling before she can explain it, and her expression goes rigid. The dark-haired woman stares upward in alarm as violet power pours into the room. The energy coils around her like living ribbons, showing off with absolutely no respect for personal space. She realizes this overwhelming presence belongs to a necromancer. The purple current thickens until it blocks out nearly everything else. Someone calls out that this is without doubt a necromancer's power, and the group freezes. The black-haired woman is swallowed by spiraling curse energy, dwarfed by its scale. The power keeps surging around the mansion, far beyond anything the onlookers expected. The red-haired man grabs his companion and warns everyone not to get swept up. He looks scared, but he is still trying to lead. The others can barely stand as the necromancer's aura crushes down on them. The red-haired man keeps his eyes on the threat, sweat on his face, and no easy answer in sight. He orders everyone to stay alert, but the command is almost drowned out by the roaring curse. The group answers quickly, yet the violet mass is already moving around them. The curse lashes through the hall in a violent blur, and people scream as the black violet tendrils whip past them. The force slings bodies through the darkness, and nobody can get their footing. At the center of the curse, a woman in white stands isolated inside a huge ring of power. The dark energy keeps circling her, as if it is guarding its source. Simone watches from inside the chaos, her red eyes narrowing as she studies the figure. She notices black hair and red eyes, details that make the situation even more suspicious. The pressure keeps building, and the group realizes this is not a human-sized problem. The red-haired man cannot believe this much power could belong to a human. His worried stare says it all. Whatever's inside that curse is beyond their level. The answer comes in a chilling thought. This looks more like a specter or even a god. The purple storm turns harder around Simone. Simone's red eyes shine through the darkness as she faces the curse without backing down. The others identify a high-generation necromancer, which is a fancy way of saying they are in serious trouble. The red-haired man warns that a necromancer's strength is inherited through descendants. A voice tells Orkan to be careful while the curse continues to twist around the room. Warcon demands to know what generation this necromancer belongs to, panic breaking through his anger. The explanation is blunt. A necromancer's power weakens with every later generation. The first contractor is the strongest, and every descendant inherits only a smaller share. Blood falls into water as the story turns from theory into something much more personal. The gap between generations can become enormous, and this woman is clearly on the terrifying end of it. The inherited difference is called an insurmountable gap, and nobody in the room argues with that. The realization lands. The woman before them may be close to an original contractor. The warning becomes even worse. She may be a second-generation necromancer. The woman in white is lifted by the curse as violet threads wrap tighter around her. The necromancer's silhouette fills the darkness, crowned by a storm of power. The curse surges again, pulling the air itself into its spiraling web. The woman in white screams as the power finally overwhelms her. She clutches her throat in agony while violet energy rips across her body. Simone watches with a hard stare as the woman insists she is not insignificant. The desperate voice says it only needs a little more, still fighting to keep control. The woman vows to kill someone, but her threat is swallowed by the collapsing curse. A final scream cuts through the white void as the necromancer's hold breaks. Dark smoke spills from the woman's mouth and her body goes limp. Her hand falls away as the curse finally releases her. A blond man rushes through the damaged hold toward the fallen woman. He cries out for Lady Simone, terrified that she has been seriously hurt. The blond man drops beside Simone and asks if she's all right. Simone is unconscious in someone's arms, but the immediate danger appears to be over. Someone asks if she is dead. The answer is no, though nobody sounds completely confident. Simone lies still on the floor, exhausted rather than lost. Simone gives orders to clear the room and move everyone outside. Even weakened, Simone stays composed enough to call for Anna. The blond man addresses the Grand Duke as help arrives in the hall. More people rush in, shocked to see the mansion finally settling down. Simone is carried away while the servants worry over her. The exhausted Simone tells Anna to take Lady Leary to her room. Simone manages a faint smile, but she admits she is completely exhausted. The room fades into darkness as Simone's strength finally gives out. In a dark dream, Simone feels her body becoming heavy as she sinks. She wonders how far down she has fallen, drifting alone in the black water. Simone fears she will never return as she keeps sinking. A cold thought challenges her hope of returning to her original world. The unseen voice says it wishes that were possible, leaving Simone adrift and confused. Then the voice reveals the truth. Simone was the one who awakened a god's grasp. A huge shadow closes around her in the water. Simone sees enormous red eyes watching from the dark, and she is suddenly very small in the frame. The presence presses close, claiming that what she awakened does not belong to her. The voice says the power belongs to itself, and Simone is left gasping in the water. Simone turns in terror, asking who's there. She chokes and claws at her throat as she runs out of breath. Simone cannot breathe, and the dream offers no mercy. The unseen force promises it will return to reclaim what it believes is its own. Simone jolts awake with a gasp, dragging herself out of the nightmare. Morning light replaces the nightmare, but Simone still looks shaken. Anna is relieved to see Simone awake, while Simone could only manage a tired greeting. Simone admits that her whole body hurts after the battle. She sits up stiffly in bed, looking like she lost a fight with a staircase. The servants keep checking on Simone as she wakes fully. The servants bring breakfast and hover near the bed, worried but eager to help. They ask how Simone feels and whether she can eat. Simone says she cannot move today, then immediately admits she is hungry. The servants are baffled by the request, but food is apparently the emergency treatment now. A servant makes a special exception and lets Simone eat in bed for the day. The strict servant insists it is a one-time privilege. Naturally, Simone has earned it the hard way. The staff hurry back to their duties after making sure Simone will eat. Simone sits quietly with her meal, still processing everything that happened. Everyone has nearly died. Yet the mansion has returned to normal with suspicious speed. Simone asks Anna what happened after she fainted. Anna explains that Ren's friends moved the servants and the master summoned healers from the capital. Thanks to the healers, everyone recovered quickly. Anna hesitates before adding one more detail. Lady Leary has regained consciousness, but she is still being held in solitary confinement. The reason is simple. She must be investigated for the deal she made. Lady Leary sits alone in the dark, waiting for the consequences of her choices. Simone immediately asks what happened to Ren and his friends. Anna stands up and new visitors arrive at Simone's bedside. The Grand Duke and a purple-haired lady come in to check on Simone. The Grand Duke approaches calmly, bringing a brief pause after all that chaos. Simone says her body still feels heavy, and the adults take her recovery seriously. They tell Simone to rest for a while because she has just survived a major incident. Simone thanks the purple-haired lady, who says she only fulfilled her contract. The Grand Duke explains that he had planned to destroy the hidden secret room where the evil god was concealed. Simone agrees, figuring the cursed room was probably destroyed when everything fell apart. The Grand Duke listens closely as Simone starts connecting the curse to another clue. Simone says destroying the room sounds like a good idea. Then Simone remembers something important and her eyes widen. She turns to the Grand Duke with a new question about the estate's curse. Simone asks whether the curse on this estate could be connected to Anasis. The Grand Duke confirms that Anasis created the underground secret room. The room's origin was written in the Black Sorcerer's notebook Simone found before. That notebook has just tied the mansion's hidden room to an old and dangerous history. The Grand Duke confirms there is a connection, and the adults exchange troubled looks. The room falls quiet, as everyone considers what that connection means. The purple-haired lady urges caution, worried about what Simone should and should not be told. The Grand Duke says they must not hide the estate's curse from Simone. He insists that uncertain information would only confuse her more. The adults admit they are not even sure what truly happened. Simone looks baffled and asks what they're talking about. Fair question, honestly. The Grand Duke says the curse started without Simone, which makes the mystery even stranger. The purple-haired lady explains that a black sorcerer once made a similar claim. He claimed their family's curse was the work of a necromancer. The old accusation hangs in the air, suddenly much harder to dismiss. The black sorcerer said the curse began 300 years ago. That would mean Anasis may have been involved from the beginning. Simone thinks fast and says they should track down that black sorcerer first. She repeats the key lead to herself, already trying to turn fear into a plan. The adults stay close as Simone prepares to raise another concern. Simone says there is something more important she needs to tell them. The others lean in as Simone prepares to reveal her next clue. The Grand Duke and the purple-haired lady stand together, waiting for Simone's answer. Outside, the mansion finally sees sunlight again. A voice thanks Simone sincerely, giving her a rare moment of peace. Then comes good news. Jace has finally awakened. Jace lies awake in bed, pale and weak, but finally conscious. The blonde young man opens his eyes, dazed as he takes in the room. Jace softly calls for Lady Simone. He calls Simone his savior, while a dark pattern appears beneath the calm ending. The eerie pattern fills the final image, reminding you that the mansion's curse is far from finished. A strange curse mark remains in the darkness, a quiet warning after the battle. Inside the Grand Mansion, the staff rushes to prepare for an important visitor. The Grand Duke stays calm, but his distant stare shows that something's already bothering him. His staff confirms the guest is Marquis Barrington, a noble from the capital. The Grand Duke's expression tightens at the name. Everyone is busy getting the mansion ready, but the Grand Duke is clearly not focused on the decorations. This visit has bad timing written all over it. The Grand Duke repeats the Marquis's name, quietly and settled. He has not received a guest from the capital in 300 years. When a servant asks if something is wrong, the Grand Duke admits there is just something about this situation that will not leave his mind. He turns away in silence, looking more guarded than ever. Rumors say Marquis Barrington has been visiting the Occult Academy and made a strange request for this mansion. That combination is not exactly comforting. The Grand Duke remembers the shadowy rumors surrounding Barrington. A noble connected to the occult world has finally come knocking. A hooded figure lingers in the Grand Duke's memory, making the threat behind these rumors feel much more real. The Grand Duke realizes Barrington is not tied to his family at all, which makes the man's sudden interest even harder to read. He concludes that this will be a difficult meeting. The polite mansion welcome is about to become an interrogation room. Grand Duke waits in grim silence as the visitor arrives. The Grand Duke enters the reception room and asks whether his guest has waited long. Marquis Barrington sits poised at the table, perfectly composed as he faces the mansion's master. Barrington bows politely and says it is an honor to meet the Grand Duke. His manners are smooth enough to make the tension worse. The Marquis thanks him for accepting such a sudden visit, and the Grand Duke bluntly notes that Barrington already knew about the mansion's crisis. With a light laugh, Barrington brings up the monster blocking the main gate and says he heard it disappeared. The Grand Duke confirms the rumor. The mansion's curses are slowly disappearing, and he cannot hide his relief. For the first time in centuries, the Grand Duke can say the mansion is getting better. He looks relieved, but only for a moment. The Grand Duke quietly reflects that he never thought this day would come after 300 years. Then he asks the only question that matters. What exactly brought Barrington here? Barrington apologizes with a smile, then admits he is here under orders from the Emperor. So much for a casual house call. He explains that reports of the mansion's lifted curses have spread throughout the Empire. The Emperor ordered Barrington to confirm the truth and take appropriate action. That innocent little phrase lands like a threat. The Grand Duke repeats the phrase back to him, immediately suspicious of what the Empire considers appropriate. Barrington says the report is simple. After 300 years, the mansion's curses are finally breaking. The Grand Duke narrows his eyes. He wants to know how Barrington learned the 300-year-old curse had been solved. A brief silence fills the room as the question hangs between them. Barrington smiles and apologizes for being curious, but he is clearly enjoying how much this rallies the Grand Duke. The Grand Duke thinks Barrington is far too curious for a man claiming to be just a messenger. The Grand Duke sweats as another thought hits him. Someone has been digging into the mansion's secrets. Barrington is not only following imperial orders, he has been investigating on his own. Barrington calmly says he will stake his life on the truth of the report. The Grand Duke thinks of Simone, the black-haired girl with red eyes, and realizes she could be exposed if the Occult Academy is involved. Barrington truly comes from the Occult Academy. Simone must not be discovered. The Grand Duke's calm mask is cracking. Barrington asks whether the Grand Duke will visit the capital now that the curses are broken. The Grand Duke says he has no need to remain isolated. The Grand Duke answers that such a trip is only possible if the Emperor summons him personally. Barrington awkwardly tells him not to worry about that part. That is never a reassuring sentence from an Imperial agent. Barrington assures him the Emperor will surely respond well once the curse rumors are confirmed. The Marquis casually asks if the Grand Duke needs anything from the capital, still pretending this is a friendly conversation. The Grand Duke cuts through the polite act. The main gate was blocked until now, and he knows the situation is not simple. He turns to Xiaoping and asks Barrington what he truly wants to say. Barrington is visibly caught off guard, yet the Grand Duke has stopped playing along. The Grand Duke reveals that he knows Barrington has been meeting information brokers in Herdin Village. He adds that he has heard Barrington is connected to the Occult Academy. The Marquis suddenly looks much less polished. Barrington stammers out a nervous denial, and his forced smile gives him away. The Grand Duke demands to know whether Barrington came to impersonate an imperial order or gather information. Barrington freezes. The man who entered smiling now looks like he's run out of exits. The Grand Duke points to the letter and says Barrington knew he was coming before he ever arrived. Barrington apologizes for lying, but admits he truly is the Emperor's man. He asks the Grand Duke to hear him out. The Grand Duke cannot believe the deception, but Barrington insists he will continue speaking whether he is trusted or not. Barrington lowers his eyes and asks to be judged, only after he says what he came for. He promises to be blunt, which finally makes the room go completely still. The nervous Marquis gathers what little courage he has left. Barrington reveals his real request. He needs the help of the girl living in this mansion, Simone. Elsewhere, Simone wakes up feeling terrible, completely unaware that the adults downstairs have made her the center of the conversation. Simone's red eyes peek out nervously as she wakes in bed. Orkan, the muscular red-haired servant, excitedly asks if Simone is finally awake while the staff crowd around her. A maid gently asks whether Simone is feeling better. Simone looks exhausted, but she is surrounded by people who clearly care. Simone asks who the visitor is and why nobody left. She was told to rest because of her body aches, not host a surprise fan club. Orkan bluntly asks whether she stayed because the people helping her were too rude. His bedside manor needs its own emergency treatment. He casually says he can hear everything, then studies Simone with suspicious curiosity. Orkan points out Simone's black hair and red eyes, noticing how unusual she looks. Simone says quietly, startled by the attention, and still too weak to know what to make of everyone. Orkan admits that the power Simone showed back then was terrifying. Simone immediately gets embarrassed by the praise. A maid rushes in, upset that Orkan is staring at Simone so openly. The maid moves between them protectively, and Orkan looks completely unimpressed by the scolding. She demands that Orkan show Simone some respect. He just stands there with folded arms, refusing to be intimidated by a maid half his size. The maid apologizes to Simone and asks for a private conversation away from the servants. The maid says they can talk somewhere more open and honest once everyone else is gone. Orkan suddenly gets furious and says they are leaving. The reason is not Simone, and that makes it even stranger. Simone watches as the angry maid stomps off, leaving the room in total confusion. The door slams shut, turning the awkward mood into instant chaos. Orkan wonders why that person is so angry. Simone has no idea either. Orkan says the maid reminds him of a girl named Kaylee, then gets grabbed by a pink-haired woman who is very pleased to see him. Simone learns that Kaylee is affectionate and even came crying and apologizing earlier. Simone had slept through the whole incident. Simone asks if Kaylee did something, and Orkan begins explaining why the servants have been acting so emotional. Kaylee clings to Orkan with a bright smile, while he looks like he would rather fight another curse. The staff has been taking time to heal and reconnect before returning to normal life. They are finally talking honestly to each other. The maid offers a heartfelt apology, and the moment turns into a flood of feelings among the servants. The servants stand together, embarrassed but sincere, as they face Simone. The maid admits her obsession with keeping the mansion safe from curses made her insensitive to everyone around her. She sincerely apologizes to them all, and the other servants quickly insist that they should be the ones saying sorry. The group comes together in a tearful, clumsy apology. It is messy, loud, and exactly what this mansion needed. The emotional reunion becomes a noisy group hug while Simone watches from the side. Orkan calls the whole scene hilarious, then immediately gets told off for it. Orkan abruptly gets to the point. Now that they know Simone is a necromancer, he has a question for her. Simone realizes he means her. Her red eye widens as the request finally turns serious. Orkan asks Simone if she wants to come with him. She stares at him, completely thrown by the invitation. Orkan holds out his hand, looking serious for once as he invites Simone to join them. Simone is left wondering if this is really how her lonely life in the mansion is about to change. While Simone sits quietly in her room, Abel suddenly asks if she wants to join the group. The others gather around her bed, making it clear they are serious about taking Simone with them. One of the women gently argues that Simone would be a huge help to the team. Simone's wide red eyes show she is not ready for this conversation at all. Abel awkwardly tries to soften it, admitting Simone seems nice even if her tone is a little much. The blonde guy smacks Abel for suggesting it. Apparently recruitment meetings now include workplace violence. Abel protests in a fluster, but Simone is already looking overwhelmed. Simone firmly says she is staying here because she has her own goal. A teammate tells Simone not to let Abel's clumsy pitch pressure her. The gray-haired woman reassures Simone that she can come if they refuse, but everyone would be happy if she joined. The blonde guy blurts out the real reason. They need a necromancer like Simone on their team. Abel points out that Simone claims she was staying in the manor for a goal, and he wants to know what it is. Simone says that if her goal is reasonable, she can make it happen. That answer sounds confident, but Simone is still visibly cautious. Simone immediately says she is not going anywhere with them. The group pauses around her bed, waiting for the reason behind her refusal. The grey-haired woman believes Simone could do a lot of good by helping people. Abel presses again, asking Simone to say her goal out loud. Their answer is simple and insane. They are going to defeat the Demon King. Abel looks ready to argue while Simone processes the kind of goal that gets people killed. Simone refuses flatly. Fighting the greatest threat in the world is far too dangerous for her. The team promises they will protect her, but Simone is not buying the heroic sales pitch. Abel sweetens the deal by saying Orkan teach Simone how to use mana. A teammate pushes Abel to teach her anyway, but Simone finally explains what she actually wants. Simone says her goal is to eliminate every curse in this manor, not chase the Demon King. Abel offers to help and says the group can stay in town for about a year. Even Simone's tiny inner self looks doubtful that 1 year will be enough. Simone admits she wants paid work, a comfortable home, good food, and peaceful sleep. She does not want to suffer through a dangerous quest just to defeat the Demon King. Her red eye widens when Abel refuses to let the matter end there. Abel makes his choice. He is taking Simone with them, whether she likes the plan or not. The others know Abel is absurdly stubborn. Once he decides to save the world, good luck moving him. Simone remembers how determined Abel has always been to save people. She knows Abel treats every companion like someone worth protecting. Simone relents a little and says they can work together under strict conditions. She will not travel with them, but she promises to help whenever they need her power. Simone calmly adds one condition: any future help must be within reason. In return, Simone asks him to help her when she needs it someday. That is a deal Abel can respect. The group realizes this arrangement may actually let them get plenty of help from Simone. Abel agrees that it is fair, and the uneasy partnership is officially formed. If they stay in the country longer, Abel says, or can teach Simone how to handle mana. Abel considers it practical to keep a powerful necromancer safely in the manor. Abel gives the proposal a thoughtful look, then decides he likes it. Abel says he looks forward to working with Simone. Simone returns the sentiment, still reserved but no longer shutting everyone out. Their handshake seals the partnership. Abel decides Orkan will stay behind to teach Simone. Orkan has volunteered before he can escape. A visitor knocks, and Simone quietly tells him to come in. A pale, long-haired noble enters with an attendant, immediately changing the mood in the room. The blonde guy watches the stranger closely and asks who he is. The visitor is introduced as Marquis Barrington, and he says he wishes to speak with Simone. Simone panics internally because revealing that she is a necromancer in the Loan Empire is dangerous. Necromancers are executed in the Empire, so Simone braces for the worst. Then the Marquis asks if she likes money. Asks if she likes money way to keep a conversation alive. Simone answers yes after the briefest possible hesitation. The Marquis tells the others to leave so he can speak privately with the person who may benefit from his offer. The team backs out, surprised that Simone is suddenly being left alone with a nobleman. Now it is just Simone and Marquis Barrington in the quiet room. Simone forces herself to stay calm, but she is visibly nervous. The Marquis smiles politely, as if this is a normal business visit and not a threat wrapped in fancy clothes. Marquis Barrington says he has no intention of exposing her. He simply has a request. He says the request is something only Simone, a necromancer, can do. The Marquis explains that some people call their problems curses, while others call them phenomena. He wants to commission Simone to resolve them, with a hefty fee attached. Simone cautiously asks him to explain the job before she agrees to anything. She agrees to listen, but only that much for now. The Marquis admits a massive problem has arisen in the Empire, though he cannot reveal the details yet. He says he searched for a solution because of his loyalty to the imperial family. He gathered every lead he could, from adventurers and mercenaries to the Occult Institute. None of those sources gave him a clear answer, but his search was not completely fruitless. Marquis smiles because he finally found a place with incidents similar to the Empire's problem. That place is an area state where the incidents are slowly being dealt with. The image of the cursed mansion makes it clear why the Marquis came looking for Simone. Simone realizes that is why he saw her out. The Marquis says her ability to break curses does not mean he trusts her unconditionally. First, he plans to commission Simone for several matters in the capital. If he solves them and proves himself capable, he will reveal the larger crisis and request her cooperation. Simone hears the offer and realizes this job is much more complicated than she expected. Her hands tense on her lap as she weighs the risk. Still, Simone starts seeing the one part of this deal she cannot ignore. More requests being more commission money. Simone's dream of independence suddenly has a budget. The thought of faster funds for her independent life makes the offer much harder to refuse. The imagined pile of coins does the rest of the negotiating. Simone says he does not need to keep talking. She accepts. She will start with one request, then decide whether to accept the rest. The Marquis smiles, pleased that the first step of his plan worked. Simone admits she does not know what the job is yet, but she can handle it if she prepares properly. Her confident smile is framed by ominous red flowers, hinting that this simple commission will not stay simple. The chapter ends on one dangerous question. Is Simone really ready for what comes next? Simone hears the details of her first commission inside the Grand Duke's mansion. The story starts with an abandoned orphanage on the outskirts of the Grand Duchy. The stern, dark-haired Grand Duke recounts the rumor with a serious, controlled expression. The orphanage once received support from Duke Elstone, but the funding stopped after the director and teachers pocketed it. With barely any orphanages in the territory, abandoned children kept ending up there. Then the place shut down, and its miserable little legends began. The orphanage sits isolated in a bleak, empty district. A hooded girl wanders near the building while the Duke explains it was never closed peacefully. The support meant for the children was stolen, so the Duke cut the whole operation off. The lone figure heads through the orphanage gate, and the story takes a very bad turn. Back in the mansion, Simone listens calmly as the Duke says the vacant building must be demolished. Simone's red eyes narrow when she hears nobody has dared enter the abandoned place. people will not even steal from it, which is never a comforting detail in a cursed building pitch. Anyone who tries to take something either flees pale with fear or is found unconscious. The Duke personally went inside to check it out, and he did not enjoy what he found. Inside the dark orphanage, he spots movement ahead. He freezes, breathing hard as something crawls nearby in the shadows. The figure moves on all fours, making wet, hungry sounds. Absolutely not! It is a ragged woman ravenously eating dirt as if she's been starving for days. The woman looks up with wild eyes, and the Duke realizes she has noticed him. She lunges at him, and he barely gets away from the attack. The creature screams through the ruined hall as he runs for his life. He bolts through the wrecked building while the horror closes in behind him. He escapes through the doors, shaken enough that the memory still clearly bothers him. The story returns to the elegant sitting room, which feels wildly too polite after that nightmare. Simone repeats the detail that catches her attention. A woman was eating dirt. The Duke admits he could not even tell whether the figure was a woman or a man, only that it wore a tattered dress. Simone thinks it through, her face calm but clearly working every ugly detail. At first, he assumed it was just one strange phenomenon. Then he kept going back. Each visit revealed something worse, and now the Duke looks genuinely rattled. He says there was never only one monster in that building. One day, he saw a severed head with a blue face, as if it had been strangled. The ruined rooms keep producing sights that no normal abandoned orphanage should contain. Another time, he found an untidy child with long, messy hair crouched in the dark. Then pale hands reached from above and grabbed someone by the head. A pale person with arms nearly 9 feet long stalked the halls. The long-armed figure looms over its victim, turning the Duke's report into a full horror catalog. Simone finally reaches a conclusion, her expression sharpening with interest. She says the orphanage is a strange phenomenon and asks for the job. Simone says she wants to investigate the orphanage herself. The Duke pauses at her confidence, while Simone looks completely unfazed by the cursed sales pitch. She gives him one condition. If the case is beyond her ability, she will simply walk away. The Duke agrees and leaves the decision entirely to Simone. He hands over the commission fee, saying he has already informed the Grand Duke. Simone opens the envelope with a focus of someone who suddenly remembers bills exist. Her eyes light up when she sees the amount. The fee is 5,000 dilion, roughly 5 million won. The cursed orphanage has just become very interesting. Simone decides she has to take the job, even if it looks impossible. Trying to sound casual, Simone asks where this infamous place actually is. The Duke tells her it is somewhere she already knows well. He promises to arrange a carriage for tomorrow morning. That answer hits Simone hard. She suddenly understands exactly where the orphanage is. The blonde young man notices Simone's reaction and immediately gets suspicious. He says he needs time to prepare for independence, but the timing is clearly unfortunate. He asks whether Simone plans to keep living here after solving the curse. Simone says she is renting a room temporarily, and the blonde man instantly hears the dangerous words, "More money." The blonde man pushes back, but Simone calmly says preparation for independence takes time. The muscular red-haired man jumps in and says he wants to visit the orphanage too. Simone is startled as a private commission starts collecting party members. She calls them collaborators, but the red-haired man insists that people who help each other are companions. Simone smiles awkwardly and gives in. His enthusiasm is hard to argue with. The brown-haired woman supports him, saying he is naturally friendly. She asks to come too, promising they can be useful. She is personally curious, while Simone wonders when everyone became so eager for danger. The group waits for someone else to make the final call. The silver-haired man looks amused, then asks Simone what she is waiting for. Simone suddenly remembers the original story and looks genuinely alarmed. In that story, the Roman Empire sent people to find someone who knew the Demon King's location. The party met a scholar named El who hid his identity while living in the human world. El refused to meet Abel's group at first and secretly watched them instead. He was checking whether Abel's party had what it took to defeat the Demon King. In the original story, Abel eventually joined the Roman Empire. This orphanage was part of that route. Simone realizes El is probably hiding at the orphanage right now, waiting for Abel. She worries that going there will ruin the original story's plan. Instead, Abel's group gets permission to stay at the mansion as a reward for helping with the Grand Duke's situation. The group celebrates the free room and board like they just won the lottery. The silver-haired man tells Simone to do whatever she wants while Marquise Barrington prepares a carriage for tomorrow. Someone confidently tells Simone to leave it to them. Famous last words, perhaps. The blonde man declares the conversation over and starts walking away. The red-haired man rushes after him, demanding to know where he thinks he's going. Before the blonde man can escape, the red-haired man and silver-haired man grab him from both sides. The red-haired man grins and asks if the blonde man really thought they would let him leave that easily. The blonde man looked baffled as the other two close in. His for a smile says he already knows he is getting dragged into this. The others announce that he will stay with them until they leave for the orphanage. The mansion stands peaceful outside, but tomorrow's trip is now locked in. Somehow, Simo has gained companions exactly like the original story. Her carefully controlled timeline is already getting crowded.